live at Coletco. Somehow I've rushed back here and managed to get it to work. Well, not that anything was broken. I've managed to start on time. And now this starts a streak of starting on time unlike any other. So this might throw some people off for a loop. It's Montgomery. Let's see, I can pull it up right here. Selling. It's Montgomery Clift. Has a COA with it as well. Oh man, I didn't even see that. Selling. I have something to say. Okay, so welcome everybody. I was trying to figure out something over here on eBay for Tanner. I think there's some stuff over there I'm looking for. Hey, you're holding something in your hand I'm definitely looking for, Tanner. I was worried about that. Is the letter with it? Yeah, I guess I need to go through all that stuff tonight. Really? It's like matted on a... Yeah, I've got a... That's it. It's going to France. We sold an expensive autograph on eBay. It's going to France. Montgomery Clift. Montgomery Clift, $425. That's almost an air horn. The guy in France wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. He'd probably be like, F horn? An air horn? Air horn? Excuse me? We no understand air horn. Okay. Let's see here. By the way, I'm halfway across the room right now, so I can't even see comments. I'm not even close to being able to look at them yet, but we're here. Hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm trying to figure out what came in and what didn't come in. Is there vinyl that got delivered? Let me step over here and see what this stuff is. Is this the rest of our order? Good. Ah, so we do got new vinyl. Is this priced? Uh-oh. Looks like, Laura, I got you another project, it looks like. Looks like I got to fill out a price form, though, right quick, which I can do quickly. I can do that quickly for Laura or Tanner, whoever wants to mark them. But I'm just now realizing, I thought you had said there wasn't anything that's in, but we'll figure that out in just a second. Looks like John's about to hand me something. Okay. Maybe not. It's probably a spoof record. Let's see what's going on over here. I could hear Laura somewhere. I thought I just did. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, might want to wait on that one. John's back here finding dirty records. So, let me move this. That was like an evil laugh almost from John. Okay, I'm almost done here. It's good that we're starting early. I'm going to mark this new vinyl. You can do it whenever you come back. Or you can do it now. I'd probably come back. That way I get my blue juice. Yeah, I got to get the blue juice. Let's hit this like button. Let's hit share, copy link. I'm almost done, everybody. This is, it takes about this much anyway, but I thought there wasn't any new vinyl, but I knew we were missing some stuff yesterday. Like, we had all those Depeche Mode greatest hits, and I was like, man, surely those didn't get allocated. And the rest of those deliveries showed up, and there's two. We probably, after we split them up, there's 3 crates of new vinyl. There's 3 crates of new vinyl after last night. So, yeah, I'm about to start pricing them for Laura. Then when she comes back, she'll mark this final crate. But we're about to do what we normally do, and the feed was really bad last night, and hopefully we can get that repaired and rolling a lot smoother tonight, or hopefully it is repaired. Really, there's nothing we can do about it except usually just hope it's fixed. But I've been in a group text with Tanner and Jake all day, and they're pretty much working on developing some more software for us, Streamlabs or something like that. I don't know. I'm not too techno. Y'all know me. I'm just here to do it. Whatever can get them, whatever gets them set up. I think I just got to share it in the group, and we're ready to go. Laura literally just stepped out the door on a very important assignment to get the blue juice. And let me just close out all my apps. And here we go. So, the good thing for David Johnson is there's Japanese tonight. Bad thing for David Johnson is I don't have much of it ready to go right now, but we're going to start unboxing it. And let me go ahead and put some of this over here. And got some good looking 45s. Did we already go through these? Partridge Family. Now, this is stuff I probably need to go through again. So let me go ahead and add this. And here we go. The V8. So we got some great Japanese stuff here. Great Japanese titles that came in. Hope David's watching. And I'm going to ask Tanner if he can bring the other crate back here in a second. I think he's packing up. That autograph. Montgomery Clift. All right. So, let's see here. Where's that? Is this the box? I guess this is the box I was working out of last night. Yeah. Oh, I need to mark all this for Laura. All right, let me get my pen. And let's get a couple 45s up and rolling. Let's do, as usual, a couple New Orleans. Girl Trouble and the Cynics. David Johnson's ready. Good. I've got a crate and a half of Japanese stuff tonight. Here is the Girl Trouble. This is You've Got What It Takes, a $5 start. And this is the Cynics. And the Cynics is going to go up for a $5 start. A couple New Orleans singles there. And the show is officially began with those being $5 starts. Now, Iron Maiden, we got to work on this tomorrow or tonight. This glitched during the sale. And unfortunately, we had sold out. And we had even had a waiting list, and that entire footage got lost, which is crazy because I thought that it just records. I didn't know actually when we glitch, it messes up the playback of the stream. So they completely lost that Iron Maiden data. There's some stuff I need to. Let me pull this right here. Let me pull this and let him know. Let me pull up my Let me find this guy right here. I'll get Ed to add it in the morning. I've got it pulled for you. Okay. Now, I wonder if Jeff, the last sale of the night and the feed had ended, so I don't know if they could have seen it or not. Jeff H., if you're watching, you wanted that last copy of Warrant, right, for $24.99. I think that was that last copy. Jeff H. wanted that. It was that last copy there of Warrant. So, Jeff, if that's true, let me know. And then this is pulled for Mark Trahan. However, I was supposed to pull it like last Friday, and he sent me a message, and I need to let him know to message the Coletco page. I had a couple people message me about some pre-orders. I get to see those sometimes, but if you want immediate action, always message Ed over on the Coletco page. So, Mark, if you're watching, or if anybody else wants a Van Halen, I'm down to 2 copies. That's that Van Halen Live 1991, okay? So, there's that. There's that. And let's go over here. And I think there was one more thing. I'll figure that out in just a second. But let's go ahead and do what we normally do and get started with me pricing some of this here for Laura. Let me get my pen here right quick. So welcome, everybody. Hope everybody hits the like button. I'll go ahead and read some titles that's coming up because I'm putting prices on them right now. Easter Charlie Brown. We're going to have some Virgin Steel coming up. Why is that Metallica? Oh, wow. Wow. We got a Metallica surprise. I didn't expect that. Those I didn't know those were even in print. I was like, what is on here for like a lot of money? And then we got these. And then these. And then these. And then these. We got Europe back in. We got the other Mr. Big. We got Live. We got Willy Wonka. Hey, Willy Wonka came in for Rob Gates. So a lot of surprises. This still isn't everything, though, because there's a... Well, I guess it is Iced Tea. Let me go make sure this is everything. Iced Tea. We got a lot of good stuff right here tonight, it looks like. This must have been one of those nights when I, like, lay in bed or lay on the couch and I'm halfway, probably like y'all, I'm ordering vinyl. And I don't even realize it, right? So you order vinyl and you're like, what the heck? So, okay. Let's see what's going on here. So first thing we have is this crate here, which I feel like I've read about 5 times because of the glitching last night. But let me go ahead and start it right now. I hadn't even looked at the waiting list from last night. No, I haven't. Okay, the show's officially underway. Now, everybody's at a huge advantage right now because it's 5:15 and there's only 107 people watching because most people are trained now. Chad's not going to start the show till 5:30, 5:45, or 6 o'clock. And now it's 5:18 and we're already showing records. So this is why you never know about me. You never know when I'm actually going to start here on time and get rolling. So welcome if you're here as an early bird. But like I said, I feel like I've read through this crate here about 5 times last night. But I did post a flip video, as usual, at 6 a.m. this morning. And we have sold quite a bit, to say the least. Pink Floyd, Orville Peck, Neil Young, Black Keys, Silk Sonic, Sade, Tesseract, Nirvana, Zappa, Norah Jones, Pearl Jam, STP, Nirvana, Robert Hunter, Offspring, Grateful Dead, Flower Traveling Bland, Black Star, Godsmack, Eric Church, Black Keys, Hold Steady, Viagra Boys, Blackberry Smoke, Godsmack, Anthrax, Metallica, Youngblood, Robert John. So lots of claims. And Paul, you picked up your guitars, really? Well, actually, over there where they've been stored, that's going to be my project the next 24, 48 hours. I think we're going to try to get that booth cleaned out. We're about to have a dollar sale here at the store and hopefully turn that area to my new studio. That was originally the plan 4 months ago when I moved back here in the back part, but We just got way too much inventory. We got way too much inventory. Okay, here we go. We have Metallica $33.99. This is the Garage Days Revisited EP, $33.99. I've got 2 of those. Also, we've got Cynics at 5 and we got Girl Trouble at 5. So these both have bids with Rebecca Howitt for $5 and $5. That's the first 2 New Orleans singles. Let's go ahead and tag this for Jeff H. Warrant, Jeff H., that's sold to you for $24.99. Thank you. Also, Anthrax, Public Enemy, Too Much Posse. I promise this is the last time y'all see these records for a while. I feel like I've read through them about 10 times in the last 24 hours. Too Much Posse, that's live Anthrax and live Public Enemy, $29.99. Now, both of these Nirvanas got claimed. This Nirvana got claimed by Andrew Eisensmith, and the other Nirvana was claimed by Clifford Umstead. Clifford was watching, Clifford, I don't know if you're watching right now, but you were watching the feed last night after it ended. It was about 1:30 a.m., and I saw Clifford's comments coming in for Nirvana and Steely Dan. Let's also make sure he's on the waiting list for that Steely Dan bootleg. It looked like he was trying to get one of those too, but he was trying to buy that, and the feed had already ended. I'm sure that happened to a lot of people because the feed was all glitchy and glanky and janky. And then here is Eric Church. This is sold to Ben Diger. That's Chief on blue vinyl, $36.99. We're going to end up selling hopefully most of this out of here. But we got one more copy left of Eric Church for $36.99. Godsmack. Now, how many do I have left? Just one. We're definitely going to have a waiting list. I knew at some point these would start moving. If I could have showed them during prime time last night, we would have already had a waiting list. But the first one to claim this Godsmack was Ben Diger. And then we need to put Carla Breckie on a waiting list. She was second. So Carla Breckie goes on the waiting list, and she also gets Metallica and Anthrax. So Carla gets this Anthrax bootleg and the Metallica Garage Days, and let's put her on a waiting list for Godsmack When Legends Rise. And if anybody else wants one of those, let me know. So Carla, I got you everything except Godsmack. We're about to sell both of those to Rebecca. Let's go ahead and put up our next auction right quick. And I have our first Japanese pressing, which is this superb Japanese press of Genesis Abacab. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Genesis is on the Vertigo label. Very nice, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Man on the Corner put another record on. This is a great album. $35 start, no reply at all. Me and Sarah Jane. Nice Japanese pressing there. Genesis is going to go up for a $35 start. I got Robert Hunter, Tiger Rose. We had that last night. Here it is again. It's a new 50th anniversary. You may know him from the Grateful Dead. That is $33.99. Also, one copy here of Queen, The Works, and that has Radio Gaga on it. Now, that's a tough OG to find, and usually these are out of stock. It's a half-speed master, 180 gram. This is the first time in about 3 weeks we haven't had a waiting list. And I have the Brian Jonestown Massacre, and this is called Metro Drone. And Brian Jonestown Massacre is $33.99. You did see some Japanese metal. Yeah, I've got a few to mix in tonight. I have to pull up some of the stuff. A lot of these I kind of know the prices. I got some Ozzy. I got Motley Crue. I've got a few things that probably would be better suited for Thursday. But if you're on and watching tonight, here in a couple hours, they're going to be sold at auction, okay? But yeah, I'm going to have to get those pulled up, so bear with me. Also, I'm going to do this Iron Maiden in just a second. Let me make sure I still have this over here. But let me pull up some invoices over here and see what I can come up with. Boom, and give me 1 second. And right here, and let me see what I can find. Let me ask Tanner. I don't know what part of the store he's in. So the first next thing I have is T-Rex the Slider. T-Rex is a clear vinyl, $33.99. Queen is $44.99. Genesis is a $35 start. Rebecca, this is sold to you for $5. Girl Trouble. The Cynics is sold to Rebecca for $5. Wow, first 2 couple New Orleans singles there, both sold to Rebecca. Thank you and thank you. Those are now sold and sold. Let's put up a couple more New Orleans singles right quick. Here is the next one. This is the 440s. And this is 440s. This is 440s. And this is from New Orleans. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. What song's in my head? A couple songs off this album. I'm humming them all of a sudden. The first one is Put Another Record On. Another Record, I think is the actual title from Genesis here. I love that little like chorus there from Phil Collins. Put another record on. And then Man on the Corner. But right now, I'm humming another record. Here's the Quadrajets. That's also going up for a $5 start. Looks like a tweeter. Looks like a tweeter speaker there. Those are now up for bid. We do have a bid on Genesis at $35. There's 2 copies of T-Rex for $33.99. We do have Queen at $44.99. Greg Preston. That is our last copy. And then this was very popular. It's a new Depeche Mode. They have reissued their entire catalog this week. Sony has the licensing now, it looks like, $33.99. So did they sell their catalog or something? Or what's going on? Because usually when people sell their catalogs, you'll start seeing them repressed even though they were already in stock. But this is $33.99 for Depeche Mode. And then we still got that Fleetwood Mac box set, which is the alternate Rumors. That is the alternate Fleetwood Mac, which is self-titled Rumors, etc., etc. New bit on Genesis, and then Cat Stevens Mona Bone Jacome box set. And I can also get the other Cat Stevens box. We had a waiting list last week. We had 4 people on a waiting list last week. And let me remind you one more time, it's T for the Tillerman. So if you want these Cat Stevens box sets, the other one is T for the Tillerman, okay? That's the other one, T for the Tillerman. And there's Mona Bone Jacome, which we now are sold out of T for the Tillerman, but we also have one. We do have one Mona Bone Jacome. Now that was a. This is the same one we had a pre-order for a big waiting list for. Yeah, Rick Reiser T-Rex is $33.99. It's new and sealed on clear vinyl. Okay, so here's a quick update on what's going on. Right now, Genesis was at 35. The 440s was at 5. Genesis 37. The Quadrajets, the next New Orleans single, very cool here, kind of a die cut. Oh, it's on blue vinyl too. It's on blue vinyl. It's the Quadrajets, and that has bids for 5. And then Genesis 40 and 42, and the 440s has one bid for $5 as well. So, and price on Fleetwood Mac. Oh no, this Fleetwood Mac. No, this is a different one. This one's $199.99. This is a Record Store Day exclusive they're letting me have now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 total LPs, 6 albums, 8 total LPs. Because Tusk is a 2 LP and Live is a 2 LP. So this is $199.99. It's all alternate versions. Now, there's another box set that comes out this week that's those exact same albums, all on clear vinyl, except for Live. I don't think Live is in the new box set. I don't think so. I could pull it up right quick. I don't think Live is in the new box set. So there's 2 different Fleetwood Mac box sets this week. One's a new release, which is the studio albums on clear vinyl. This is on colored vinyl. It's the alternate versions. So it's the albums on alternate versions. And then the Cat Stevens, these are actually really good prices. I think that's why we sold so much. 4 CDs, a Blu-ray, the LP, a 12-inch EP, and then this one has a 100-page book, a hardback book, and it's in a really nice textured box. Same thing for T for the Tillerman. So T for the Tillerman, same thing. It has like an 88-page book. So, I mean, you're getting a hardback book that has information about the album and the recording of it and pictures. And then they have CDs, Blu-rays, and LPs, okay? Now, time for some other new stuff. Looks like we have a final call on Genesis now at 42 with Ryan Eaton. That is Abacab, No Reply at All. Put another record on. Very cool. That's at $42. And now, let's go ahead over here. They're not on mute anymore. Sony has their catalogs doing reissues. Best of Violator, Songs of Faith and Devotion, and Music for the Masses. Okay, I don't think I've ordered Music for the Masses. I need to order that one then. That has one of my favorite Depeche Mode on. What's man, what's that opening track? Friends, driving something in a car. Friends, I forgot how it goes, but it's probably my favorite Depeche Mode song. Okay, let's go ahead and knock out another crate here. And let's do this right now. And so that crate hopefully is retired. Now, I would love to sell some more stuff out of there, but I feel like I've went through those pretty hard and heavy the last, I guess, 38 hours. 38 hours, 24. Where did I come up with 38? Last 24 hours. Now, if you didn't catch the feed last night here and there because it was choppy, You're about to see a lot of other stuff maybe you have never seen. Never Let Me Down Again. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, I wish I could listen to that. I wish I could play music on here. That would be awesome. Imagine how much different the vibe would be right now if I could start blasting Depeche Mode. Rebecca Howitt. Not that the mood's bad, but it would get even better, right? $5 on the 440s. This is officially sold. The 440s is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $5. That is sold. And we have Quadrajets. And I don't think we had an out, did we? We had a bid for 5 of Ryan. Was there only one bid on the Quadrajets too? Wow, there was. It's Ryan Eaton at $5. So Ryan, that's sold to you as well. And let's sell Genesis Abacab, $42 here with Ryan Eaton. $42 with Ryan Eaton. Yeah, that's a great Depeche Mode song. Never Let Me Down Again. That is a great song. All right. Excuse me. Man. Okay, next New Orleans single is the Campus Tramps. It's on yellowish vinyl. Campus Tramps is a $5 start. $5 start. Nice pickup there. Let me jump over here and I don't know where. Let me see if we can get... let me see what's going on here. Oh, I closed out of that video. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Didn't want to do that. Oh, I killed the app. Lost the video. Let me jump over here and see how fast I can find it again. I better just leave it up over here till we get through these. Okay. So we got Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat on limited edition purple vinyl. White Light, White Heat, Velvet Underground, limited edition purple vinyl. That's new and sealed at $29.99. I've got 2 copies of Richard and Linda Thompson, Pour Down Like Silver, 180 gram. That's new and sealed. Those are just $19.99. Richard and Linda Thompson, those are $19.99. 2 of those available, and 1 copy of Youngblood, and this is the second studio album, Weird by Youngblood, $19.99. There actually might have been a claim for this. I'm about to scroll through here one more time and see, yeah, Tawana Bennett. Thank you, Tawana Bennett. That's sold to Tawana Bennett. And we also have Jack White Blunderbuss. Seal, Jack White, $24.99. Let's get some new LPs going or some new auctions as well. I think we can go ahead and throw up another auction right quick, though. This is another great Japanese pressing. It's a Nobi, though. It doesn't have an Obi, but man, what a great sounding record. And this is a $35 start. This is Boston. This is their debut, More Than a Feeling. Foreplay, long time since I've been going, or has it started? It's been a long time. I think I should be going. Yeah, that's what it says, doesn't it? Yeah, but that's a Japanese pressing. Very nice, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Campus Tramps has bids for 5 and 5. Samuel Kopich on Richard and Linda Thompson. It's my favorite time of the day. It's a blue juice delivery. This is absolutely incredible. I was already coughing over here, so I definitely need this. And shout out to Elevate Coffee. At this point, they need to be paying me advertising money. I don't know how many locals have went there because of me, but I'm sure I've sent some business. Thanks, everybody. Oh, man. That's exactly what I needed. Next thing I got 1 copy here of Kansas Audio Visions. Wow. An RTI pressing on blue vinyl. I thought this was pretty cool. I have considered setting this aside for myself if it doesn't sell by the end of the week. RTI, blue vinyl, Kansas, $29.99. That should be really good. And this is the Hold Steady, Stay Positive. The Hold Steady is sealed, $19.99. So, Rod Bryan, you're out on the Campus Tramps. Now, Boston is a really nice Japanese pressing. You're just missing that Obi. $35 start. However, if it had the Obi on it, I might be asking another $20 initial bid. So, just saying. You might be getting quite a deal here. We're about to find out when the hammer is officially dropped on it. But right now, I'm going to be looking for our next 45 auction, and I'm going to be digging through. I got a bunch of Buy It Nows here. I've got some Buy It Nows, and I have Heart. Here's Heart, If Looks Could Kill. Heart's going to go up for a $7 start. Really cool single there. That original album just got reissued. $7 start on that. I got 3 copies here of G Love. This is Philadelphia, Mississippi. Sealed $19.99. Yeah, Kansas is new and sealed. Everything in here should be new and sealed. This is $29.99. Let's make sure nobody got it on the video. I'm almost positive no one did. Yeah, no one got this on the video, so that's $29.99. Also, Heart has bids. Campus Tramp has bids. Charlie Bliss. This is called Guppy. It's sealed for $19.99. Charlie Bliss is sealed for $19.99. That is Guppy. Yeah, I was just... set those aside because I'm going to look them up because it was a surprise to see those. Yeah, we might end up auctioning that actually. So, yeah, and I was about to say there's so much in there we probably could spill them over into another crate if that helps. All right, and then we have Dave Davies Bug. Dave Davies is sealed, just $14.99, 2 LP. Greg Preston does want Kansas. Thank you, Greg Preston. That is so do you. And now here's the high bids. Campus Tramps has a new bid for 7. Hearts at 7. No bid on Boston. Final call. We have Nora Jones live till we meet again. Nora Jones is sealed, $24.99. And this is so to Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy Robinson. That is so do you, Nora Jones. Also here we have Starcrawler, that is sealed for $19.99. Also, Aaron Below actually did want a Robert Hunter. So, Aaron Below, thank you. I'm just now seeing your comment where you did want, in fact, a Robert Hunter. Now, there's another one coming up in a crate that Laura's about to mark where the shipment got split yesterday. So, I have one more of these, but Robert Hunter gets that. Or, excuse me, Aaron Below gets that. Robert Hunter's the artist. That was the lyricist for the Grateful Dead. Tesseract Sonder. I only have one of these left. It's sealed for $19.99. That's a Prague metal album, and we're going to go ahead and sell that over here to Scott Snee. Thank you, Scott Snee. That's so do you. John just dropped off another box of 45s. Let's take a look at it right now. What could be in this box of 45s? Oh, wow. Looks like a lot of vintage stuff. Ooh, I like that one right there. That's going to make a great next auction right there. The Lemon Poppers, green tambourine in the original Buddha sleeve. That's going to make a good auction right there. That one's going to be on deck. And yeah, I was about to say I hadn't went through 3 of those crates over there. Okay. I didn't even go through them yesterday, so we got a lot of new vintage stuff. You can just stack them up. I'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't even got to go through those yet. Also, Young Gravy. This is sealed on aqua vinyl, $24.99. We're going to have a lot of new arrivals tonight. This is the Black Keys Dropout Boogie, sealed white vinyl. We need them after the way the feed messed up last night. Black Keys. This is called Dropout Boogie. This is sealed $19.99. And this is sold to Ben Dygert. Thank you, Ben Dygert. That's sold to you. Ben Dygert also wanted Hold Steady, Stay Positive. That's also sold to Ben Dygert. Thank you, Ben Dygert. He also got the Hold Steady, Stay Positive. And now we're going to show one more record, and I'm going to end some auctions. Gaspacho. Gaspacho is unopened at $24.99. The Campus Tramps is sold to Rebecca for $7. Heart is sold to Rebecca for $7. And if anybody wants Boston, this beautiful Japanese pressing, no condition notes, near mint minus, of course, $35 buy now on Boston. Let's go ahead and grab that next single that I just showed you that John brought up here. Let me play you my green tambourine, the Lemon Poppers. Wow, what a nice copy. In the original company sleeve, $7 start on that. Boston is sold to George Samberez for the buy it now price of $35. Also, we have Sleep Canyon Rangers. That's unopened for $24.99. We've got 2 of those. We also have Pink Floyd. This is sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean. That's sold to you. Lemon Poppers has a bid for 10. Ryan, you were second on Boston. John Hyatt, Crossing Muddy Waters. This is on orange vinyl. John Hyatt is sealed, $19.99. And I don't think anybody claimed that, so I think it's available as of right now. I'm pretty sure John Hyatt is available. And then Pearl Jams are sealed, $39.99. We had those last night, and then Laura put out some. These are Greatest Hits, Volume 1. It's a 2 LP from Pearl Jam. And I'm going to check my sticky notes over here and make sure I didn't have a waiting list for those. I don't think we did. Oh, man, look at all. I got a lot of work to do today. Look at all these waiting lists. And this is from last night was extremely busy, even with the amount of stuff that even with the amount of problems we had. Yeah, this is the crazy amount of waiting list I have here. This is a little sticky page notebook. I was going to make sure nobody else went on a waiting list for those. I don't think they did, so there's those right there. Okay, next thing we have is those, and Mary Miles wants John Hyatt. So Lemon Poppers has a bid for 10. Let's put up another LP. I got a really cool Japanese soundtrack here, E.T. Let's go ahead and put this up, and this is going to be a $35 start. Really cool here, $35 start. This is $35 start. This is ET 35, and this is the original soundtrack, music by the legendary John Williams. Has a really cool Japanese book, Steven Spielberg film, $35 start. I seen where a signed copy of this, signed by John Williams and Steven Spielberg, was listed for $17,500. Now, are they going to get that? No, but that's probably not too far from a realistic price. It's crazy how much signed Spielberg and John Williams soundtracks go for. It's pretty incredible, honestly. So, anyways, Lemon Piper's a final call for 10. Mark Slaughter, yes, I've got to schedule that. I'm actually need to reply to him. He's probably watching right now. I'm going to get those very soon and have them in. Let's see here. Let's see here. What else do I have? Those should be in, though. Yeah, I've got to. Man, I've got to reply to him tonight, actually, on that. We'll get that done ASAP. Let's grab our next New Orleans single, or actually just our next single. This is Foreigner. I want to know what love is. I want to take a little time to think things over. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Lemon Piper says new bids, and let's make sure everything in there is pulled and done. And we got Pearl Jam. We got Steep Canyon Rangers, Gazpacho, Black Keys. Craig, I do remember that. Craig has a point. So when this thing came out, it was a big release. I don't know if y'all remember, but OGs of this are very expensive. Back before they were in print, I remember selling them for like in the hundreds. Like, we had a sealed original for $400 or $500. Pat, bump our message thread tonight, and after the feed, I'll get with you. If you can come down this week, that'll be best. I'll let you know when to come, maybe where somebody here at the store. It'll probably impossible for me to meet you, but I'll make sure somebody's here at the store, okay? Like Tanner or Ed or probably Paul, and that way we can set that up, okay? So just bump our message thread. That way, after I get off tonight here about 1 a.m., I'll go ahead and get that set up with you. Next thing I have is White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground. That is sealed for $29.99. Richard and Linda Thompson was sealed for $19.99. We have Jack White Blunderbuss for $24.99. So Foreigner is a $7 star. E.T. is a $35 star. Also, G-Love, Mississippi, Philadelphia. That is $19.99. We have Charlie Bliss, Guppy. That's sealed for $19.99. Dave Davies was sealed just $14.99. Wow, record store day. Starcrawler was sealed for $19.99. Young Gravy was sealed $24.99. One copy of the Black Keys left. We sold one. $19.99. Gazpacho was unopened, $24.99. Steep Canyon Rangers was unopened, $24.99. And then Pearl Jam Greatest Hits. I don't know if I finished that thought, but yeah, those were like a Walmart exclusive in the U.S. So how they originally did those, when Pearl Jam's repressed those rear view mirrors, they made them a Walmart exclusive. Okay, that was a Walmart exclusive. And then they pressed them. They were imports. So it's like, well, only Walmart can have them, but if you want to get an import, then they're X amount of dollars. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Chad, let's see here. Approve. Wow, I just approved a bunch of people and a whole lot of records. Sorry, I never did get those notifications. And then let me go ahead and approve some posts right here, I see. I'm just now seeing some stuff here I need to approve. Okay, sorry. Y'all can always see I have a crazy to-do list, it seems like. Let's go through another crate. Yeah, we got beat up pretty bad original on those Pearl Jams. And I ordered a ton because I was like, well, originals are $500. I don't think anybody will mind paying like $40, $50 for one. And then I found out Walmart was selling them for like $29.98. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And Walmart's was on colored vinyl. I was like, Walmart has screwed us again. Amazon screwed us on the toolbox sets. That's still a nightmare. I didn't even like Tool back then. When I first started selling those Fear Inoculum boxes, I couldn't name you 2 Tool songs. And now They're probably one of my favorites, especially that album. It's got to be one of my favorite albums ever. Lemon Pipers is sold to 78 Trans Am for $25. Awesome. Wow, no bid on E.T. This is going to be a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. The Japanese Bruce Lee will be an auction. Yeah, can't believe this didn't get a bid, but now it's a buy it now for $35. And Foreigner, I Want to Know What Love Is. This is a buy it now for $7. Buy it now for $7. Foreigner, I Want to Know What Love Is. That's a buy it now. Looks like we need all new auctions. First, we got some stuff here that's probably all been claimed. We're about to find out. And you did see Starcrawler. Starcrawler is right here. We sold one last night, and there's one left. These are new and sealed, and they're $19.99. Brandon Lag gets Foreigner. He wants to know what love is. That's a buy it now for him. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. Let's find something back here from the New Orleans. How about the Frantic? Whoa, what a cover on that one. The Frantic Flintstones. That's another wild cover. I'll have to show that one face down. Here's two wild-looking New Orleans singles. Holy moly. What in the world are we selling here? Frantic Flintstones. Oh, my gosh. That's going to go up for a $5 star. And how about Mad Daddy's doing the Hanky Panky? And Rick Slave and the Phantoms. And the name of the song is Prostitute. What in the world? I apologize. I'm trying to keep this show PG. But certainly we've went to not only R, but it looks like XXX. My bad. Those are now up for bids. Jeffrey Hawley, nice pickup there on the E.T. soundtrack, $35. Sean Hibbler does Crawler. That is so does Sean Hibbler. And now we have, I've approved a bunch of people on Whole Lot of Records, and I just approved several posts. So first thing I have here is Blackberry Smoke, and we have one of these sold. They're only $19.99. Ben Dygert wants one, and we have one left. Blackberry Smoke, just $19.99. If anybody wants this here, Blackberry Smoke, $19.99. Also, we have one. Yep, there's the other copy there. And we have a Silk Sonic, Bruno Mars, Anderson .Paak. These are sealed for $24.99. And this is sold to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That's sold to you. And then Dimensions. These are called super crates. Don't buy from Farm Plastics. Don't buy milk crates. These are called super crates, okay? They're called super crates. This isn't a milk crate. This is a super crate. Super crate here. So make sure you don't buy regular milk crates. They will not work. This is super crates. All right, here's our next auction. My favorite U2 album, 1984. Unfortunately, it's from the Connery collection. His name is on the front. His name's on the front. But the vinyl is beautiful. It is near mint minus. This guy took such good care of his records, other than the fact he wrote his name on it. He wrote his name on the inner sleeve. He wrote his name on both sides of the label, the inner sleeve, and the back of the jacket. So he wrote his name on this record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Unfortunately, that's the major problem. Other than that, it's OG. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's near mint. Just a $15 start on that. Next is Viagra Boys. That was my only copy of that. That's also sold to Ben Dygert. Now, if y'all see me sell out of something, this is stuff that we bought from that collection. But if you're interested in artists such as Starcrawler and Viagra Boys, we can look into the rest of their discographies for you, if that makes sense. And Peebles' Greatest Hits. That's new and sealed, $19.99. And Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Nick Cave is sealed. That's $24.99 for Nick Cave. $24.99. And the Teskey Brothers with Orchestra Victoria. The Teskey Brothers is sealed. $24.99. I'd pay more for Chad's name. Yeah, this guy writes on a record and it defaces it. If I wrote all over it, it would sell for more. No, I don't need to be signed. I'll sign Pablo Cruz, and I signed a Meninu album, but I'm not going to start defacing any other records, okay? I signed the Meninu album, and I signed Pablo Cruz. Oh, and I signed a Bee Gees album, okay? I'm not going to start signing like U2 and Led Zeppelin albums and anything like that. I'm going to start feeling really bad if I start doing that. Teskey Brothers, Orchestra Victoria. sealed for $24.99, the Teskey Brothers, and I have Rush Power Windows. Can I convince somebody on this here? $34.99. I was trying to hop that up yesterday. Nick Cave is sold to Ryan Anderson. Thank you, Ryan Anderson. You get the Nick Cave there. Okay, now what happened over here? We got two New Orleans singles. Let's look at Mad Daddies here and Pink Slave and the Phantoms. It looks like a split record. And then this is a final call. Mad Daddies, that is with Vicky Allison for $10. Vicky has that one for $10. And then the Frantic Frankies here, or excuse me, the Frantic Flintstones. Where did I get the Frantic Frankies? Boy, what a cover. Sorry about that again. And let's go up here. And Frantic Frankies is at $8. And Rebecca says out. And Fuzzy Delay has that for $8. And then Minyinu, yeah. And then we have PD Perez wants a Pearl Jam. And I'm assuming, PD, you want one of those greatest hits we had earlier, Rearview Mirror Volume 1. And I can get Volume 2 if you want it. We sold out of Volume 1 and Volume 2 here. But yeah, that's sold. Rearview Mirror Greatest Hits to PD Perez. I haven't seen Pablo. We've been hiding them. I've got a whole crate of them. I'm about to start signing them and selling them for a fundraiser, charity, or scholarship or something. I'm not for sure. We got Black Star Rider, but yeah, we're about to start signing them and selling them for probably a scholarship or a fundraiser. I'm not for sure what to do, or a charity, whatever you want to call it. Black Star Riders, this is sold to Todd Tipton. Thank you, Todd Tipton. That's sold to you. I still got 2 copies of that. That is sealed for $19.99. No, I'm not signing Rush. I don't want Neil Peart haunting me with drumsticks in the middle of the night. Stone Temple Pilots, thank you. This is a greatest hits. I can get more of these if anybody else wants one. This one's sold to John Reed. Thank you, John Reed. That's sold to you. And then Vicky's at 10 on both 45s. So Fuzz, you're out. Frantic Fuzz and Rod. Vicky's already bid 10 on the Frantic Flintstones, okay? And then we got Vintage Trouble, Heavy Hymnal. That is sealed for $14.99. And we have 3 copies of Vintage Trouble, Heavy Hymnal. And those are sealed for $14.99. No one's going to bid on the Sean Connery U2 Unforgettable Fire. I've been calling it the Sean Connery collection to maybe make it sound better. This is U2. It's a final call for $15. It's a beautiful copy, just the name's been written on it 6 times. The guy was, evidently, he had his record stolen at some point, and he didn't want anybody stealing them again. Orville Peck is sealed for $19.99, and this is called Show Pony, and this is sold to Matt Lawson. Now, Natasha, I don't know if you're watching, Natasha, but there was a couple of Orville Pecks, I think. This one, I'm going to say, is possibly the one you wanted. If not, let me know. If you're watching, Natasha, let's put this right over here. And we have the Chainsmokers, and it is sealed for $14.99. Over here, the Teskey Brothers, Sarah Zerbel, those were sealed live at Hammer Hall, $24.99. So, Vicky, you've been on the Frantic, but I'm going to go ahead and say the Mad Daddies and the Hanky Panky here, the Prostitute song for $10. That's sold to you. Also, we got 2 copies of Nerd, and that is sealed for $19.99. And Youngblood live in Atlanta. We've already sold 1 Youngblood, but this one's still available for $19.99. Zappa Waka Jawaka, a sealed 50th anniversary remaster. And Zappa is sold for $24.99. This did get a claim here, Zappa, to Ivan R. Ivan R on that. And then we got 2 copies here, sealed $19.99. That's called In Darkness. U2's a buy it now for $15. Great album. Just unfortunately has some writing. When Paul bought these, he said, I unfortunately had to tell this lady that her late husband or whoever wrote on these, whoever these belong to, whoever it is, he's passed away now, but he greatly devalued his beautiful record collection by probably 70%. So if anybody wants that, it's a great copy for $15. We got Pearl Jam Live. These are sealed for $29.99. This is also sold to John Reed, and I've got 2 extra copies here of Pearl Jam Live, and that's a 2 LP, $29.99, and those are new and sealed, and those are originally Record Store Days. Let's put up some new auctions. I text Tanner, I said, can you bring me that crate of records up front? And he's like, I'm already home. So he snuck out on me. My bad. I'll step up there and get it right quick. Let's get another auction going. So welcome, everybody. It is currently Tuesday night. and we're off to a really good start because I started on time. Or pretty close to it. So thanks everybody for tuning in. And I think we got John and Laura still here. John just dropped off new arrivals. He's probably about to head out. Laura's here. She's working on auction. She's got our new vinyl. And I think Brian's right around the corner working on some orders. So we are packing, we're shipping, we're pricing, we're tagging. We're doing a lot of different stuff right now. We're packing, shipping, tagging, selling. And here is Star Trek, the motion picture. This is our next Japanese pressing. I'm about to go up front and grab our other crate of Japanese. These are some of the more premium ones I was going to do at 7 and 8 o'clock. But this is a $35 start. There is the Japanese insert. There is a original inner sleeve. Boy, this is a nice copy. Look at the Enterprise there. What a cool record here. You get a beautiful inner sleeve, an insert, a cover. That's a nice Star Trek soundtrack. 35 Star Trek soundtrack. By the way, the Fantics, Vicky has this at 15. Rod and Fuzz, y'all are both out. And then we have this So to Ben Diger for 15, even though the scribble. You know, it would almost look better if you tried to color it in or something. I don't know. You can try. I think on the glossy ones, John's tried to remove some of the glossy ones, but I don't think it's worked out too well. I have some fake autographs, and I'm about to literally scribble them out. It's going to really make it look bad, but I've got to do something to literally deface some fake autographs before we sell them. So we've got some forged autographs, and I think what I'm going to do is try to get maybe some color-coded Sharpies and try to match it in and just scribble them out. Some of them are big on the front. It's going to look really ugly, or I don't know how to do it, but we've got some expensive albums, but they've got fake autographs on them. So we're going to have to try to remove them. I've got some Dead and Stones and all kinds of, fake high caliber records, but they've got bad autographs on them. So I'm about to unfortunately have to deface some records soon enough. I'm definitely not going to put them out in circulation where they could get misused. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and let's go ahead and put up the Sonic dolls. The next here from the New Orleans collection. This is going to go up for a $5 start. The Sonic dolls, less bark and more bite. The Sonic dolls is going to go up for a $5 start. And here we are. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. We have Pearl Jam. We have In Darkness. Also had Youngblood, Nerd, Chainsmokers, Vintage Trouble, Black Star Riders, also Rush, Teskey Brothers, and Peebles, and Blackberry Smoke was just $19.99. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, let me know. I've got 2 more very quickly to run through here, and the next 2 were shown late last night, and so if you maybe had got off because of the stream crashing down, you might have missed some stuff, and I heard it was kind of glitching, so even if you thought you was on, you might have missed something. So let me grab this, and I think this is some of the most next best stuff here to show right quick. Yeah, let's go ahead and knock this one out. And then another one, and then another one. And somebody asked earlier, are those videos only on YouTube? They are, or only on Facebook? They are. I think, hopefully, bid 35. Yeah, Kelly Vlodarchek has Star Trek at 35 for a final call. Rod, Brian, you're out on Frantic. Vicky has that for 17. She has the Frantic Flintstones for 17. And the Sonic Dolls is a $5 start. I'm going to drink some blue juice right quick. Let me do this right quick. That is some good blue juice. Next thing I have, as soon as I catch my breath from slinging around these 50-pound crates, is Sade. This is new and sealed for $29.99, and this is Sade, sold to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That's sold to you. Also, we got Joy Crook, Skin. That's a soul jazz soul album, sealed for $19.99. Sonic Dolls has a bid with Rebecca for $5, and now another bid for $5. Now Frantics at $18. Robert John and the Wreck, that's sealed on red and black vinyl, and Robert John is sealed and now sold. I have extras if anybody else wants one. These are $24.99, and this is sold to Finley Depperstein. Finley Depperstein. Thank you on that. Jim B wants both Joy Cooks. Those are sold to Jim B and Jim B. And then, yes, we got 2 or 2.5 crates of new vinyl tonight. If anybody else decides you want one, there's Robert John and the Wreck. I've got 3 of those left. Also, Russian Circles, Genosis. Russian Circles is new and sealed, and that's $24.99. I still got one of those. How about Steven Sanchez, Angel Face, Indie exclusive Go Vinyl? Steven Sanchez is sealed for $29.99. We've got 4 of those. And Jack White, this is sealed on blue and black vinyl. Jack White is sealed for $39.99. That's the No Name album, and that's on the colored vinyl. Sonic Dolls, let's go ahead and sell that to Rebecca for just $5. Let's go ahead and say that Frantic has a new bid for $20, and Kelly Vlodarchek was the only bidder there on the Star Trek soundtrack. And Star Trek soundtrack is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $35. All right, moving right along. Let's grab out another LP over here. I like the way this looks. It's Jimi Hendrix, and it's an OG Tricolor Steamboat label of his second album, an important album in rock history. Honestly, about every Hendrix studio album's important. This one was really important. He got really experimental with this one, with just different stuff. Man, just an incredible album. Axe as Bold as Love, a 68 U.S. Pittman original, Tricolor Steamboat label. That one is pretty incredible. That's OG too. It's got a VG cover, maybe VG minus, just because of some shelf wear. When I start seeing maybe some chipping, I'll go ahead and call it maybe in the minus zone and maybe a split. Definitely maybe qualifies it for minus. Still has a nice gatefold. The front presents pretty well. It was a played and handled copy, but it's not beat the heck. $25 start on that. Next over here was Russian Circles, and that is sold. Russian Circles is sold to Chris Smith. And then Ryan Mustaine, RC for Russian Circles. You were second, Ryan, on Russian Circles. I've got 1 Rival Sons left. This is sealed for $24.99. Sealed on Rival Sons. And then Neil Young, Live Shakespeare. Awesome here, $24.99. Old Man, Needle and Damage Blunt. He's doing Ohio. Cowgirl in the Sand, $24.99. Helpless, Down by the River, Sugar Mountain. Neil Young, $24.99. I've got the Steelwoods, and this one is sealed. It's a 2 LP for just $24.99. The Steelwoods, I still got 2 copies of that. And BMX, and this one's sealed on green vinyl for just $14.99. BMX, Code Orange. This is called The Hive. It's on cream black and brown vinyl. That's sealed for $24.99. Eric Johansson, he is sealed for $19.99. And then there's Rush, Fly By Night. And yes, Chad loves Rush, $34.99. Frantic Al, Vicky, that's sold to you for $20. Thank you, Vicky. Looks like we need new 45s. We got a bid with Jimi Hendrix. And now let's grab some more New Orleans. Let's grab 2 more back here and see what we got going with the New Orleans collection. We got to get a bunch sold tonight to make up for last night, right? Here is the Regenerators, maybe? What does that say? I don't know what I'm saying here. No, the Registrators. The Registrators. The Registrators. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That looks garagey. And then we got the Devil Dogs. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. LBMF. Devil Dogs. That's a $5 start. Jimi Hendrix has 1 bid for $25, and that's with Larry Gonzalez. And we have Status Quo. This is called Ma Kelly's Greasy Spoon. That's a 50th anniversary, and it looks like fried egg. It's on fried egg colored vinyl. I think it's clear, and then with like some white smudge, and then the label is yellow, and they've made it look like a fried egg. $24.99. And the last 2, we got another Status Quo, and then the Who. Great stuff here. They're BBC sessions, sealed for $29.99. That's early Who, like doing Happy Jack and My Generation and Substitute and the Seeker and Shaking All Over, $29.99. Rival Sons, the price on that one and the title, that was this Rival Sons, Feral Roots. Feral Roots, sealed for $29.99. So Rebecca has bids on these for $5 and $5. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $25, which is now a final call. And if anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. Has everybody hit the like button? I need y'all to do that immediately. Over on Facebook, if you're watching on your app, you can press the like button at the bottom, or on the main post, YouTube, quick like, boom, you're done for the night. You won't have to do it again. We have The Who, we have Status Quo, we have Rush, Eric Johansson, Code Orange, BMX, Steelwoods, Neil Young, Rival Sons, Jack White, Steven Sanchez, Robert John, and The Wreck. And now we have a new bid on Jimi Hendrix. Joe Ives has it for $27. Joe Ives has that for $27. And now we have what coming up? Probably another quick crate. Another quick crate. Let's do another quick crate right quick. And we do have 2 full crates tonight of new stuff to show. Maybe 3. I think Laura's moved it over into 3. Yeah, because there's some more box sets that's come in. And I think several things been claimed out of here. And this probably will be the last of the video. And we've sold a lot from that. And then a lot just people watching probably some of the stuff they didn't get to see the last time. And Greg Preston says he'll take a Rival Sun. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. And that's sold. And Rival Sun is gone. And now let's get a bunch sold out of here. And Larry's out on Jimi Hendrix. Rebecca has both of those for $5 and $5. And let's see what we got in here. I think that Grateful Dead in the front's already sold. First is Neil Young Toast, and this is sold to Matt Lawson. Thank you, Matt Lawson. That's sold to you, Neil Young Toast. Also, the Black Key Stick Freakness. This is sold to Glenn Kesey. These are new and sealed on Red Splatter. It's an anniversary edition for $27.99. Glenn Kesey, thank you. That's sold to you. And I've got one more here if anybody wants it, the Black Keys. Also, Calvin Keys Full Court Press. Calvin Keys is unopened. A Record Store Day edition. The note on the back from Paul says, great jazz guitarist. We have Gazpacho Night. That's sealed for $34.99. This is sold to Rebecca for $5, and that's sold to Rebecca for $5. Now we got 2 new bidders on Jimi Hendrix. Philip Holt's in at $30. Let's go ahead and get another auction going right quick. And that next auction, let me see what I got over here. One of my favorite Japanese pressings. Give me 1 second here. We're about to check this out. This is Elton John's Greatest Hits. And this is on the DGM. And I think this is really nice. And I think this is going to be a $45 start. Yeah, very nice here. This is probably my go-to, one of my go-to records here for sure. I think I even made a post one time. I'm in a building with like 100,000 albums. And if I see this, I'm probably going to put it on the turntable. Very nice here. Very nice copy. And that's going to go up for a $45. It is near mint minus all the way around. And now Jeremy Gallagher here on Black Keys. He gets that last copy. And Matt Lawson wants one of the Status Quo albums. Let's go ahead and do that for him. That was Ma Kelly's Greasy Spoon, which is a 50th anniversary edition. That came out. This is a 2020 press, I think. Yeah, this came out in 1970. Wow, now it's already 55 years old. And it's on fried egg colored vinyl. This is sealed for $24.99. Also, we have 2 copies here of Bel Vaco or Bel Vaco. Bel Lavoco, maybe. Hold on a second. I was saying it fine the other night. It's Bel Acco, maybe. Yeah, B-L-A-K-O. Sealed $29.99. We have the Struts. This is Young and Dangerous. The Struts is sealed for $29.99. I think we still have all those. The turntable. The one I use here in the store is a Music Hall. It's a Music Hall. I don't have anything too fancy for a turntable. I've got some really good speakers, and I don't know, the amp up there we are using is not too sophisticated, but because I've sold off all my good ones. I've had some high-end amps come through here, and of course, being a store owner, we usually end up selling all the really expensive stuff. But I have refused to sell my speakers, which are Klipsch, and they'll never be for sale. I've priced them to people, and they've went, really? Or do you really want to sell them? And I'm like, no. And I've priced them, and I think people have like almost paid me, and I don't want anybody to buy them. So that Flower Traveling Band is sold to Aaron Below. Thank you, Aaron Below. That's sold to you. That was my last copy. This is Black Alicious, the Craft. Those are sealed for $29.99, Black Alicious. We've got 2 copies of that. And Curtis Blow is sealed for $24.99. So Jimi Hendrix is a final call to Joe Ives for $35. No bid on Elton John. Looking for a $45 start there on Sir Elton, Greatest Hits. And I would classify that over there in that top copy range. Let me go ahead and crack open the lid here to this new box that John brought. I think it's about time to show some of these and get some of these rolling. And, ooh, this looks cool. The Doors, Unknown Soldier. It's obviously something a little bit later. I've never seen too many Doors picture sleeves. Or is it? Hold on a second. 1841 Broadway? Wait a minute. I don't know if maybe it is. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. The Doors, Unknown Soldier, and We Could Be So Good Together. Electra 45628. Either way, it's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Curtis Blow and the Steelwoods. This is sealed. Straw in the Wind for $29.99. We have the White Buffalo sealed for $49.99, and then Neil Young Barnes. Barnes were sealed for just $19.99. Neil Young Barnes, $19.99. These are new and sealed, $19.99, and I still got 5 of those if anybody needs one of those. Also, Neil Young again, and then Jim Carroll Band. Those are new and sealed for $22.99. And I think these last 2 records are sold. Here's The Offspring. This is Splinter. And this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. That was my only copy of that. Thank you, Rebecca. And then this Grateful Dead here is sold to Aaron Below. And thank you, Aaron Below. That's sold to you. So those are all gone. Before I do anything else, let me make sure I've got everybody's comments on that. I'm going to tell Carla Brecky, got everything except for Godsmack. And I'm going to put a wait list on that. On that, not this. If I can type, there we go. And then I think I got everybody from the video. So if you claimed anything in the video, we've got everything pulled except this right here. There was only one Orville Peck. For some reason, I thought there was 2, but there was only 1. So this Orville Peck is in fact sold to Natasha Pickett. All right, let me just read through those and let's go ahead and knock out our probably our first new crate. The clips, I think they're called Bale. They're vintage. They're from the 60s. I think they're called Bale horns. They're huge. They stand like 3 or 4 foot tall. They're like a huge box. It's about as big as this table here. And I'm not for sure what they're called. I know they're probably from the 60s though. And if I had to replace them, I'd be looking. It wouldn't be easy to replace them. Like even if you send them for sale, you'd have to pay quite a bit of money to have them shipped or transported here. So, Joe Ives, this is sold to you for $35. Corner horns, maybe. Yeah, I think that's something. Horns. I know that the word horns in there, and I know bales are in there. So, I got them here locally basically in a state deal. And when I bought them, everybody was like, "Don't ever sell those." I think they're realistically, I think they're pretty rare, but they're obtainable if you're out constantly searching and maybe looking for them. Elton John is a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on Elton John. No bid on that. It's a beautiful near mint minus Japanese pressing. Consider that audiophile grade. I mean, what a nice looking copy of that. $45 buy it now. Bill Samus wants a Neil Young barn, and I'm just going to remind everybody of what's left, and it's time for some new stuff. New auction. So The Doors is at $15 with Michael Butler. Here's a cool one from Bob Dylan, an original single, Rainy Day Women, number 12 and 35, and Pledging My Love. And Dylan's in the original Columbia sleeve. Very cool. Dylan's going to go up for a $7 start. The Doors is the Unknown Soldier. Final call on that. And I'm going to make that a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, and auction. So I got our first 3 5 buy it nows here. I'm going to get back into doing some buy it now 45s too tonight. So we'll go through this box here. Okay, and then Chad is The Doors, red and white, electro black. The Doors is on a red. That's what caught my attention. I thought it was going to be something newer looking, but it's on an older red, and it's got an 1855 Broadway, and it's got a Monarch stamping, one of those old circle Monarch stamping. So, and the disc is beautiful. I've never seen this before, honestly. So I'm trying to figure out what year. I don't know if anybody's checked it yet, but that might be the front, actually. Yeah, I think that's the front. But there's that. All right, thank you, Joe, on the Hendrix. And here we go. Oh, yeah, let me read. Okay, so we got Jim Carroll, Neil Young, White Buffalo, Steel Woods, Curtis Blow, Black Alicious, The Struts, Belvaco, Gazpacho, and Calvin Keys, if anybody wants those. And The Doors is at $15 and on those. So I think I had a guy kind of traveling through one day that seriously was going to pay me more than 10 grand for those speakers, and I was like, dude, that is a crazy, insane price, but I'm just not going to sell them. And he was ready to move them, and he kept looking. He had a flashlight up in them. He was playing them. He was looking at them, And my mom, I left and my mom was like, I think this guy might actually be buying these speakers. And I was like, please tell me he's like, I put a crazy price on them. And then he's like literally going to buy them. So I was like, please, I don't want to sell these. It's has nothing to do with, I just don't want to sell them. I'm probably going to be having them forever. They're the best speakers I've ever heard. And they're beautiful looking too. So 1968. Yeah, I had a feeling that was like an original single there. I've never seen a picture sleeve from the Doors. I don't recall one. I've had foreign ones, but not U.S. Not U.S. So that's why I don't price stuff at all. Because even if I've put a crazy price on something before, I've had people consider it. And I'm like, oh no, please don't buy Frankenstein. We've got this Frankenstein statue in here. My mom's like, somebody wants a price on Frankenstein. They said they don't matter how much it is. I'm like, okay, it's $10,000. And they're like, well, they're considering it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, please, no. All right, here we go. Hope, Arkansas. Yep, clips are made in Hope, Arkansas. Handcrafted. They're beautiful. I mean, they're nice, you know. I'm thinking one day in my house, they'll make just a great piece of furniture. They're beautiful looking. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. Here's the rest of those Depeche Mode greatest hits, and I think we already had a waiting list last night. So let's go ahead and start knocking these out. And this was a big deal because I thought we were shorted, and the order got split on some stuff. For is Black Label, yeah. This is US 68 is I think what we've determined. Chuck, you're out. Michael has it for 25. The Doors has one bid with Randy Klein for 7, and that's a final call. I think an investment in high-end speakers is never a bad thing, especially if they look good and you're going to keep them for years and years. And you probably want to make sure you get something you really want, because if you put them in your house, you want something that's going to look good too. But once you upgrade and put money into a high-end speaker system, it like revives your entire collection. You'll want to spend like weeks just going back and listening to your records. That's what I did when I got those. And sometimes I'll put on a record, I'm like, man, that sounds so good. You know, it kind of revives your collection when you upgrade equipment. But, you know, if you're going to spend a ton of money on speakers, I would think you might want to go demo and go to a really high-end shop and experiment and do all the research. But when you do get an upgraded equipment and you get a high-end amp and speakers, man, you'll see why vinyl is king because of that reason. Some of that stuff in high quality audiophile stuff, it will like blow you away. Here's our next auction. Folk Festival of the Blues, Muddy Waters, Buddy Guy, Howlin' Wolf, and Sonny Boy Williamson. This is going to go up. It's an 84. It is an 84 pressing, but an awesome blues record here. A $25 start on the Folk Festival. $25 start on the Folk Festival. I always told some people, maybe, you know, set aside, instead of buying 50 records a week, maybe buy 30 records for about 4 weeks and then use some extra money to start saving on some new equipment. Because if you upgrade, it'll kind of revive your collection, like I said. All right, Randy Klein got the Bob Dylan for 7. Chuck, let me know he's out, so final call on the Doors, and let's go ahead and find this Depeche Mode pre-order and then see who wanted one from last night. So here is Depeche Mode. This is a triple LP, new, embossed cover, $69.99. So I should buy fewer records. No, I don't want anybody buying less records, but if they do buy new equipment, it probably will excite their collecting even more. So I've just got out of the business of selling equipment. It's too risky and stuff breaks, and I've got out of the business. So I try just to sell records. The equipment, when it breaks, we feel reliable, and it gets complicated. Okay, so Depeche Mode. Here's everybody that got one last night. Melinda Gerhart, Scott Beebe, Jeff Brindley, Robert Matthews, Mike Owen, Scott Kennedy, Rob Fordham, Fred Cardinale, Penny Conaway, and Chris Smith. So we still need to give one to Douglas Sirocco. This is a triple LP, $69.99. Douglas Sirocco, Brian DeLeon, and Ken Cohen. Brian DeLeon and Ken Cohen, those are sold. And then also Jerry Stone and Terry Gerhart. Jerry Stone and Terry Gerhart, those are sold. And now my first crate's really full. I'm still not done, but if anybody wants one now, I'm pretty sure some people claimed one live last night for whenever these things were going to be coming back in. And just let me find that list. But first, I got to read off the rest of the pre-order. And here we go with the rest of the pre-order. Next was Walt Cruz and Amber Mathis. So I've got 3 extra copies. Let me flip through the wait list from last night. It has been delivered here on my table. And see if I can find who did want one. Rebecca said she wanted one. We'll make sure she's on this list. Looks like some nice handwriting. This looks like G's handwriting, or maybe Rebecca. Somebody's got some nice handwriting here. They're Set in Stone. Where's Depeche Mode Greatest Hits at? Did I pass one? There it is. Here he is. That is Best Of. And wait a second. Okay, Set in Stone. What does this say? Best of Depeche Mode. Okay, Volume 1. Okay, I think there's only one volume, though. I've never seen the Volume 2. So we got 2 already sold here. The first person who wanted one was Solarplex and Rebecca Howitt. So I got 2 more sold. Solarplex wants one. Rebecca Howitt wants one. And that leaves 1 Depeche Mode live we have here if anybody wants one right now, okay? Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I'd be greatly appreciative of that. 2 more sold here, Solarplex and Rebecca, plus the rest. And this is sold to Michael Butler. He's probably like, please sell this before somebody starts bidding again. And this is sold to Michael Butler. You have had it for like 7 minutes. Wow. Yeah, that's sold to you for $25. Thank you. That was a nice pull there. And also we have over here the Blues album. Doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $25 start. It's a 1984. It is a 1984. We're looking for a $25 start. $25 start. The Best of Depeche Mode. Does anybody else want this last copy? Everybody on the pre-order got one. What's next in here? I don't know. Echo and the Bunnymen, B-Sides and Live. It's a 2 LP. That was originally a Record Store Day release, and now they've released it where I can get them. Echo and the Bunnymen. That's $38.99. Let's put up some more singles. But first, we're going to do some Buy It Nows, okay? Here's some Buy It Now singles. The first one I have is Billy Idol, Dancing With Myself, in the original chrysalis sleeve. This Nat King Cole here, which looks like it's foreign, German. It's a really well-made 45, and it's in a German sleeve as well. It's in a Brunswick sleeve, which is weird because it's a Capitol record, but it's definitely in a German sleeve too. Got the German placeholder there. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. We have El DeBarge with DeBarge, You Wear It Well. And we have Three Dog Night, Liar. And the flip on that one was Can't Get Enough of It. And that's in the original sleeve. So those are all $6.99. Some Buy It Now 45s there. Stacy first on Billy Idol. Thank you. That leaves Three Dog Night, DeBarge, Phil Collins, and that Nat King Cole, To the Ends of the Earth and Nightlights. A very heavy. It might be because of that divider that's in there, but either way, Charles Siebert wants Phil Collins. If anybody else wants those, they're right back here. Echo and the Bunnymen is $38.99. And then No Bid on Blues Festival, I'm going to go ahead and make that a Buy It Now for $25. So that's a Buy It Now for $25, a 1984 reissue. And Bill, your bid probably couldn't come in at a better time. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $25. Don't forget, we still got a Buy It Now Elton John for $45 if anybody wants that. And Laura has already delivered some more auctions. Nice. Van Morrison. Let's go ahead and get this started. It's not an OG. It is a 1976, though. And a great album here. Van Morrison Moondance, highly collectible, always on everybody's checklist. Got to have a copy of this, in my opinion. Has the original company in her sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. And this is Van Morrison's Moondance. It's on the second label, 1976, has the original company sleeve. Awesome jacket, though. Clean, no rotting, almost no signs of wear. Nice gatefold. Van Morrison's also a $25 start. Before I show this next one, here is our next single. World War IV presents Shotgun Jazz. I don't know what's going on here, but it is a $7 start. That is World War IV, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. And then let's take a peek here in the new box that John's brought and see if we can find our next auction. And, oh, those are some good ones. Those are good ones. Here we go. We'll go ahead and do a quick auction on this. Mike and the Mechanics with their big hit, The Silent Running. That's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? Here is, oh, nice, the Gladiator soundtrack. Now, there wasn't a pre-order. I just saw these in stock, and I thought, okay, we'll go ahead and order 10 of them because they had like 11 left. And I think when I checked this, I never knew this was even in print because I think it's been out of stock for a long time. Let me see if I can find where this was at. Yeah, these start at 50, and then what was this version here? This one, the last sold, and for 47. And this one, yes, so that's not bad whatsoever. I knew when I first checked on them, that's a Hans Zimmer soundtrack, The Gladiator. I almost made a post because I didn't know how many I could get. But yeah, Gladiators are $39.99. I've never had that before, the Gladiator soundtrack. So I went ahead and grabbed them, and honestly, I think I meant to make a post, and I never did. So that's so to Robert Wlodarczyk. We got Silent Running with a bid for 7. World War IV is a final call, no bid, 7. And Van Morrison does have a bid with Margaret for 25. But lots of Gladiator soundtracks there. Music by Hans Zimmer. I'm going to take a drink of blue juice right quick. Didn't expect to see those in stock. I think since I've been ordering vinyl, they've never been in stock. They've never been in stock since I've been ordering vinyl. Scott Smith wants one, or I would have had it at least once. I got 2 copies here of Metallica Garage Inc. That is a 3 LP, $59.99. Of course, it has their B-sides and non-album singles, Am I Evil, Blitzkrieg, Bread Fan, The Prince, Garage Days Revisited is on here, and then Turn the Page, Whiskey in the Jar, $59.99. That's a triple LP, Metallica Garage Inc. Theory. This is Theory of a Dead Man. There actually might have been a waiting list for this. $33.99. Let me go ahead and check this. And I think Final Call on Van Morrison, just one bid for $25. Let me step over here and check Theory right quick. I think there might have been one person. Yeah. Robert Lee Bunch, he was on a waiting list for this. About time to grab a new soundtrack or a new Japanese pressing. This is Theory, and this is so to Robert Lee Bunch. And Mike and the Mechanics is a final call now. We have Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, The Traveler. We had one stray copy of that, I think, last night when we were going through all the hectic feed buzzing, whatever was going on. There's another copy for $33. We sold the one last night. And thank you. If I can grab a hold of it. And then Godsmack here. This is called Awake. And this is going to Solarplex Studios. Thank you, Solarplex Studios. That's so to you. And I've got 2 more copies. And there's that other Robert Hunter. We sold one earlier. New for Friday, 50th anniversary of Tiger Rose. So, Mike and the Mechanics is sold to Mark Fallon for 7. Over here is World War IV. I don't know anything about that. I don't think it came from the New Orleans. So, that's a $7 buy it now. And then Margaret, surprisingly, only bidder here on Van Morrison. And that's so to you for $25. So, Margaret, thank you there on the Van Morrison. All right. And now we have Gary Samuels on Metallica, and that's so to Gary Samuels. Thank you, Gary Samuels. Now, let's go ahead and get another auction started. I'm going to make another Japanese pull over here. So the first thing I have here is a Rainbow. I always say the first. How about the next thing? The next thing here is Rainbow. Ronnie James Dio, Richie Blackmore, Long Live Rock and Roll. Our awesome cover. I love the orange obi on this one. The vinyl is absolutely superb. Near minus and pristine. We got some premium Japanese stuff tonight, like titles we don't get as often, and they're in really high grade, just like this one. Beautiful. Rainbow is a $45 star. Japanese, Long Live Rock and Roll. All right, let's see what our next auctions are going to be here. That's going to be buy it now, 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 and buy it now. I got some great buy it nows to do right there. So first, Rebecca Howitt wants the Gladiator soundtrack. That's so to Rebecca. Let's run through that crate again. But first, let's grab some more singles over here from the New Orleans collection. Here's one, and there's 2. Let me grab this one, and let me grab this one right here. And these are going to go up for a $5 start, okay? And then we got some great buy it nows, it looks like, coming up. First, here's King Kurt. King Kurt is going to go up for a $5 start. King Kurt, 1986, America and High and Mighty, $5 start on that. And we have the Sewer Grooves, Tonight, and Don't Know What to Do. The Sewer Grooves, that's a $5 start. Those are buy it nows and buy it nows, okay? First thing, get some more buy it now, or excuse me, those are auctions. My bad. Those are auctions. Here's the buy it nows for $6.99. Kansas, play the game tonight in the pitcher sleeve. Kansas, Eagles, New Kid in Town, and Hotel California. That's like a back-to-back hit record. RFTW, Love You Down, Elton John's Crocodile Rock, and Elderberry Wine. We have Rod Stewart, Infatuation, and Air Supply, Just As I Am. Those are all $6.99 there. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I would greatly appreciate it. Those are all $6.99 there, okay? And the only thing left in here is that new release, The Best of Depeche Mode Volume 1. It's a triple LP. We had a big pre-order. We've sold a bunch live. They're $69.99. There's one left. Also, we have 2 Echo and the Bunnymen, B-sides and live, $38.99. There's 2 of those left. A Gladiator soundtrack, which I've never had before. We've sold a few. I went ahead and ordered several, $39.99 on the Gladiator soundtrack. I've got 2, 4, 6, 7 of those left, $39.99. We've sold 1 Metallica, 1 left, $59.99. Theory of a Dead Man, Wake Up Call, sold 1, 1 left, $33.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, sold 1, 1 left, $33.99. Godsmack Awake, 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Sold 1, 2 left, and Robert Hunter is $33.99. Over here, we have Rainbow, 47. Mark Fallon first on the Eagles, back-to-back hits there. Stacy Metternich, Brandon Lack was second. Charles Siebert, Stacy Metternich on Rod Stewart. Stacy, you got Rod Stewart. Rainbow's at 50. So that leaves Air Supply, Elton John's Crocodile Rock. Also, RFTE, Ready for the World. Thank you, Craig. And we have Ready for the World. Yeah, Ready for the World. And Kansas is $6.99. Those are all available if anybody wants those. King Kurt and Sewer Grooves did not have bids for $5 and $5. Rainbow's now at 50. Okay, I think it's time for C-Note. I did not pull Echo for you. So C-Note does want to Echo on the Bunnymen. That is so to C-Note. Thank you, C-Note. I did not pull that for you. So now I did. Now there's one left. And if anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know, okay? I feel like we need to do some vintage. I hadn't feel like we've done any vintage in quite a long time. We did kind of last night, but it was all janky. I don't like it when things are janky. Rainbow's at 53. All righty. So we have enough buy it now 45s, though, to probably last 2 or 3 lifetimes. And we'll be mixing those in all night. When I come back, if those 2 45s don't have bids, we're going to go ahead and end them. I'm about to add some more new LPs. I'm going to put this crate right here behind me. About time for me to step up front and see what's going on up there in that other Japanese batch. But first, let's see what John's got us here. I think there's some pretty good looking records in here. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. And we need vintage and pre-owned stuff. And there's some pretty interesting stuff in here right off the bat. I see several that'll sell. I see some that might sell. And I see some that if somebody bought it, I might be surprised. So, but usually those sell. The ones that I can't believe somebody, like some surprise. I'm like, wow, somebody bought that. That's why we put out everything, though. Okay, Rainbow still getting bids, 53, 58. These are now buy it now. Sewer Grooves and King Kurt for $5 and $5. Let's also go ahead and do some more buy it nows over here for $6.99. Thank you, John, as always. These are $6.99. Steve Perry, She's Mine. Steve Perry from Journey, his picture sleeve there. Christopher Cross, Say You'll Be Mine. And it says back-to-back hits, but this side is blank. Let's see if there's actually music on it. Yeah, but this side's blank. Christopher Cross is a misprint. Blank on one side. How about Sly and the Family Stone? Everybody is a Star. And Thank You. Those are great songs there. And James Brown, New Breed, Part 1 and Part 2. And Robert Palmer, Woke Up Laughing and Hyperactive. Those are all $6.99. I got our next auction in my hand. But the first thing we have is some new vintage stuff. We're going to start right here with Johnny Cash. Just $14.99 for the Junkie and the Juicehead minus me. $14.99 for Johnny Cash. And then we got Jimmy Cliff in concert. Jimmy Cliff is $19.99. These are all EX or better, non-check condition records. Also, music from the soundtrack of the Paramount picture. And this is the soundtrack from what? The Adventurers. The Adventurers is $19.99. That looks a little risque. However, Rainbow is at 53, Rainbow 58. Mark Fallon wants the Sewer Grooves for $5. First on slide was Michael Butler for $6.99. Mark Fallon got James Brown for $6.99. And Billy Humphrey got Johnny Cash here out of the crate. That's so to Billy Humphrey. And that left me with the following. Robert Palmer, Christopher Cross, and Steve Perry. Those are all now $6.99. Also got Joe Cocker's greatest hits. Nice, $24.99. That's a nice looking disc too. $24.99. Joe Cocker and Bob Seger. That's a nice looking jacket too. $24.99. No writing. Original on her sleeve. Stranger in Town. It has the booklet with it. Hollywood Nights. Old Time Rock and Roll. That is $24.99. Bob Seger there. Rainbow has a new bid. George Samberez, $66. Our next auction is Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar is a 1987 U.S. Specialty original with the original on her sleeve, and Sammy Hagar is going to be a $25 start. Sammy Hagar, that has the sticker on it, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Our next 45 auction is the Fat Boys, the Twist. The Fat Boys are going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Also, the Kinks Volume 2. The Kinks Volume 2 is $19.99. That's the Kinks and the best of Glen Campbell. I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy, $9.99. Galveston, oh Galveston. Glen Campbell and the best of the Platters is a 2LP and shrink wrap, $14.99. This feels foreign. What is this? It's Musicore Springboard, 2LP, $14.99. Rainbow 66, Rainbow 70. All right, Fat Boys is a $7 start, and we're looking for a $25 start there on the Sammy Hagar. Looking for a $25 start on the Sammy Hagar. About time for me to filter through another handful of 45s here. Welcome everybody to CollectCo. It is officially a new month. I didn't do any April Fool's jokes like I did. Y'all remember what my April Fool's joke was last week or last year? I posted that Tool was reissuing Anima. I made a post, pre-order now, Tool, Anima, triple LP, $69.99. And we started getting comments and pre-orders, and everybody was losing their mind. Oh my God, Tool is reissuing Anima, 3LP, $69.99. And then about 2 hours later, I had to go, oh, I'm sorry, that was an April Fool's joke. And that was pretty funny. I didn't do that this year. I was trying to think of another record. I had a couple of mine. I was like, no. Because, man, we had some first-time customers that had messaged the page, and they were signing up. They were signing up, and, like, I'm a first-time buyer, put me down for a Tool. And I think we made some people mad. They were like, are you kidding me? This was a joke? And I was like, well, it is April Fool's. And some of those people I haven't heard back from. So I think they legitimately got mad at me. And so I was like, okay, I guess we can't have any more pre-order April Fools anymore. So sorry, I'm doing a tag in the chat. I forgot to tag our followers in the chat, which should be popping up right now. Should be. Okay, here is some more singles. Queen, A Crazy Little Thing Called Love, $6.99. Also, REO Speedwagon, Only the Strong Will Survive. Oh Black Water, that is the Doobie Brothers. These are all $6.99. Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together? Chicago, Just You and Me, Simple and Free. And the Debs, Cupid Dolls. Those are $6.99. All those right there. Back of the top, Rainbows at 70, Rainbow 78. Chuck Haley on Glen Campbell, Rainbows at 80. And now we have Stacy on Queen, A Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Thank you, Stacy. Also, we have Osley's Greatest Hits, the Osley Brothers. Wow, that's cool. Beautiful copy, too. It's Your Thing. Do What You Want to Do. $19.99. Also, we have the very best of the Shirelles. That's cool, too. So I told y'all some cool records in here. Several hadn't been claimed yet. That's only $14.99. I figured by now somebody would have got Bob Seger. Such a nice copy. Also, Stacy wants the Chicago, Just You and Me. Stacy, Simple and Free. And now Rainbows at 88. Michael Butler on the Osley Brothers. And we also have Peter, Paul, and Mary. This has got Puff the Magic Dragon on it. $9.99. $9.99 on that. And Graham Nash, Earth and Sky. Graham Nash is $14.99. And Anna Marie Alberghetti. This is $19.99. Anna Marie Alberghetti, and that is $19.99. Did I put Queen in the wrong spot? Oh, I did, didn't I? Nice catch there. I did put Queen in the wrong spot. This is sold to Stacy, and she got Chicago, right? That was the last two. That leaves the Debs, REO Speedwagon. Doobie Brothers is Oh Black Water, and those are all still available there, okay? Now, Fat Boys is the final call for 7. Julie is her name. That's an early Julie London. She had some crazy looking eyes there. $19.99 for Julie London. And Joanne Summers, that is, sings Johnny Get Angry and other top pops. $9.99. No bid on Sammy Hagar. He's now a $25 buy it now. That's a $25. They're still bidding on Rainbow, but Matt's out. George has that for $88. Chicago is $9.99. And we have Stevie Wonder Talking Book, $29.99. Stevie Wonder Talking Book. Danny Carey. Yeah, I did see that. From what I get from Tool, these guys are perfectionists. Like, they don't like putting out anything unless, like, they have went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And all four of them, I think, have that mentality. And so I think it's really hard for Tool to get stuff out because they are such perfectionists. I think this is like why they take so long for stuff to get out. Here is David Gilmour's solo album. Speaking of perfectionist, Pink Floyd, a 1978 U.S. Terre Haute original. This is in VG condition. It is VG, but we're only going to start it for $15. David Gilmour's solo album here. It does have a gatefold jacket, and this is a $15 start. This is a New Arrivals band sticker price. So last night, when I said goodnight, we had 4 crates that we hadn't even went through. So we've got New Arrivals tonight all night long. We've got John New Arrivals, Laura New Arrivals, and I still need to go back through the crates that Paul marked. So Rick Hall gets the Sammy Hagar for $25. Melanie wants the Puff song by Peter, Paul, and Mary. That is sold. And Johnny Cash, Look at Them Beans. Another bizarre Johnny Cash. $19.99 there for Johnny Cash. Nobody been on the Fat Boys. It's a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now on the Fat Boys. Boy, here's one I don't get as often. Savoy Brown in Blue Matter. Nice gatefold, clean copy too. Savoy Brown, $19.99. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $19.99. Billy Humphrey on Johnny Cash, that's sold. And we have, did I see Bob Seger and Joe Cocker? You did. This is a nice OG copy of Stranger in Town for $24.99. And same price on Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. And it is near mint minus. It's really nice. Kelly's second on Johnny Cash. This Rainbow here is sold for $88 to George Samberez. Back in the back, I call that a lost Pink Floyd album. That's David Gilmour's first solo album. And if you think about it, it was being recorded right between like Wish You Were Here and The Wall. So you can imagine the kind of sound it has. It's never been reissued. It needs probably a remaster, some kind of audiophile pressing. I would be all over it personally. But right now, it's not in print. And Joe Salamo on Julie London. This is so to Joe. Now, Rick Hall, I have somebody pending on Seeger. If he doesn't take Seeger, I'll sell it to you. Also over here, we got Joe South. So the seeds are growing. That's $9.99. And now we need some new auctions. And our next new auctions are going to go up right now. And let's see who these are. I'm going to try to finish our next box here of New Orleans stuff. We got some pretty good looking ones here. We have 2 New Orleans singles going up. Here is Restless. This is Restless, Vanish, and Without a Trace. And our next one is Big Bobby and the Nightcaps. That's a cool looking cover. Big Bobby and the Nightcaps. Let me make sure this is the right record in here. It is, and that's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Those are now up for bid. All right, I'll start filtering through our next handful of buy it nows, our next Japanese. But first, here's Tim Harden. This is in Shrink, Tim Harden 2. Nice on Verve, $34.99. And we have Julie London. Here's another one, $19.99. And this Julie London is self-titled. I think that one's called Julie London, and I think the other one was called Julie. Give me 1 second here. And if Charles Sieber, if you want that Bob Seger, let me know. Somebody else wants it, but you have dibs. And same thing for Joe Cocker. Liza Minnelli, this is in Shrink with double hop sticker here. This is Liza with a Z, a concert for television with shrink wrap, Academy Award winner hop sticker. That's $9.99. And the Lovin' Spoonful, What a Wonderful Day for a Daydream, $19.99. That's an original Lovin' Spoonful album. There is a little bit of wear right there. $19.99. Okay, and now David Gilmour, wow, a no bid, $15 on that. These usually bring $30, $40 in just about any condition. A $15 buy now on David Gilmour. Let's see who's paying attention. I've started so early, I forgot how like still early it is in the sale. It's only 7:15. I'm like, there's been some stuff slipped through, and I'm like, man, it just seems like this seems like it's awfully early. So Charles Siebert says he's going to pass on Bob Seger. So this is sold to Rick Hall. Rick Hall, you do get that. Mike Bartlett on the David Gilmour for $15. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. And now Melanie Jennings on the Liza Minnelli. That is sold. Now we need new auctions. But first, here's the original Hole in the Wall. The Packers, $29.99. Hole in the Wall. The Packers, $29.99. All right, let's go ahead and get another Japanese soundtrack up for bid. And this is Bruce Lee Game of Death with poster. Really cool soundtrack here. And it has the poster, and it's a $45 start. This is the original soundtrack. Music by John Barry. Did a lot of film scores, including some James Bond stuff. This is a $45 start. It does include a Bruce Lee poster here. Really cool. I didn't advertise any of the Japanese stuff for tonight. Usually it's always surprises. But man, this thing might be worth it just for the poster. Take a look at this. Wow. What a cool Bruce Lee there. Japanese poster. Really cool. That came with it. Game of Death. It also has the original insert and a really cool cover and obi. Bruce Lee. That's now up for bid. That already has a bid, and these two didn't get bids. Restless and Big Bobby and the Nightcaps are $5 buy it nows. Those are New Orleans singles for a $5 buy it now if anybody wants those, okay? Before I go any further, let's filter through another handful of singles here and see what we can come up with. And that'll be a buy it now. Here's our next auction. Awesome. Def Leppard, Pour Some Sugar on Me. In the picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That's an auction. I'll do that a buy it now, buy it now. I don't know what that is, so auction. That's a great buy it now. That's a buy it now. And let's do that as a buy it now. And we'll pause there and we'll grab a new handful in just a second. But here's some buy it nows for $6.99. Rodney Dangerfield doing Twist and Shout. And that is on MCA Records from Back to School, the movie Back to School. $6.99. Rhinoceros. That is a double-sided promo of Backdoor. Double-sided promo from Rhinoceros. Queen is a double hit. You get Liar and Killer Queen. Those are $6.99. Hank Williams Jr., Heaven Can't Be Found. And Rick James, This Magic Moment and Dance With Me. Rick James. Those are all buy it nows for $6.99. All right, so David Gilmour was sold to Mike Bartlett. Bob Riger was second. P.D. Perez third. And then Bruce Lee has bids for $45, $47. Def Leppard has bids for $7 and $7, now $8. And then George Jones first on Rodney Dangerfield for $6.99. Tony Lewis second on Rodney Dangerfield. Then Rebecca, then Shane. Mark Fallon on Queen. Def Leppard 10. Bruce 53. Shane Devers first on Hank. And that leaves Rick James and Rhinoceros. All right, next LP's in here. Jose Feliciano Compartments. It has a die-cut cover, kind of like Physical Graffiti. Has like little die-cut windows here where the inner sleeve is interchangeable. And Jose is a quad pressing too, $19.99. Def Leppard's at $12, now $14. Mimi Farina and Tom Johns, Take Heart, that's $16.99. And Tower of Strength, Gene McDaniels, $19.99. Dean Martin, with orchestra conducted by Frank Sinatra, Sleep Warm, $14.99 on that. Bruce Lee's at $55. P.D. Perez, you've been outbid. Our next LP auction is Bo Diddley and Company. Bo Diddley's a 62 US mono. It is VG minus, which honestly is a common grade for this album. I'd say there's more VG minus than there are EX copies in the world. Bo Diddley by far, $15 start. If you had like a distribution curve, probably the peak would be like VG minus on these. Bo Diddley and Company is a $15 start there. That is original, though. Back to the crate, we also have I Think We're Alone Now. This is an original album by Tommy James and the Shondells. $24.99 on that. Bruce Lee's at $58. Stacy, you have Def Leppard at $16. All this for a song, the Guess Who. That's got a promo strip. It's got a gold stamp promo. It's $14.99. And Lee Ritenour, Captain Fingers. I always thought that was an awesome cover. Looks like they're trying to catch a whale, but it's a Les Paul. Or no, it's one of those Gibson hollow bodies. $19.99. That is Lee Ritenour. That is available. Let's see what's next here in our handful of 45s. Got some interesting ones here to do that I don't know what they are. Probably stuff John mixed in from New Orleans. And here is Sprinkle Genie's It's So Fun. Let's put that up for a $5 start. Sprinkle Genies, It's So Fun. $5 start on that. And I'll have to sort through these. There's a lot of the same artists there. Let me sort through those in just a second. First, let's pull George Sambera as the Tommy James. And let's also show Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart. That's an original album by Jackie DeShannon. It does have a clip corner, but very nice looking vinyl there. The Box Tops Dimensions is $19.99. And George Benson, Bad Benson. It looks like somebody's wrote on the cover to like try to touch it up or something at one point. And it is a foreign pressing too. It's a Mexico pressing. George Benson is a gatefold, and Bruce Willis, The Return of Bruno. There is a name tag on the front, $17.99 on Bruce Willis. Stacy, you get Def Leppard for $16. Rebecca, do you want back in on the Bruce Lee? PD Perez has it for $58. You are outbid. Samuel Kopich wants Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart. Sprinkle Genies is a $5 star. And the Bo Diddley does have a bid. It's a 62S mono. And we do have a bid for $15 with Patrick Lear. The Beatles, second album. Let's see what label it is on. $24.99. It's on the Orange Capital label. Rebecca's back in on Bruce Lee at $60. And Johnny Cash, The Sun Story, Volume 1. Johnny Cash, The Sun Story, Volume 1. $14.99 there on Mr. Cash. All right, here's our next auction. Mac the Knife, King Kurt. King Kurt is also going to go up for a $5 start, a New Orleans single there. King Kurt, and we got Chicago, $12.99. That's Chicago 19. Chicago 19, $12.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Johnny Cash. Billy Humphrey second. The Battle of Sex. This is Red Fox, $14.99. That's one of those dirty Red Fox records, as I call it. Red Fox and Huey Lewis and the News Sports. There's your opportunity. It's The Power of Love, original on her sleeve, $19.99 for Huey Lewis Sports. This is The Heart of Rock and Roll. I don't think Power of Love is actually on this, is it? That is The Heart of Rock and Roll, Heart and Soul, I Want a New Drug. Yeah, $19.99. Okay, then Bob Riger on Chicago. That's sold. And we have Weather Report, Heavy Weather. Weather Report is $24.99. Shane on Red Fox. Make sure this goes in for $14.99. It didn't have a price on it. Okay, he's done on Bruce Lee. So this is sold to Rebecca for $60. Thank you on that. Condition and pressing on Led Zeppelin. No Led Zeppelin up for sale right now. No Led Zeppelin up for now. That there's no Led Zeppelin in here. We got no Power. That's Back to the Future. Yes, thank you. I had that one in my hand. That's Back to the Future. Sprinkle Genies, $5 buy now on that. And Bo Diddley, one bid sold to Patrick for $15. Okay, that's done. Got some killer Japanese. I'm probably going to go ahead and knock out this first box here before I go front and even get the second one. I've got two more LPs in here. Tony and Orlando and Don 2. That's $9.99. And the Partridge Family's Greatest Hits. Super clean record, $19.99. All right. Let's see what's next in our auction bin here. This is a very interesting looking record there. What else do we got? Interesting. Wow, lots of Zeppelins and Pink Floyds over here. Let's go ahead and grab this Miles Davis. And this is a 1984. This is a 1984 U.S. Pittman original, a $25 start. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Miles Davis Decoy, $25 start. No, I did mention Led Zeppelin. I said Physical Graffiti because this cover right here from Jose Feliciano, I said it's kind of like the Physical Graffiti cover. It looks like a house and with windows open, and you can change out the inner sleeves on that. So, houses and Led Zeppelin. Yeah, there are some Zeppelins. I don't think there's no Robert Ludwood cuts tonight. I may have to bring one out at least one time this week, but as of right now, not that I'm aware of. And then King Kurt is a $5 buy now. $5 King Kurt. Where's all of our New Orleans? Where's Teresa, R.K. Tucker? We're missing a few. Tim Voldness, I don't think they're on yet. We're missing a few people that bid on like every one of these New Orleans singles. So maybe when they get on, some of these that hadn't sold will go ahead and be bought. Who's the other people? There's about 5 I can name off pretty fast that bids on almost every one of these. Here's the next one. This is the Others, and this is going to go up for a $5 start, and Miles Davis does have a bid for $25, okay? Now, T-Rex is still at work. That sounds probably right. Here's some more bite nows for $6.99. Wanda Jackson, A Girl Don't Have to Drink to Have Fun. Also, we have Carly Simon, Legend in Your Own Time. The DeFranco Family, Heartbeat is a Love Beat. The Jets from Beverly Hills Cop 2, Cross My Broken Heart. Roberta Flack, I'm the One. That's a double-sided promo. And Nielsen, Me and My Arrow. That's a promo from the album The Point. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 bite nows here. That was Nielsen, Roberta Flack, the Jets from Beverly Hills Cop, the DeFranco Family, Carly Simon, and Wanda Jackson. All right, the others has a bid. Miles Davis is a final call. Now, all I'm going to do with this crate is just read the titles. So if you're like, whoa, 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 what was that? Just let me know. I'll tell you the price and condition. Everything is EX or better, though. Everything in here is EX or better. Give me 1 second, please. Courtney Duncan wants the Jets. That's so to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That's so to you. All right, I'm going to put those right back there. And here's what's in the bin. We got Jimmy Cliff. We had the soundtrack from The Adventures, The Kinks Volume 2. We have The Platters. We got the Shirelles, Graham Nash, Anna Marie Alberghetti, Joanne Summers, another Chicago. This one's $9.99, Chicago 18. We had Chicago 19 earlier. Stevie Wonder, Savoy Brown, Emerson Lake and Palmer, Joe Cocker, Joe South, Tim Harden, Julie London, Love and Spoonful, Hole in the Wall, The Packers, Mimi Farini, and Tom Jans, G. McDaniels, Dean Martin, and the Guess Who. Now, Miles Davis has a new bid for 30, and the others has a new bid for 7. Also in here, we had Lee Ritenour, the Box Tops, George Benson, Bruce Willis, the Beatles, Huey Lewis, Weatherport, Tony Orlando, the Partridge Family, and Jose Feliciano. This other Chicago is sold to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim. Now, new bids on both auctions. That means, Andrew, you're out on Miles Davis. That means, Rebecca, I think you're out on the others. Let me go ahead and clean up some of my sticky notes over here. Charles Siebert does want the Joe Cocker Greatest Hits. Sounds like you've had a change of heart on Joe Cocker, and that's now so to you. If I can find it right quick, there it is. George Samberes on that Dean Martin. One I don't see as often there with Sinatra. That is sold. And then Which Huey Lewis is Sports, $19.99. The others is at 7, and now we have Miles Davis at 30. Next thing I have here is some quick bite nows. We're about to grab a new crate of new vinyl to go through. But first, here's some bite nows. It's a family affair. That's a great song from Sly and the Family Stone. $6.99. Golden Earring. Radar Love. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. This is Chicago, If You Leave Me Now. And Chicago, Feeling Stronger Every Day. That back-to-back Chicago's there. Those are all $6.99. The bid on Miles Davis is 30, and the bid on the others is at 7, and Rebecca's out. These are all $6.99. First is Michael Butler on Radar Love. George Jones was second, and that leaves Chicago, Cyndi Lauper, and Sly and the Family Stone. Mark put If, no If in there. Tim Graham, you were third. Stacy gets Feeling Stronger Every Day. That's so to Stacy. And we got Sly, Cyndi Lauper, and Chicago, If You Leave Me Now, still available. Let me swap out crates right quick. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Already been selling tonight for 2 hours. Wow. Busy night already. 2 hours already in. That's pretty amazing. Let's see what we got over here in this other crate. This stuff was just marked. Thank you, Laura, for marking this. If I can get over here to me, that will be the hard part. If I can get it over here to me. All right. Oh, man. Okay. All right, so the others is sold to Tracy for 7, and then Miles Davis has a new bid, and Mark is If You Leave Me Now. Okay, If You Leave Me Now, $6.99. Sorry, I'm gonna drink some blue juice. All right. So, let's see what's going on over here with the Japanese stuff. This looks like a beautiful copy of Cheap Trick. And let's get this rolling. Next Japanese pressing. This is Cheap Trick. And this is going to go up for a, let me find it first. Cheap Trick is going to go up for a $45 start. 35. Let's do a $35 start on this one. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's really nice. That's why I hesitated. And it has the Flexi cardboard cutout disc that is usually missing from this. So has the bonus item that came there with it. And it's got a merch insert or like a fan club type deal. Has another solicitation card insert. And the only thing that really held me back, maybe from that extra $10 start, it does have a little bit of the humidity spots on the back and a few here on the front. So $35 start on Cheap Trick, but it is near mint on the vinyl and everything else. Everything else. Graham Nash for 10. Everything is sticker price, Mark. No discounts. If I start discounting the new arrivals, then that would completely change the outcome of the entire night. First thing in here was a pre-order that was posted. I have more on the way from a different distributor, but this is the Bullet Boys, and it's called 10 Cent Billionaire. Now, I had to order them from 2, and then had to go ahead and order them from 3 different places because there was only like 7 and then like 5 in stock, and I think we've already pre-sold maybe 8 or 10. I hadn't looked at it in a while, but here is Bullet Boys. And let me pull up this pre-order right quick. B-U-L-L-E-T. And Bullet Boys is $34.99. These are on silver vinyl. And the first people to get these are the following. And there's more on the way. So if you want one, let me know. Brian Thurman. Also Brian Jones. So Brian Thurman and Brian Jones. Also Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. Also Danny Czar. And then Gregory Roberts from YouTube. Also Angela Lewis got one the other night on a waiting list. And then Nico Kapelanis. Thank you, Nico Kapelanis. And we also have one for David Polkey. Okay, so there's more on the way from a different distributor. I still got Robert Matthews, Dana Murphy, and Fred Cardinale. Robert Matthews, Dana Murphy, and Fred Cardinale. If anybody else wants a Bullet Boys whenever they come in, probably the rest of them be here tomorrow, just let me know. They only made 350. I had to get them from 2 different places. I don't know how many more are going to be available. Andrew, I haven't heard back from you on Miles Davis. There was a new bid with Ryan Mustaine for $32. There was a new bid. And as of right now, no one has bid on the Japanese Cheap Trick looking for a $35 start. It's got the bonus flexi disc. It has multiple inserts. It's near mint minus. And if anybody else wants a Bullet Boys, let me know. This is Virgin Steel, and I'm pretty sure there's a pre-order for this one. Let me check on this right quick. Virgin Steel, Age of Consent. Let me check on this right quick. And this is let's type in steel, and it's got to be somewhere on here. Give me a second. Age of Consent. I thought there was. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe it's just up for grabs. I'm pretty sure. I bet this title, it's really hard to search. There's some titles and phrases that maybe just be hard to search in groups like Virgin and Age of Consent. Those are probably some like questionable phrasing that YouTube has or Facebook has hard to search. I'm searching it in the group. I could have swore I posted a pre-order for this. When I search it, like almost nothing comes up. Makes me think they've kind of got those maybe verds. Let me type in steel, just steel spelt their way. I could have swore there was like a pre-order for this or like a arriving this week, but it was a while back, it seems like. Let me grab my charger too and see what's going on here. I just don't know where it is. I can't spend any more time on it. If not, I'll just say if anybody else wants one right now. Does anybody remember ordering or pre-ordering this? I could have swore there was, but maybe I'm searching some questionable stuff. I'm going to be flagged by like the NSA searching that kind of stuff. $38.99 Virgin Steel. This is, I guess, available to whoever wants one. Maybe I just went ahead and ordered several because it was a new release. This might just be new for Friday. I honestly don't remember because we've had a bunch of their stuff lately. But Virgin Steel is $38.99. And we got, what happened? Miles Davis, 32. So Rick Hall on the Bullet Boys waiting list. And Alan Johannesson on the Bullet Boys waiting list. Miles Davis is at 33. Bullet Boys for Shannon Lee. Bullet Boys for Melissa Bailey. And then Miles Davis details. An 84 U.S. Pittman near mint minus decoy. It is beautiful. It's near mint minus. It's an 84 original. And the last bid on Miles Davis was Andrew Eisensmith at $33. Now, I have finally... Now, this is really weird. I have another one of these that showed up damaged. So I keep trying, and I've even emailed the distributor sales rep, and I've ordered these, and every time they show up damaged. Another one came in with another seam split again. So I've ordered 30 copies, and 29 have showed up damaged. So I've almost given up on it. This one's okay, but the plastic is torn. The plastic sleeve is busted open. So this one's actually, but it's evidently a great pressing. I think they're made. They might even be made in Japan. And they're a one-step process. I've got one copy. Now, here's the problem. If we order more, there's a chance they're going to come damaged, and we got to order more, and then they're going to come damaged, and we're going to order more. They're aware that they're shipping them damaged, and they keep shipping them damaged. So this one's actually perfect. And we may actually open this thing and take the disc out of the jacket because this one has some major problems with seam splitting. Mr. Big, though, I only have one copy. $34.99. That's my 30th copy since I've been trying to restock them, and 29 have come up damaged. I have another one damaged. It's like the most cursed record ever. They must not be checking them, or honestly, they must not just care. So there's Mr. Big. I've only got one copy. Also, Europe, there was a waiting list for this. It's called their Ultimate Collection. Europe, their Ultimate Collection, and this is $34.99. I'm about to update all these auctions and put up new stuff. I've got kind of pretty busy here going through this stuff. But Europe is sold to Angela Lewis and Justin Deckelman. Europe is sold to Angela Lewis and Justin Deckelman. And I only have one extra copies. I only have one extra copy because guess why? Guess what? One of these showed up damaged. I have another one with a seam split. So Europe has a seam split, but there is one good one. I had ordered 2 extras. And one of those Virgin Steels showed up with a seam split. I know. And then we had a waiting list going for Live Mental Jewelry. Live is $34.99. Mental Jewelry, $34.99 for Live. And this is one that we just never have in stock. And Mental Jewelry was a waiting list with Kristen Driscoll and Scott Smith. Kristen Driscoll and Scott Smith. And I'm going to flip through my sticky notes and make sure nobody else wants one. So there's one. There's 2. Those are sold and sold. What happened on Miles Davis? Andrew, if you're still with me, you've been outbid on this. Now it's at $34. Unbelievably, nobody bid on Cheap Trick, so this is a $35 buy now on Cheap Trick. Dream Police, complete, nice Japanese pressing with lots of extras. $35 on that. There's 3 Live Mental Jewelries left after we pulled a couple 2. We never get that waiting list. I still got to flip through my sticky notes. But first, let me grab this other box of 45s because this one, I can go ahead and condense with this one. And we're about ready for a fresh new box. And we've almost sold a whole nother box here of New Orleans singles, unbelievably. Here's the next one. We have King Kurt, Slammers. King Kurt is going to go up for a $5 start. And this one here is Easy Action. She Ain't My Girlfriend. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. New bid on Miles Davis for $40. News bid on Miles Davis. Ryan Mustaine, you've been outbid. Who was first on Cheap Trick? Jason, Michael, Chris, and Craig. I was thinking all of y'all at some point would start bidding, but Jason got it for the $35 buy now. Ryan's out on Miles Davis. This is sold for $40 to Andrew Eisensmith. That's our next 2 singles, $5 starts. I have something I've never seen in stock before. Ice-T Power. It's a 35th anniversary on gold-colored vinyl. Iced Tea is $33.99. I have 2, 4, 5 copies of Iced Tea. And here's another Mr. Big that seems like it always shows up damaged. I don't know if it's something with this label and their jackets or what, but there was a waiting list for this one. Luckily, I can do the waiting list and sell an extra one. MT Matt over on YouTube. MT Matt, you was on a waiting list. So MT, I've got you down for one, and I've got one extra if anybody wants it. Also, 2 copies of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I wonder if Rob Gates is watching. Rob, there's your Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, $38.99. Recall on Mr. T, Jerry Stone on, recall on Mr. Big, Jerry Stone on Iced Tea. Those are sold and sold. And before I go any further, let's put up a new LP, and it's going to be what here? Let's do one of the Zeppelins. Let's do Led Zeppelin 2 here. 1969. That's the original year. It is a repress. Of course, I think the true OGs are technically the RLs anyway. So, but this is from the year of release, Led Zeppelin 2. Unfortunately, there's some writing on it. It is VG. It's going to be a $25 start. And this is a 4-digit, 1841 Broadway, Led Zeppelin, a Decca Pickneyville press. Wow, that's something I don't see as often. DCW and the Matrix. A Decca Pickneyville press. That's going to go up for a $25 start. That is a 69 Led Zeppelin 2. Technically a repress. $25 start. No splits on Mr. Big. Nope. And then we have some more Iced Tea sold. We have Paul Brothers on an Iced Tea. Tim Colino on an Iced Tea. And we have 2 Iced Teas left if anybody else wants one of those. Here is Tales of Mystery and Imagination. Alan Parsons Project. This is on clear vinyl. Gatefold, 180 gram, half-speed master. Includes insert. Jerry Stone, you was on a waiting list for that. Thank you, Jerry. Actually, a special request from Jerry. And I have It's Easter. It's the Easter Beagle, Charlie Brown. The pre-order for this has already came in. Everybody that wanted one got one. And let me make sure there was nobody else on Charlie Brown here. I have one person, Derek Gunn. And I had 1 extra copy show up. If anybody else wants an Easter Charlie Brown, they are $36.99 on purple vinyl. That is sold to Derek Gunn. And I've got 2 copies of Porno for Pyros. That's on multicolor splatter vinyl, $33.99. All right. Nobody bid on Easy Action. It's a $5 buy it now. Nobody bid on King Kurt. It's a $5 buy it now. And how much is Alan Parsons, and what's the label? What label is this on? It's on UMG Mercury Alan Parsons Project. I think it's technically on Alan Parsons Project label, manufactured in Germany. That's $39.99. Phantom Ass, then Mike Bartlett, then Rebecca Howitt. Stacy, if it's okay with you, I'll put you on a waiting list for It's an Easter Charlie Brown. $25 start on that. Arista was the original label. I think Alan Parsons has his own label now. I think he's got so much discography and probably so much money. I think he has his own label now. I think when you get as much money and a big a discography as Alan Parsons, I think he has his own label. But thank you, Jerry, on that. And now let's try to bundle some of these non-sold singles. I don't think we've had a stack this big and this long. So let's see. That's New Orleans. That wasn't New Orleans. And that one wasn't really, but I'll go ahead and bundle it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Instead of $40, we'll do those for $3 a piece. New Orleans bundle, $24. $3 a piece on those. New Orleans bundle, $24 on those. $24 on those. Final call on Led Zeppelin for $25. I still got the Fat Boys for $7. And the only other New Orleans, or the only other auction is Elton John. A beautiful Japanese pressing for $45. Near mint minus all the way around. And the Fat Boys. That's the only 2 no bids. And Rebecca wants the bundle. So those 8 are sold. Those 8 are sold to Rebecca for $24. Okay? Those are all sold. And now let's grab our next Japanese pressing. And I think this is pretty killer if it is what I think it is. And I'm pretty sure it is what I think it is. So that means it's going to be pretty killer. And let me double check and make sure it is what I think it is. It is what I think it is. This is ELO out of the blue. And ELO out of the blue is complete with that original spaceship model. And it's a Japanese pressing. This one's a $65 start, but it is superb. It is near mint minus and pristine. 1 LP, 2 LP. It has the original Japanese insert. It has the spaceship cutouts here. Very cool. Has the spaceship cutouts. It has the Japanese booklet. It has an original inner sleeve. It has another original inner sleeve. It's a gatefold cover. ELO is a $65 start. $65 start. Final call on Led Zeppelin. It is a 69 repress. It does have a bid for $25. Here's what's left in here. This is virgin steel, age of consent, $38.99. Led Zeppelin was pressed in 1969. It's technically a repress. Virgin steel. I'm going to scroll through and see if I posted that. I couldn't find it in the group, though. $38.99 for virgin steel. I've got one copy of Mr. Big, self-titled, one step, 180 gram, $34.99. Europe, their ultimate collection, one left, $34.99. Live, mental jewelry. And it took me forever to realize when I had all those throwing coppers, when I first started selling them, the name of the band was Live, like the same band that does Throwing Copper, if that rings a bell. That's one we don't get as often from them, $34.99. Ice-T Power, I went ahead and ordered several. We've sold several, but there's still 3 left. Gold vinyl, the 35th anniversary, and then we got 2 left. 1 Willy Wonka left on gold vinyl, the soundtrack. Porno for Pyros, their OG stuff, very tough to come by. And then Tales of Mystery and Imagination, a gatefold clear vinyl, $39.99. All right, so ELO's a $65 start. Let's grab some more 45s right quick, and let's go ahead start wrapping some for a buy it now. And what wrapping am I talking about? Rodney Dangerfield, $6.99. Wrapping Rodney there. He's $6.99. Sir Douglas Quintet, Mendocino, in the original sleeve. Sir Douglas Quintet. Cher Dixie Girl. Also, Maneater, Hall & Oates. We have a promo from Foreigner, a double-sided promo. That was yesterday. And how about Killing Me Softly? Roberta Flack, another double-sided promo. That's really cool. And we have, ooh, that's a good one. Reflections of My Life, the Marmalade. The Marmalade, that's now up for bid as well. Got some more great buy it nows there. I'll do those in just a second. Are these going to be buy it nows? That's an auction. That's a really good one I'm going to do in just a second. And those are more buy it nows. I don't know what this is. We probably need to put that up for a quick auction. This is going to be a $5 start. This is Karen Elson from Third Man Records. Karen Elson. It's on goldish looking yellowish vinyl. Karen Elson's a $5 start. So right now we had Zeppelin. When I get to the bottom, I'm selling it. ELO's a $65 start. Tracy Miller wanted the Willy and the Wonka Chocolate Factory. Thank you, Tracy. Shane Devers on Rodney Dangerfield for $6.99. George on TDRD. I think he meant Rodney Dangerfield, right? So you were second. Michael was third. ELO has a bid for $65. Tony Lewis on RF for Roberta Flack. And then we have Pam Murray on Cher. Pam Murray got Cher. And then ELO has another bid for $65. And Karen Elson has a bid for $5. So that leaves Mendocino, Sir Douglas Quintet, Reflections of My Life, a promo from the Marmalade. Foreigner, that was yesterday, a promo. And she's a Maneater and Delayed Reaction from H2O Hall & Oates, $6.99 on that. Daniel Strom, always love sending Led Zeppelin 2 to a new home. Thank you. $25 for a VG 69 is probably, honestly, not that bad, even with the name tags on it. That is nice. Usually about any kind of vintage copy of that, we've been selling for $40 and $50. Daniel, I would consider that a deal. Thank you on that. Here's our next auction. This is the Beatles in the original Tolly picture sleeve. Love, Love Me Do, and P.S. I Love You on Tolly. It is nice, and it's in a nice sleeve. The Beatles is going to go up for a $20 start. Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You, the Beatles. Now, there's a little bit of a number tag right there because somebody wrote 15 on the label. Why did they do that? that was from a catalog system. They probably had it in a platter pack or something. People used to put little catalog numbers. They'd have them in a platter pack so they could keep them cataloged. Nice Beetle single here, $20 start on that. A Tolly picture sleeve. That's almost pre-Beatlemania, just right before it, really. Now, y'all were tied on ELO. Alan, your bid came in after Christopher Dean, and now Matthew has it for 75, and Karen has a bid for 5, okay? Karen Elson, $5 on that. Let's go through a new crate. That was great new stuff there, and there's one other thing over here that I've got to check it right quick because I did not know they were in stock when I ordered it. And if I knew they were in stock, I would have had and probably would have got a bunch of them. So let me bring one a little bit closer here and see what's going on with it. I had no idea. It's like sometimes I order stuff and I'm like, well, this thing hadn't been in stock in 30 years. Not really, and then all of a sudden, boom, they show up. So people will request stuff. Ed had somebody request a ton of stuff, and he went ahead and ordered it, even though it showed out of stock, and then it shows up. I think sometimes they're probably like us, these big companies that have this huge warehouse. They probably have trouble just keeping up with their inventory. They probably honestly are like us. Sometimes they don't even know what they have. They're like, yeah, we have no idea. So just order it, and if it shows up, great. But we might go ahead and make these a buy it now. Let me check my cost on them and do some math. They would make probably a great Metal Knight buy it now, but I'm going to put a price on them right now. I'm going to put the MSRP. The MSRP on these are $349.99. $349.99. I had no idea we could get these. So maybe we'll have like a huge waiting list. These are new and sealed. Metallica Ride the Lightning box set. Wow. These were in stock. They shipped these to us. I thought these were all out of print. Metallica Ride the Lightning box set, $349.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning box set. Those are new and sealed, $349.99. That is brand new. It's the 6 CD, 3 LP DVD, and like it says, so much more. Awesome box set here. Yep. I didn't know those were available. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. All-time favorite album cover. Oh, boy. That's a tough one. Let me step over here and grab a new crate while I'm thinking about that. Oh, man. That's a tough question. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say. I am a fan, as you know, of George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. And by the way, speaking of him, since you've mentioned that, I had a video pop up I had never seen before, an interview of him, and he's singing All Things Must Pass. It's one of his last public. Man, I got goosebumps. He's doing that All Things Must Pass, All Things Must Pass Away. I'm like, wow. So, here we go. Oh, the Beatles fell off. That's okay. Yeah, these are available. No claims. I was thinking about, I told Laura, I was like, we might just set it aside and auction it on Thursday night and see what happens. But I do have 2 of them. So I could also see in like that getting into quite a bidding war if I only had 1 and they were out of print. So that is available if anybody wants it. Okay. Now let's see what's going on with these singles. And I got new check condition stuff here. First thing we have, I left off by saying ELO 75, ELO 80. The Beatles is a $20 start. ELO 76. Matt Lawson wants Eric Johansson. I'll pull that for you. Beatles 8, 90, and 95. The Beatles is a $20 start. That's a really good picture sleeve there. That should be 20 and then some. ELO's at 95. Karen Elson is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. And let me swap out crates here. I don't know. I always thought Led Zeppelin 4 was such a mysterious cover. I remember the first time really looking at that, and then the gatefold with the wizard holding the lamp, and then the man with sticks on. I always thought that was so intriguing. And of course, later it's come out about who that guy was, but that cover to me has always been just very, and then the whole packaging with the lyrics and the inner sleeve and the symbols. I always thought that was incredible how they did that. They made it very mysterious. It fits the music inside the album very well, just like the whole Misty Mountain Hop and Battle of Evermore. It's a really, to me, interesting cover. So this is sold, and let me grab a new empty crate. We have filled up another crate. Let's get another one filled up. No problem, Kelly. This is sold to who? Matt Lawson. Matt, that's sold to you. Thank you. We got new check condition stuff here. ELO is complete. It's Japanese. It's got the spaceship with it. Very cool. Here's our next single. This is going to go up for a $7 start. This is Prince and the Evolution Kiss. I'm about to make Beatles a buy it now if nobody else wants to bid. Prince is a $7 start. New check condition stuff here. Here's where we're going. We got Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer. Boz Scaggs is VG Plus, $14.99. Slow Dancer there on Boz. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. There is a 65 written on the cover. It is EX, though, $14.99. Great album there, $14.99. Prince has a bid for $7. We have Ike and Tina, Nuff Said. Ike and Tina is EX edition, $19.99 for Ike and Tina. Nuff Said, $19.99 on Ike and Tina. We have the Grassroots Loving Things, VG Plus, $9.99. There is Creed Bratton from The Office. He's on this album, $9.99. No joke, he's actually on there. The Beach Boys, All Summer Long, VG, $9.99. So the Beatles is a $20 buy it now. Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You. That's a buy it now if anybody wants it. Kind of surprised that didn't get grabbed, or at least a bid. By the way, ELO's now at 111. Tyler Huber, you're out. Final call on Prince is 7. Let's run another auction right quick. And this is AC/DC Back in Black. It's a 1980 U.S. Specialty Original, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. This is Back in Black. I hit the sack. I'm glad to know this is an RCA Club copy. Yeah, this is a 1980. It is 1980 USOG, though. It's an RCA Club. Has the original inner sleeve, Hell's Bells, $25 star. What's the Prince? It's called Kiss. At least that's the A side. Courtney has that for 7. Kelly wants Creed, as in the Grassroots. Not Creed the band. Creed Bratton there. That's so VG Plus, $9.99. Patrick Fu, Beach Boys. If you're an Office fan, there's a deleted scene where they talk about him being in the Grassroots. It never did make it to the show. It's either a deleted scene or it's part of one of those, what are they called, director's cuts, or, yeah, Office, I think, has like longer episodes. There's like, if wherever you can stream it, there's like longer episodes. But we have, there's a deleted scene where there's a guy, he comes in the break room and he's like, "Are you Creed Bratton of the Grassroots?" And I forget what Creed says, but he's like, "I thought you died. I wrote your obituary." And so, but yeah, it's really cool because he's actually was in that legendary band, the Grassroots. So, but there was a deleted scene where they talk about that on the show. Next is Tyler Huber on Beach Boys. I've already pulled that for Patrick. Patrick, you got the Beach Boys. ELO's at 115, AC/DC 25, Prince 8, AC/DC 25, Prince 9, Prince, ELO, everything's still getting bids. Next is Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die. Traffic is VG Plus, $14.99. John Barleycorn Must Die. VG Plus, $14.99. And Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG $9.99 there for Smokey Robinson. And I think Volume 2 has some great songs. Yeah, Volume 2 has I Second That Emotion on it. Great song. Probably my favorite there from Smokey and the Miracles. Also, Wet Willie. This is VG Plus $14.99. Great vintage records in here. Check condition titles. Wet Willie is VG Plus $14.99. And Al Green, Soul Survivor. Al Green is VG Plus $17.99. Al Green, Soul Survivor. Let me jump over here and do, let me see what's going on right here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Also, we have Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits. This is VG Plus $12.99. Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits. Also, we have the band Stage Fright, VG Plus $19.99. The band Stage Fright, VG Plus $19.99. All right, so we have Prince at 9, Prince at 10, Prince at 12, AC/DC's at 35 with Todd Saw. Larry Gonzalez, you're out. Now ELO's at 130. That's with Tyler Ewbury. And Prince is at 12 with Courtney, and Charles is out. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, $14.99. Now, John didn't put a grade on this one. He either forgot or it's a non-check condition, but I bet it's a check condition. Yeah, this one's probably around VG Plus. That would make sense based on the price. So VG Plus. It's not an RL. No RL on AC/DC. Well, I only looked. Let me look at both sides. Laura would have tagged that. And I don't think it is on this one. Sometimes it's on one. No, not on this one. Not on that one there. There's that, and there's that. There's Neil Young. We'll call that a VG Plus record. Van Morrison, TB Sheets. It's VG Plus $24.99 on the Bang label there. And now ELO goes back to Matthew Cabot. We can go ahead and sell Prince here to Courtney for $12. Final call. Just make sure Larry's done on AC/DC. And let's grab some more 45s right quick. And the next 45 I have for you is a classic. Also, as featured in Stranger Things, Islands in the Stream, Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton, $6.99. How about Riding with Jesse James, Charlie Daniels? Check these out. We've got 3 new old stock and a really cool Jesse James from that film, like promotional type sleeves. So Charlie Daniels, Jesse James, $6.99 each on those. Human League, Love Action, I Believe in Love, the Pina Colada song, that is Rupert Holmes. And boy, I don't recall seeing America too often in a picture sleeve. I Need You and Riverside. That's one of their first tracks there. America, Riverside. That's a great song. $6.99 there on the America picture sleeve. Got some great 45s here we're going through. First thing we have is ELO at 140, ELO 150. Travis Tidmore on the Kenny Rogers. Looks like the Charlie Daniels are sold out. That's a pretty cool single there. So Travis, you got Dolly, $6.99 for Charlie with George, $6.99 for Charlie with Shane. And we have Michael Ruttman with Charlie Daniels. Charles, you were second on Kenny and Dolly. Larry Smith gets America. Michael was second. Chuck next on America. And that leaves Pina Colada and Human League. I don't think those were claimed. Those are right here. AC/DC is sold for $35 to Todd Saw. Thank you, Todd, on that. And now ELO is at 155 with Matthew Cabot. I knew there would be quite a battle for that one. It's got the spaceship model with it, unpunched, Obi, near mint minus, really good one there. Here's our next 45 auction from the New Orleans collection, The Suspicions. And The Suspicions is going to go up for a $5 start. The Suspicions, Heath Norman, he wants a Pina Colada. He gets a Pina Colada. That is sold. ELO's at $160. Next is the band Cahoots. The band is VG Plus $24.99 on Cahoots. And we also have the band self-titled, The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down, EX $32.99. The Beatles picture sleeve, I would grade the sleeve VG Plus. There's no rips or tears. Maybe one. Yeah, there's one right there. There's one right there. VG Plus. And has that little number sticker. The disc is EX or better. There is a 15 written on the label, but a pretty high grade for a Beatles Tolly 45. 15's written on the label because it was in a 15 cataloged platter pack, it looks like. And then I Cantina is still available. Let's pull that as well for Travis Tidmore. I Cantina is sold. AC/DC's already gone. Suspicions is at $5. ELO's at $175. cover and shape on Van Morrison. Van Morrison's VG Plus $24.99. Just minor shelf wear, no rotting. Yeah, just minor signs of shelf wear. VG Plus and VG Plus. I wouldn't grade the cover any lower than VG Plus, and John's graded the vinyl VG Plus. ELO is out of the blue. It's complete with the Japanese book. It also has the spaceship, the Japanese insert, both inner sleeves. Nice gatefold jacket, really no signs of wear. Everything's near mint, and it's complete with that spaceship. $180 is the high bid. Here is the next auction going up right now, and let's go ahead and run another Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 3. This is a 5-digit. This is a 1977 U.S. specialty reissue. It does have the company inner sleeve. We're going to put this up for a $25 start. $25 start. 77 U.S. So this album originally came out in 71. It's got a 5-digit catalog number. It is a VG condition record. A $25 start there. It does have the original Atlantic inner sleeve, gatefold cover, and of course it does have a working wheel. That's going to go up for a $25 start. ELO's at $180, now $190. George is sold on this. And is the band an RL? That's a good question. And then Margaret wants it if you don't. Let's see who did the mastering, or see if I can identify it. This is RLSS. Robert Lowood mastered at Sterling Sound. It is an RL. I bet let's see here. I bet Michael will want that. If you do, just say sold. Looks like Margaret was second, and then Smokey is Smokey and the Miracles. Smokey Robinson Miracles. It's on the original Tamla Motown, 1967. Minor cover wear. Scott did write his name on the back. VG $9.99 on Smokey Robinson. Country My Way, Nancy Sinatra. That's VG Plus $16.99. And we have Elvis, Golden Records Volume 3, VG $12.99. Suspicion is sold for $5 to Rebecca Howitt. He does want the band. That's sold to Michael Snared. ELO has hit $200. And now our next auction is going to be what, when, and where. Some New Orleans singles. Let's see what the next New Orleans single here. It's the Kongs Men. The Kongs Men. I Go Ape and Coco Joe. Coco the Monkey. That's it looks like it has wear, but that's how it's made. $5 start on the Kongsman. And what do we have here? Chuck Carbo, the voice of New Orleans, from the New Orleans collection with Ed Frank's New Orleans R&B band. Chuck Carbo. Special Mardi Gras release. $5 start on that. It's now up for bid. Finishing up this check condition, we got Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing, EX $12.99. Also, Roy Orbison, The Orbison Way, VG Plus $17.99 on Roy Orbison, The Orbison Way. We have Del Shannon, VG Plus $19.99, 1,661 seconds with Del Shannon, VG Plus $19.99, and Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, VG $9.99. Agent Provocateur, a VG copy. Led Zeppelin does have a bid, going once, going twice. They're still battling over ELO, now $210, now $215. Chuck has a bid for $5. Charles Siebert wants T-Bone. And that was, that's from Coco the Monkey, right? That's a Seinfeld reference. All right, let's grab some more singles here. These are going to be $6.99. Big hit song here from Ambrosia. How Much I Feel, $6.99. Los Lobos, La Bamba, Sting, Love is the Seventh Wave, National Lampoon, Deterrata, National Lampoon, interesting one there. The Devil Went Down to Georgia, Charlie Daniels, and Musical Youth, Past the Duchy, Musical Youth. And let's go ahead and show Frank Sinatra, L.A. is My Lady with Quincy Jones. $6.99 there on the Sinatra. Those are all buy it nows for $6.99. We haven't done Velvet Underground yet. Nope. Chuck has a bid for $5. ELO $220. ELO $225. Led Zeppelin is a 1977 U.S. specialty reissue. It is in VG condition. It has one bid for $25, which is a final call. Robert Burnett on 4NR. I bet that was something in here. 4NR, maybe? 4NR. Wow, that's a weird way to write that, but I know what you mean. 4NR. 4NR. Is that right? 4NR, Robert Barnett, Foreigner. That's I've never heard it spelt that way. And then George Jones on NINL, National Lampoons, George Jones. The Kongsman also has a bid for 5. George Jones also gets CB, Charlie Daniels, Tony Lewis on FS for Frank Sinatra, Dustin on Musical Youth, and we have Heath next and Grog next on Lampoon. So we still got Sting, Los Lobos, and Ambrosia. And that is Kristen Barnett getting Foreigner, okay? Now, what happened on ELO? We're still bidding. Gets at 230. Robert Warner has the bids on both of those 45s for 5 and 5. Final call. And Led Zeppelin, another one bid for $25. Wow. That's so to Daniel Strom for $25. Thank you, Daniel. That's his second minimum bid Led Zeppelin pickup of the night. That's so to him for $25. Let's go ahead and finish up this check condition bin. Chet Atkins picks on the Beatles, VG $12.99. We got Beach Boys, Friends, VG plus $26.99. Van Morrison, Into the Music. Van Morrison was VG $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. It's a 70s press, VG $14.99. ELO 230, ELO 235. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it is David Bowie, the man who sold the world. This is an unofficial counterfeit copy. 99% of these are all counterfeits or bootlegs. The labels are uneven textured, and the dead wax is etched instead of stamped. And yeah, it's hard to, I guess, get the stamping down to counterfeit them. But this is a pretty cool record. David Bowie, the man who sold the world. So we have still never had an original come through here. If you can imagine buying and selling tens of thousands or actually hundreds of thousands of LPs over the last several years, we've never had a real one come through here. They're highly counterfeit. If you have one, there's a probably 99% chance it's not a real copy. David Bowie, the man who sold the world. It's still a vintage pressing. This was probably made in the 70s. A $25 start there on David Bowie. Vintage bootleg of that. Matthew, you're back out on ELO. Nick Bargeron on Van Morrison. And Mike Bartlett wants Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy. That goes back here. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. Robert Warner, these are sold to you for 5 and 5. Thank you. And now Bowie has a bid for 25. Boz Scaggs, VG plus $14.99. Traffic, awesome album, VG plus $14.99. Wet Willie, VG plus $14.99. Al Green, VG plus $17.99. Spanker and Our Gang, VG plus $12.99. The Band, VG plus $19.99. Neil Young, VG plus $14.99. The Band, VG plus $24.99. Smokey Robinson, VG $9.99. Nancy Sinatra, VG plus $16.99. Elvis, VG $12.99. Rod Stewart, EX $12.99 on Rod Stewart. Also, Roy Orbison, VG plus $17.99. Del Shannon, VG plus $19.99. Chet Atkins covers the Beatles, VG $12.99. The Beach Boys was VG plus $26.99. And Bob Dylan was VG $14.99. ELO's at $250. Bowie still getting bids. And now we need more buy it now singles and maybe some buy it now auctions. Let's see what we got coming up in this box. The last thing was Bowie 25, 25, 30, 35, ELO 240, ELO 250, Bowie 50, Brandy Klein on Nancy Sinatra, and then Melanie Jennings on RS for Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing. Bowie's now at 55 of Kelly Wlodarczyk. Our next buy it now is Billy Joel, Tell Her About It. We got Burt Reynolds, Let's do something cheap and superficial. From Smokey and the Bandit 2, Burt Reynolds, $6.99. Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love. From the Perfect soundtrack, I Sweat, Going Through the Motions by Nona Hendryx. And we have Linda Ronstadt, I've Got a Crush on You, a promo. And I have, let's do one more here. All Sports Band, Young Girl. All Sports Band, $6.99. Those are all available as buy it nows. Let's get our next 2 New Orleans singles up on queue. Let's get our next 2 New Orleans singles here on queue. Coming up righty now. So first thing we had was George Jones on the Burt Reynolds. That sold to him for $6.99. Michael Ruttman was second. Heath Norman was third. And Larry Smith wants Linda Ronstadt. Now that stack, that left Nona Hendricks, Jackson Brown, Billy Joe, and All Sports Band. Bowie's still getting bids. Matthew says he's done on ELO, so that's a final call to Tyler Ubry for $250. Now Bowie's at $77. They're still bidding on both auctions, but I think ELO has found its righteous home. Next from the New Orleans single is The Worst, The Creepy Thing. The Worst is going to go up for a $5 start. The Worst. And we also have the Ubanings, the Who, the Ubangis, Ubanginnis, maybe. I got to slow down on that one. If anybody decides you do want anything else in this crate later on, just let me know. Good news. Laura just dropped off a new Laura crate. And that means we've got a fresh, brand new crate of stuff to go through. We've done we did new John, now Laura. And I do have some other new crates over here. Stuff we've been through before. I may hit some highlights just because we have so much stock, it seems like, here lately. We've got so much stuff, it seems like, in stock. Let me get my trash can situated here. I've been tossing old plastic sleeves forever. Oh, well, I need to go ahead and do this Iron Maiden. So last night, the video glitched on this, okay? So if you want an Iron Maiden, we don't know who the waiting list was for. There were some people that came in. So let me explain who got one for sure. And then if you want on this waiting list, we didn't get your name last night. That's when the video like completely dropped. YouTube couldn't even record it. And the waiting list for this was Leslie Silvley. No, excuse me, that's an old one. The waiting list on this was David Campbell and Aaron Civic. David Campbell and Aaron Civic. So David Campbell and Aaron Civic. And we know for sure George Sambaraz and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Two other people bought one, and then we had like 4 or 5, at least 3 or 4 other people on a waiting list. Those names are lost. No way to retrieve them. So there's the 2 that was on the waiting list. There's the 2 that for sure bought one live, George and Alonzo. And then we have 2 left right here. If you were on and you want one, now's the time, because we have that information is lost forever. So we not only sold those, but we had 2 or 3 people on a waiting list. And unless they're watching right now, it'll be forgotten about. Bowie 77.85, but Rebecca's out. So we got some final calls. Final call on Bowie for 85. Let me bring over Laura's crate here. Let me go ahead and do some condensing here next to me. And I'm going to put these right in here. And that way I have an empty crate here in case I need it. And we're about to hopefully sell a lot more records here. Don't forget, we got Ride the Lightning box sets in, $349.99. I don't think that's been in stock in, man, I want to say like since 2020. You was able to get new and sealed, brand new ones. $349.99 on Ride the Lightning. All right, wasn't on the wait list. No. 29, but if you want one, I would comment right now. I'll go ahead and give you one. There has been David Campbell. I did say your name. What's your name? Who just asked? No, Chris Gardner. No, you wasn't. Now, how many times have these come in? About a dozen times. So I get that kind of question quite often. I thought I was on a waiting list. You probably have already been invoiced for one. Now, if you hadn't been invoiced for one, then you wasn't on a waiting list either, because last night it got lost. Now, if you're talking about something before, you might have already been billed for one. This is like, I'm going to say the 7th or 8th time these have come in, and we sell out and have a waiting list. Sell out and have a waiting list. So you might have even been billed for one and don't realize it. So let's go ahead and give this to Brian Riley. Says he wants one. And now there's one left. If Chris Gardner, I'm assuming you want one as well. Let's end some auctions. We got to get some new stuff going. First is ELO, and this is sold to Tyler Ubry for $250. Thank you. I knew that one would do very well. And we have David Bowie back there sold as well. Let me go ahead and figure out on this. Let me put away the ELO. It's got a lot of stuff here with it. Me have to kind of almost put it in here like one thing at a time. All the inserts. And now the disc. All right, we might want to try to put this, I'm going to put it in here. The bottom sleeve, there's so much in here, has kind of out. So here's the deal of Iron Maiden. We just sold our last copy. It's live in New York, 1982. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Because now we're sold out on the number, and now we need another new waiting list, okay? The worst is sold to Chris Gardner for $5. And the U group here is sold to Robert for $6. And David Bowie here is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $85. About to go through a new Laura crate here. Don't forget, the first person to buy a record out of the Laura crate gets the Laura crate sticker. There we have it. And now we need all new auctions before I get started. What else was I about to do? That's something else. Iron Maiden was something just asked about. Waiting list. I could have swore something else was just, I thought I was about to check something. But either way, my mind wanders. All right, let's go ahead. I think it's time to try this striper. I've already had, I left it as the thumbnail. And anytime I leave a striper album up as a thumbnail or put in a hot post, there's some people that's going to want to buy it. And this is a really nice top copy. It's going to go up for a $65 start. A $65 start. Striper is, I would consider, a top Japanese pressing. First of all, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert booklet with it. It has both pinups. This came with 2 pinup posters. They're not really inserts. They're like pinup posters. And that's going to go up for a $65 start. The covers in shrink with the Obi and the Hop sticker. $65 start on that. Next comment is, did I get the Bowie album? Yes. Can we try Kiss? Yes. In just a second. Kenny Cates wants on that Iron Maiden waiting list. That's the Iron Maiden New York, okay? So there's Striper, a $65 start. Next over here is our next 45 auction. And this is Kiss. This is I Would Die For You. Or excuse me, Prince. Prince, I Would Die For You. A $7 start there on Prince, okay? Whatever the first record is here, we got several of them. Luther Vandross. Luther Vandross, Never Too Much. His 35th anniversary. Remastered, analog, sealed, just $19.99 on Luther. We've got 2 copies of Taylor Swift Lover. Those are sealed on black vinyl, a 2 LP. This is $29.99 on Taylor Swift. I have Enough's Enough is sealed on green vinyl for $29.99. $29.99 on Enough's Enough. And Nos, Illmatic. Nos is sealed $24.99. First is Striper, does have a bid for $65, going once, going twice. Prince is at $7. We also have an offer on the Beatles, $45. Prince is at $10. We have Prince is at $15, and Prince is at $13. Now, it is a Prince single and not a Kiss single, just FYI. David V, 63, first in the bin on Luther Vandross. Thank you, David V, 63. You're also going to get this Laura crate sticker. Thank you, that's so to you. Garrett Cypret gets Nos. That's so to Garrett Cypret. I can't believe I'm saying it, but final call on that. And Larry, I figured this would sell for like $30 or $40. But if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $17. $17 on the Beatles single. I thought sure enough I'd put that up for a $20 start. It would have bids for $20, $25, $30, $35, $40. It's yours for $17 if you want it. I guess that's going to be the last Beatles record I sell this year. That's now disappointed me. I don't want to sell any more if I'm only going to sell them for that. I'd rather just hold them. You know how many times I've heard people tell me that? I hate it when people tell me that. Well, if that's all I'm going to get for it, I guess I don't want to sell it. I've had people trying to buy people's collections and stuff. Well, if that's all I'm going to get for it, I guess I just won't sell it. I'm like, oh, okay, well, what do you want for it? What will make you happy, sir? We have Kiss Alive 2, a 1977 U.S. club. This is in VG minus condition. VG minus condition. It is a 77 U.S. club. Boy, look at these labels. They're almost like double stamped. They're blurry. It looks like it's 3D or something. It's like double stamped. Kiss is in VG minus condition. That one's like a double stamped label. That one looks normal. This is VG minus though. It's a $15 start. $15 start. Now let's go back to the top. Striper has one new bid for 66. Nick Bargeron, you is at 65. Now there's a new bid for 66. This should bring somewhere close to $100. If not, I'll be disappointed again. Striper's at $66. Prince is at 20. Mark Fallon bid first. Courtney, you're out. And then we have Beatles sold for $17. I can't believe it. And then Mendocino is $6.99. It's right back here. Let me pull this and sell it for $6.99. Mendocino, that was Sir Douglas Quintet. That is sold for $6.99. To whom? David V, 63. That is sold to him. Also, we have another NOS. So we have 2 copies of NOS left for just $24.99. And speaking of Kiss, here's Lick It Up. Just $29.99. New and sealed, remaster, $29.99. I asked about the Beatles. Larry Smith already had asked about it first. He made an offer on it first. Richard Wright, that's from Pink Floyd, Wet Dream, sealed blue vinyl, $24.99. And Mark Fallon said, darn, I asked about Larry Smith had asked about it first. What is the Prince record? I Would Die For You, and that is the A side, and the B side is Another Lonely Christmas. Another Lonely Christmas. There we have it. Striper's now at 70, now 77, and now MT Matt put K for Kiss. That's sold to MT Matt. This Kiss is a $15 start. As of right now, there's no bids. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold 45s in here on the operations table before they spill everywhere. We don't want that to happen. All righty. It's got a good operation going here. I sell all the stuff, and the next morning I show up. It's all tagged and put away and organized. There's like little elves that show up in the morning and start doing it all. Who's those? That's, I think, G and Rebecca. I think they come in the morning and do all that. Janet Gray on Bad. And Bad was for what? And somebody asked, what's Enough's Enough? The name of the album is Enough's Enough. Sealed, $29.99. Richard Wright. What else is going on here? Neil Young. Boy, there's so much great stuff in here that hadn't been claimed yet. This is Neil Young Hitchhiker. And this is sealed, $24.99. So, okay, I'm pretty confused too. So, Mark Fallon, are you bidding on Prince or Kiss? Because Mark Fallon has a Kiss. I'm also pretty. Let me figure out what's going on here. Okay, so first is Striper. Striper's at $80 with Hiram Aponte. $80 of Hiram Aponte. Okay. That's the high bid. That means Justin Deckelman's out, and that means Nick Bargeron's out. The second auction is Prince, artist formerly known as Prince. I Would Die For You. And the high bid on Prince, based on what I'm seeing, is Courtney at $20. Now, Mark put a lips emoji because I laid this down originally and called it Kiss accidentally because I was reading the comment where somebody, but this is Prince. And his bid was for Prince, so this is tied, which means Courtney, you're out. Mark does have this for 20. Now Chris has it for 21. Now Kiss is up for bid. This is a 77 RCA club. There's no inserts, no book, no tattoos, no merch, just a VG Plus cover and VG minus vinyl. And there's only one bid for $15 with Charles Siebert. Next comment is Janet Gray on NOS. This is sold to Janet Gray, NOS. And then Chris Kirkley wants Neil Young Hitchhiker. And now we have Prince at 23. That's between Chris and Mark because Courtney's out, and a lot of people bidding on Striper. Still several great titles here, but we'll go ahead to the next one. The Colt, Hidden City. The Colt is sealed, $29.99. Hidden City, Gatefold 2LP, and Deerhoof, the Runners 4. Deerhoof is sealed on pink and blue vinyl, $29.99 on Deerhoof. Striper's at $91. Prince is at $23. Now Kiss is at $17. And this is a cool record here. Halloween Nuggets, Haunted Underground Classics. And this is a lot of vintage tracks here. Rare 45s, sealed orange vinyl, $19.99. Michael Snared says he'll take the Colt. That's sold to Michael Snared. Time for some more Bite Now 45s. Let me grab a handful here and see what we can come up with, okay? But since he's out on Prince, that's a final call to Mark for 23. Still lots of punches being thrown on Striper. Right now, it's at 91. These are $6.99. A Chicago picture sleeve, If She Would Have Been Faithful. Also, Cher, Dark Lady. Blue Tears, Rockin' with the Radio. Rod Stewart, that's Love Touch, the theme from Legal Eagles. Rick Springfield, that's Affair of the Heart. And another Bite Now is Walk Away Renee from the Left Bank. That's a 60s classic. Those are all $6.99. Those all are available, okay? Now, back up the top was we sold the Colt. Kiss got a new bid for $18. Colin Butler on a Halloween Nuggets. Ryan Mustaine on a Halloween Nuggets. And then Colin Butler on Deerhoof. And then Kiss has a new bid for $20. Robert Warner on Halloween Nuggets. And then Aaron Rimmer on Halloween Nuggets. And Brad Waits wants on the Bullet Boys waiting list. If we didn't already get him down earlier, make sure Brad Waits on that. Mark Fallon, congratulations on Prince. That's sold to you for $23. We do have a one out on Striper. That's now a final call for $91. Chris is out. I guess it's just up to Hiram. $91 on that. David V wants Left Bank, Walk Away Renee for $6.99. That leaves Rick Springfield, Rod Stewart, Blue Tears, Cher, and Chicago. Those are all still available if anybody wants those. Those are all still available. Kiss is a VG minus copy. It's a 77 club. And we have a new bid on Striper. Next back here is Velvet Underground. We're about to sell an OG right now. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for it. This is sealed, $34.99. Velvet Underground and Nico, a 2019 press, $34.99. And here is Sigur Ross. I know I don't say that correctly, but there it is. A remastered 20th anniversary, $39.99. Justin Deckelman, you're out on Striper. Hiram is back in. Now Kiss is a final call to P.D. Perez, and Debbie Winstead does want the Cher single. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Tim Graham on the Velvet Underground, that is sold to him. Now it's time for a new single here, and let's see what's in my stack. We have two more here from the New Orleans collection. King Kurt, Destination Zulu Land. King Kurt is a $5 start. And Good Rockin' Tonight, Skinnies. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. Looks like Japanese rockabilly. Holden, you were next on the Velvet Underground. Also in here, we have Youngblood. That is sealed for $29.99. Youngblood. And two copies of Whiskey Myers Fire Water. Whiskey Myers is $19.99. Fire Water. Still bidding on Striper. There's our next two singles. One more record here. The best of the Mothers of Invention. Mother Mania. Those are sealed for just $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Kiss. That is sold for $20 to P.D. Perez. Kiss alive, too. I wish that was nicer. A lot of Kiss records are in low grade out there, though. I mean, there is a ton. Y'all remember that video I posted? We have in the back, the Kiss Graveyard. I think the Kiss Graveyard is technically behind Laura's desk now. But I remember at one point, we had like 6 crates full of Kiss OG records, but they're all like VG minus. We had like 6 crates, every album you could think of up through the 80s. And they were all like VG minus. There's a lot of really low-grade Kiss records out there. So that's why we have nice ones, like pristine copies. Sometimes they bring like huge money. It's not just a Kiss copy for $180. It's like a mint one, perfect, complete, and shrink wrap. So a lot of beat-up ones will bring, $20 or less. Striper 94, Striper 95. Melissa on, she meant Whiskey Myers. And then Cameron wants the Mothers of Invention. All right, let's do the Velvet Underground because this one usually takes a few minutes to explain. And this is a big one here. Laura's got me a lot of notes. And this is the true OG here. Some of these have sold for as much as $2,013 for a VG++ unpeeled copy. So I've told y'all before, we've sold this particular record new and sealed for $30 like we just did. And I have sold some copies for over $2,000. This is a 67 West Coast true original torso cover. This is the true first press of this, and it's the West Coast pressing, which I think is pretty cool. It is EX on the vinyl. Let's talk about the disc first. This is EX on the vinyl, which is pretty amazing, honestly. The disc is like really nice. EX, and that's pretty conservative, I would say. I think Laura would agree. I'm looking at it right here, and it is really nice. It's the Velvet Underground and Nico. As y'all know, very important album here in music and rock history. So it has the unrecalled torso cover. It is a gatefold, of course. If I can get it open here. It's got quite a bit of damage to it. I would grade it like poor. I don't know if it goes as low as fair, but you can see it's got quite a bit of damage. Obviously, the banana's been peeled. It's a pretty low-grade jacket. We just, it's such a desirable record. I'm going to say a $175 start. And Laura has made a note here. Usually for around $400, that's what G Plus and fair copies sell for. So, these typically bring $300, $400, $500 in like the cover's looking like this and the disc in bad shape. This one has a nice disc. I'm going to start at what I think is really low at $175. It wouldn't surprise me if this ends up bringing an air horn if the right couple people's watching. This is the real first press. And $175. The disc is phenomenal. The jacket, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. When it gets down to these lower grades, it's hard for me to decide. Well, is it poor? Is it fair? But, yeah, we'll say $175 start on the Velvet Underground. And the ones for average, Laura's got me a lot of notes here, like $400 copies usually are like G Plus and fair. And that's for the overall package. So good luck if anybody's interested. Just $175 start. I might regret that. I might regret that low start later if there's the right couple people not watching. But $175 on that to get it rolling. Kiss and Edward, I think your bids came in really late. And then now we have Striper still getting bids. And I think these only got one bid. Let's go ahead and sell this to Rebecca for $5. And if anybody wants the skinnies, it's a $5 buy it now. Okay, let's get back to the lower crate here. Royal Blood, that is sealed for $19.99. Royal Blood. I've got 2 copies of Blink-182 Dude Ranch. Blink-182 is sealed, $29.99 for Dude Ranch. Stripers at $97. And we have we got 3 copies here of Emily Nini Drive and Cry. And those are sealed and they're signed, and it's on pink vinyl. And she signed them. Cool. So they're signed and they're on pink vinyl, $24.99. Striper, I had a feeling it would get to almost 100. We're at 97. Now, I've predicted before this thing's done, it might bring close to an air horn. We'll see what happens. When I started Striper, I said it might bring close to 100. It's at 97, and it's a final call. PD Perez wants a Blink-182. Patrick Fu wants a Blink-182. And the banana has been peeled. Is that what I said? The banana looks peeled? Yeah. Or that's not what I meant to say, but that's what happens. $175 start. Now, I just gave a full dissertation of the Velvet Underground. I'm sure I'll have to give that full description 2 or 3 more times before that auction ends because it's a very complicated one to research and figure out. I'm sure people right now are punching their keyboards trying to figure out what it is and what they've sold for, but I've gave you the stats. $175 would be a theft price, and some of them sell for as much as $2,000 and $3,000. If this thing was near mint, cover, and record, first of all, I probably wouldn't be selling it. And if I just had to start a bid, I'd probably be starting it for over $2,000 if it was just absolutely perfect. Those sometimes bring crazy prices. They'll slip through on eBay sometimes for $3,000, $5,000. They're just a very expensive record. First of all, Andy Warhol did the front cover art. And if you're following the world of art, anything with the name Andy Warhol on it right now is like extremely valuable. Just Sotheby's, the big auction house Sotheby's, at one time they had a listing on their website, it still may be on there, where they had like every Andy Warhol jacket that he had ever done. Everything from the Aretha Franklin to the Rolling Stones to the Velvet Underground. He did a couple classical jackets too. And Sotheby's had a lot on their website. It was like 70 Andy Warhol jackets, and they wanted like $23,000 for it. Of course, Sotheby's is a super high-end auction house. And then I got on there one time, and it was gone. They had sold it. And I was like, wow. You know, somebody had bought, and I'm sure somebody had them all framed and like put them in their house, because his art is, I mean, it's up there with the most expensive stuff ever now. Okay, here's some more buy it nows. And the first thing we have is Star Trek from the Wrath of Khan, the theme from Star Trek. That's $6.99. Cher, I Saw a Man and He Danced with His Wife. $6.99. A great song here from Roberta Flack. Feel Like Making Love. That's probably my favorite from hers. Los Lobos. This is, this one's damaged. Hold on a second. Yeah, Los Lobos is damaged. That is going to go right over there. And we have Sly and the Family Stone, Brave and Strong. Also, we have Love Unlimited, Walking in the Rain with the One I Love. Love Unlimited is $6.99. So those are all available. $6.99 each on all those, okay? Let's go ahead and sell the Striper then. And Striper is officially sold. And Justin Deckelman, you get that for $97. Sorry for the lengthy description on Velvet Underground, but that's one of those that I usually have to set aside about 10 minutes just to get it started and get everybody up to date on what's going on. These are all $6.99 each. Emily's last name is Nini, N-E-N-N-I, N-E-N-N-I. Mark Fallon first on Star Trek. Kelly was second, then Tim Graham. Mark Fallon first on Roberta Flack. Debbie Winston next on Star Trek. Debbie next on Roberta Flack. And then What's the Flip of Love? It is I Should Have Known. And I think Debbie, if you don't, or Mark, if you don't want that, Debbie does. Still got Sly, Brave and Strong, and Running Away, and Cher, a promo. All right, let's get back to the lower crate here. Next couple records are Gene Vincent, Blue Jean Bop. Gene Vincent is sealed for $19.99. I've got 3 copies here of Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran is sealed for $19.99. Ed Sheeran is sealed for $19.99. And Evanescence is sealed $24.99. Evanescence is sealed $24.99. That's the self-titled one there. Evanescence. Sealed. Let me grab some new auctions. And the first thing we have here is, give me one second. I was going to remind you all some pre-orders that I posted. How did that happen? Trying to pull up the group. Sometimes I have trouble finding our own group. It's like they've changed everything down at the bottom on the Facebook app, and I'm like, man, I can't even find our own group. It's like they make it very difficult, so they change it so much. Okay, so Evanescence, that's sealed for $24.99. Love Unlimited is sold for $6.99 to Debbie. ST wants Sly. And now Velvet Underground's at $275, now $300. Also, we have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, an unofficial pressing. This is King Gizzard Demos. Wow, a bootleg, $29.99. King Gizzard Demo there, $29.99 on that. Oh, is it still? Oh, here's a different listing. Yeah, sorry, I was also trying to pull up the Sotheby's lot. Look, here's what I was talking about. How Sotheby's has those like all together. And they have this listed for how much? $11,000. 40 different Andy Warhol album jackets. I forget about those Debbie Harrys and the Donna Summer. There's the Rolling Stones.
Love You Live, but that's some of his other album jackets. Aretha, I forget about Billy Squire. Billy Squire, of course, Sticky Fingers. But there is, that's that. So I think they sell those and then they compile them and then they list them again. But that just kind of shows you in the art world from a big auction house the demand for that jacket. Just for the artwork. Colin Butler on Gizzard. He was first to that. Thank you. And Ryan Eaton on Evanescence. Okay, new auction. Let's get back to the Japanese stuff. Still got some killer ones here. I think since it's marquee hour, I think it's time to put up the Prince of Darkness. He's always suitable for the marquee hour. And this is Aussie. This is unique to Japan only. This is unique to Japan only. Aussie. This is called the Prince of Darkness, literally. This is the Prince of Darkness. Aussie is a $55 start. It has the photo postcard inserts, which I've never seen before. Very cool there. Look at that. Aussie. These are the photo postcard inserts. It has the insert, and this is a 4-track EP. The Prince of Darkness, a $55 start. Also, Velvet Underground is at $350. Next is, no, we got another King Gizzard. So Colin got one. If anybody else wants one, $29.99. Also, Ed White, Shimmer into Nature. Ed White is sealed for $19.99. We've got 4 copies here. This is sealed. It's a soul jazz album. It is called Portrait of a Dog. That's another by Jonah Yano. We had some of his stuff the other night. Velvet Underground's at $350. Aussie has bids for $55 and $55. Shovels and Rope, O.B. Joyful. That is sealed for $14.99. And The Cure's Greatest Hits. Let's see what this is marked. Great price at $34.99. That's about $10 below retail. And we got a note from Laura. Wow, is that 6 hearts, Laura? Let's count those hearts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Laura loves The Cure. $34.99. We got Aussie 55, Aussie 55, Aussie 55. Velvet Underground's at $350. $350 on that. And we have that going once, going twice. I'm going to go ahead and grab another handful of Buy It Now 45s right quick. Great crate there from Laura. And these are going to be $6.99. And the first thing I have here is Supertramp. It's raining again in the picture sleeve. That's pretty cool. Joe Walsh, The Radio Song. A Joe Walsh picture sleeve. Belinda Carlisle, I'll Feel Free. Bobby Sherman, La, La, La. And Bob Dylan, Drifting Too Far from Shore. Sure. From Shore, $6.99 on that. Aussie's now at $60, now $75, and $75 again. And we have George Jones on Joe Walsh. That's sold to George Jones for $6.99. Thank you, George, on that. Great crate here. So basically, new vinyl on sale. That's how I kind of classify a lot of these lower crates. It's all new sealed stuff, virtually on sale. Aussie's at Tide, and now Velvet Underground is a final call. So this is my last time to go over it from top to bottom. It is an original torso cover. It's an original torso cover. True first pressing from 67, a West Coast press. The disc is beautiful. EX on the disc. EX on the disc. And Laura has made a note here. There's some copies that have even Skip with a peeled banana, like poor copies of Skip that sell for $100. The disc on this one is nice. EX, conservatively graded. The jacket is probably down into that lower grade of like G+ or fair. Does have some staining. Obviously, the banana's been peeled. Shows some staining there. But it's not really that bad. It doesn't have any writing or anything. I think it kind of looks pretty cool. You know, it's one that's been through. A lot of people probably handled this and over the years and played it and moved it around and probably didn't really know what they were handling at the time. Now, over here, we have, we sold Joe Walsh and then Larry Smith on Belinda Carlisle, and then Pam was second. Brian D. Leon does want The Cure. That's sold to Brian D. Leon. Thank you. That's sold to you. So final call to John Kaiser for $350. Some copies on Discogs of that exact pressing have sold for over $2,000. That exact copy. And that's an unpeeled VG++. This is EX peeled with a low-grade cover at $350. VG++ Unpeeled, nice jackets sold for $2,000. They do get quite expensive. Here's what's left in here. Final call, though, and Aussie's at $125. We got Luther Vandross. If you want a price, let me know. If not, we need to grab a new crate. We got Taylor Swift, Luther Vandross. Enough's Enough is sealed on green vinyl, just $29.99. Nos, we've sold 2. There's 1 left. Nos Illmatic is just $24.99. Kiss Lick It Up is $29.99. Richard Wright from Pink Floyd is $24.99. Wet Dream, it is on colored vinyl. Sigur Rós, also Youngblood, Whiskey Myers was just $19.99. Royal Blood, Emily Nini, also Gene Vincent. We had Ed Sheeran. He was sealed for just $19.99. King Gizzard was $29.99. Janie Green on Bad. And I bet she got auto-corrected from Nos again. I think when you type in Nos, it auto-corrects to Bad. Is that what happens? And then Ed Wynn. We also had what is his name again? Jonah Yano. And then Shovels and Rope, O.B. Joyful. All right. John Kaiser, thank you. I've given it all the time I can. That is sold to you for $350. And boy, Andrew came in at like the worst time possible. He just asked, what's the Velvet Underground? It's sold to John Kaiser for $350. And now Curtis Marachi on RB for Royal Blood. That is sold to Curtis Marachi. And that is right here, Royal Blood. That is sold to Curtis Marachi. And Janie did want Nos. I think when you type in NAS, it autocorrects to Bad. And that's sold to Janie Green. And now Ozzy is sold to Shane Devers for $125. And Andrew, I knew you had asked about it earlier. I was like, there's a couple people that asked. And I usually put that kind of stuff up at around 8 o'clock. And you just missed it. I thought that thing would get to an air horn, honestly. A torso cover, a real torso cover, regardless of the grade of the jacket. The disc being nice, I figured that would bring well over $500. I consider that a great deal to John Kaiser, in my opinion. Next auction is going to go up right now. John Coltrane, His Greatest Years, Volume 3. This is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute original. VG++ EX. This is going to go up for a $15 start. It does have those radio station call signs on it. John Coltrane, His Greatest Years, Volume 3. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Can you get that Royal Blood? I'll check. What was it marked? It was marked 19. I bet I can get it. I don't know if I can get it for that price, Bob, but if you want me to check and it's around that price, I'll get you one. Just let me know. And then next is Nick Bargeron on Whiskey Myers. Coltrane, just a $15 start. $15 start on Coltrane. That already has a bid. And now we have a new Japanese that needed to go up. I hadn't even finished our first Japanese. I think it's time to do another pretty wild one here that I don't think I've ever had, or maybe just a handful of times. Perfect for Thursday Metal Night, but right now we're going to run it right here at 8:20 on a Tuesday night. Motley Crue is a $75 start. Never had this before. If I have, I don't really remember it, so it's got to be less than a couple. This is Motley Crue Raw Tracks, and this is a $75 start. Motley Crue Raw Tracks, a $75 start. Raw Tracks, it has the insert with it. It has a solicitation paper, and Motley Crue is a $75 start. Raw Tracks. That's a pretty good one there. Never had that before. Gregory, you just missed the second recap, but I will read the titles in here. If you hear something you want more information, let me know. You just missed the second recap. Shovels and Rope. We had Jonah Yano, Ed Wynn, King Gizzard, Ed Sheeran, Gene Vincent, Emily Nini, Youngblood, Sigur Rós, Richard Wright of Pink Floyd, of course, Kiss, Enough's Enough, Taylor Swift, and Luther Vandross. Unfortunately, you just missed the second recap of that. But I'm about to grab a new vintage crate right now, and let's go through some stuff over here. Now, that was the first crate that Laura had marked. I'm sure there's going to be more on the way before the night's over with. But before I do anything else, I think it's time to go through another new crate. And let's do that right now. Let's see what this crate holds for us. Let me do some sorting, looking, checking, scanning. Boy, that might make a great auction there. I might pull that one for an auction. I'll show it to y'all, and I'll go ahead and put it up for auction here in a second. Also, I did pull out a David Bowie because it's a good one. It's a rare one. And I don't know if I need to have Laura retag the information. John's has put VG Plus on it. It's about a $200, $300, $400, $500 record. The only thing he put on it was VG Plus. So I might need to double check the information. Maybe run it tomorrow when we figure out exactly what it is. Or we can bring it over right now and I can be like, here's what we got, folks. Wow, I'm still drinking blue juice 3 hours in. What time is it? Wow, it's only 8:23. We got like 20, 30 hours left of live streaming. John Coltrane has bids now for $25. And ST, you have the high bid. Slicker, you're out. This is called Motley Crue Raw Tracks, Japanese pressing. The high bid right now is $75. Going once, going twice. Coltrane's at $25. We need some more everything. I think it's about time for a fresh box of New Orleans singles. We've almost emptied this whole box over here. What happened to them? Yep, about time. I need to step over here and see what else I can come up with. Let me grab the rest of these and see what we got. I've got 45s like tucked everywhere. Okay, here's the next one. The Els Trons from the New Orleans collection, a $5 start, and the STP Johnny Danger. That's a $5 start, okay? That's where we're at. Now, let's go through a new arrivals crate here. These are all EX Plus or better, all vintage LPs. Priced as marked, no more, no less. First thing we have is Chicago 17. Chicago is $14.99. Also, Johnny Cash, Get Rhythm. Johnny Cash is $9.99, just a little bit of cover wear, but nice vinyl. $9.99 on that. They're survivors. Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Carl Perkins. $26.99. Is Crew going to sell for $75? It looks like it. Now Coltrane has new bids for $28. Also, Gene Clark. Wow, that's one we don't get very often. A 1976 Terre Haute. $49.99. White Light. That's the track, but I think that's what it scores. It's self-titled. I guess it's self-titled. I've only ever had this like one other time. $49.99. Findlay Depperstein getting the Chicago. Thank you. That's so do you. Fleetwood Mac Mirage with Gypsy on it. Nice clean copy with the original on her sleeve. A little bit of cover wear, but nice for $19.99. And Melanie at Carnegie Hall. It does have some radio station call signals. Has a promo. It's a 2LP, $19.99 for Melanie. Robert Warner, 5 on the L-Trons. He's in. ST on Gene Clark. That is sold to ST, Gene Clark. Yep, that's one we don't get very often. And Michael Butler was second. How about Stevie Wonder with the book and the 45? Nice. $34.99. New bid on Motley Crue for $80. What about Coltrane? Slicker, you're out. The new high bid on Coltrane is $28. Bob Riger on Fleetwood Mac Mirage. Seems like a great price on that for $19.99. Cheap Trick, another nice looking record in shrink wrap. Nice. Original Winter sleeve. $19.99. Stevie Wonder with complete. This looks familiar. Yeah, it's Herbie Mann. Memphis two-step. Herbie Mann. But I will say, one we don't get as often. Herbie Mann is $19.99. And Anne Murray sings for the Sesame Street Generation. $19.99 for Anne Murray. The Sesame Street Generation, $19.99. Chris is out of Motley Crue, so John, you have that for $80. Robert, I'm going to say the Els Trons for $5. No one bid on the STP, so that's a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants that. We got a claim on Cheap Trick, and that is with Janie Green, and ST wants Herbie Mann, so those are sold and sold. And then JD Blackfoot, The Story of Crazy Horse, $24.99. JD Blackfoot, The Story of Crazy Horse, $24.99 on that one. That one has some writing right here on the cover. $49, $24.99. And then HM for, that was, we've already pulled that. And then Rebecca got the STP for $5. B was second. And then Slicker, these are all sticker price, new arrivals. Motley Crue's at $80. I'm about to sell it. And then, oh, never mind. Slicker I thought he was making an offer. He was trying to buy Herbie Mann, and now he's bid 29 on Coltrane. So now there's a new bid on Coltrane for 29, which means ST, you've been outbid, and now Motley Crue's at 85, and John Kaiser, you've been outbid. We also have Jimmy Cliff, Struggling Man. That's another one we don't get as often. Jimmy Cliff is $29.99, Struggling Man. Also, Inner Circle, Something So Good. Inner Circle is $19.99, and the Everly Brothers, Beat and Soul. I was about to say, this feels different. That's because it's a German press. A German press for $19.99 there on the Everly Brothers. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic and try to drink some of this water. Let me do that very quickly. Okay, so John, you're back out on Motley Crue. Slicker, you're back out on Coltrane. Chad Smith does want Inner Circle. That's so to Chad Smith. Also, Frank Sinatra, Try a Little Tenderness. Sinatra, wow, that's a nice looking copy there. $14.99, a Scranton Press. John's out on Motley Crue. How about Whack Whack, the Young Holt Trio? Wow, that's an early one from them. I've never seen a picture of them actually on the cover. $14.99 on that. And American Woman, the Guess Who. This appears to be an original. It's got a gatefold cover. It's on the first label. That's nice. $24.99. And Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind. Old Willie there is $24.99. Here's some buy it nows for $6.99. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, American Dream. We have Crowded House, Hey Now, Don't Dream It's Over. Another Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Wasted on the Way. Mr. Rogers, as in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And Blake Mills. Verve here, 7 Blake Mills. I'm not for sure what's going on that, but $6.99. Up at the top, we have Joe Salamo on that very nice Sinatra. That's so to Joe Salamo. George Samberez on American Woman. Michael Ruttman on Crowded House. That is so to Michael. Next is Rebecca on Mr. Rogers. George was second. Mark next on Crowded House. But we do have Mark Fallon first on Wasted on the Way. That leaves American Dream by CSNY. That's still available. And Blake Mills, so to Michael. I have more of these Blake Mills if anybody else wants them. I've got like 4 more copies if anybody wants Blake Mills. I've got 1, 2, 4. Very interesting. It looks like they've like stamped these things or something. I don't know how, but they're all kind of like differently pressed. Let's see what the actual... Oh, yeah, it is on Verve. I don't know what that is, but I've got 3 more of them. All right, time for some new auctions, too. But 2 more records. Having Fern with Ernie and Bert, and that's $24.99. And the 4-top, self-titled, is $14.99. Nice Japanese pressing here of a Motley Crue album. That is sold to Chris Frazier for $85. Thank you, Chris. And now Coltrane's gone, and now we need new literally everything. First is Coltrane, and this is sold to ST for $30. Let's pull one from the Japanese bunch here. And the next from the Japanese stash is going to be, oh man, I don't know if it's time. I mean, this is truly like a Thursday night record, but we'll see who's watching and who's paying attention. This is an OG first press Iron Maiden Japanese pressing for $125 start. I mean, I showed some of these. I was like, man, I don't know. We might have to set these things aside for Thursday. But, you know, kind of Japanese stuff we mix in throughout the week, like right now. This is an OG Iron Maiden Japanese pressing. It is Peace of Mind. It's $125 start. It has the Japanese book with it. Everything's clean and nice and crisp and near mint, including the obi and the cover. It's a top copy. $125 on Iron Maiden. Blake Mills is sold also to Michael Nath for $6.99. And we have also Bert and Ernie. That's sold to Robert Vlodarchek, and Iron Maiden's already took off. I had a feeling it would. I was hoping the right people were on for that. And I was like, this is a risky auction here. We'll see what happens. So let's go ahead and put up another velvet cover. Another Andy Warhol cover. The Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers. And this is a true OG. It's a 71 US Phillips. The front cover is detached. It has the original inner sleeve. It's VG, and let's start it for a $20 start. $20 start here on Iron Maiden. Sticky Fingers by the Rolling Stones. Another Andy Warhol design jacket, just for reference. $20 start. Man, it's worth it just for Can't You Hear Me Knocking. I don't know how many times I've replayed that opening riff of Can't You Hear Me Knocking. It's got to be one of the best opening riffs of all time. There's the original inner sleeve. Now, the cover is here, Ben. So this happens sometimes. You had some very curious, naughty people, and they wanted to know what was underneath. A lot of people hadn't seen that second layer, but there's the second layer. You could completely rip off that if you wanted to. And there's Andy Warhol's stamp there on the underwear. So, but that's going to go up for a $20 start. It does exist. It is playable, and there it is. Next LP in here is Jeremy Storch, 40 Miles Past Woodstock, $9.99 on Jeremy there. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, album, $1,700. Nice gold mono label, $9.99 in shrink wrap. And Neil Young and the Blue Notes, this note's for you, $24.99. Yeah, you hear that and you want to be Keith Richards, don't you? You want to put a cigarette hanging out of your mouth? Amazing. Ted Nugent, Free For All. If you like Meatloaf, Meatloaf appears on vocals here. Ted Nugent, Free For All, $14.99. And Leo Kottke is $14.99. Leo Kottke. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. The most recent high bid is Chris Gardner at $155. This is a beautiful top copy. EMS 91057, 2,800 yen. $155 of Chris Gardner. That is the high bid on that. Stones has jumped up to 28. Michael Rudolph on the old Atlanta Rhythm section there. Rick Hall on Ted Nugent, Free For All. Tim Graham was second, and then Jeff Malwitz. We have Evangeline by Emmylou Harris, $14.99, and Fleetwood Mac, Future Games. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. Future Games, nice copy of that. Fleetwood Mac. And Bobby Whitlock, One of a Kind. Bobby Whitlock played with Clapton in a band called Derek and the Dominoes. This is actually a true promo copy, label and Capricorn promo sticker, $19.99 on that. Iron Maiden, $160, now $175. The Stones is at $28. I still got some stray records in a box, but I'm about to crack open a new box, which is meaning we're going to have some very fresh 45s, probably from the New Orleans batch. We're about to find out right now. Let me grab these and see what I can come up with. But I don't think I've ever opened the lid on this box since John's brought it to me. And let's see what's in here. Should be a wide variety of all kinds of interesting stuff. See if it's mostly New Orleans. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly New Orleans. I was going to see if there's any like top 40. Man, there's some weird looking stuff in here as usual. So, man, very cool. We're going to sell them all one at a time. Last couple nights, we've already sold off a whole nother box, but here we go. Whole nother box of New Orleans coming out right now. So let me set this, and we're going to start putting them up for $5 starts. I've got more bite nows over here behind me, but first, let's do two right here from the middle. This one looks cool, and this one right here. All right, so first thing I had was what and who. We got Fleetwood Mac sold to Michael Nath. Patrick was 7. And we have Michael Butler on Bobby Whitlock. And now Wayne Carr, did you come back in on Stones? Michael Nath does have it for a final call. Iron Maiden's jumped up to 175. We got Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs on tour. That's $24.99. Carole King Fantasy. Carole King is $14.99. Does have the original on her sleeve, Carole King Fantasy. And we have Dave Edmunds, Subtle as a Flying Mallet. And we have $19.99 on Dave Edmunds. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, late again. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. Our next auction here is Super K from the New Orleans collection. Super K Go-Go is a $5 start. And the Cynics, German import, the Cynics. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Cynics, I Want It All, a $5 start on the Cynics. The last bid on Iron Maiden, or the last bid on Stones, 28. 28 Wayne with 28 with Michael Nath. $28 on that. The conditional Iron Maiden, near mint minus. If I had to give it a number grade, I would say 9.8. I'd say like a 9.8 on pretty much all aspects. But yeah, near mint minus all the way around. It's a top Japanese pressing for sure. Continuing with this vintage bin, Ray Charles invites you to listen. Ray Charles is $19.99. Belafonte, wow, a Harry Belafonte album I've never seen before. I mean, I've seen thousands. I've never seen Sings of Love. $9.99 for Harry Belafonte. $9.99. Neil Young, everybody's rocking. A lot of people like that album. $24.99. Some people don't like it. A lot of people do like it. We have Nat King Cole at the Sands. That's a live concert. Classic venue there. And then Sinatra, another Sinatra here, $14.99. Boy, that's from that same kind of 60s label. Beautiful vinyl. Looks like it was just pressed. And Eric Carmen. This is self-titled. It has his hit song, All By Myself, on it. Now, Michael's out on the Stones after Wayne bid 30. So, Wayne, it looks like you're going to be getting that. Cynics does have a bid for 5 with B-sides, Final Call. Janet Gray on Bella, and that was for Belafonte. And now Iron Maiden's at 200 with Gregory. That means Chris Gardner's out. Oh So Adventure's out. It's at 200, Peace of Mind. And I'm about to sell the Stones for 30. Great vintage bin there. And Heath isn't done. He wants Nat and he wants Sinatra. Those are sold to Heath. Great vintage bin there. We sold about half of that. And guess what? Last night, we still got 2 more from John that he marked today. And then last night, there was 4 that I didn't even go through because of our stream issues. So I've got like 6 more like this to go through, plus Laura's marking new stuff. And at some point tonight, I plan on getting into maybe some discount bins. But before I do anything else, I got some more Buy It Now 45s here. These are $6.99. We got the tokens. The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Also, John Travolta, Summer Nights. Neil Sedaka, Breaking Up Is Hard to Do. Elton John, Empty Garden. And we have O.C. Becia, a promo, Music for Gong Gong. And that is $6.99. First, what we're going to do is sell the Cynics for $5. As soon as I said that, Fred asked what's for auction. The Cynics, and it's sold to B-sides for $5. And if anybody wants Super K, it's a $5 buy it now. Ivan R gets Elton John for $6.99. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $205. Wayne Carr, you get Sticky Fingers for $30. I'm going to make that the last record here in this crate. I'm going to bring over a new empty crate here. And let me do that right now. I'm going to make that the last record in there. Let me swap these around, grab a new empty one over here if I can. Let me see what I got going on over here. Need a new empty crate, please. Here's my new empty crate. Got it. Got it. And then the next comment, Ivan got Elton John. Chris Gardner on JT. And JT was for John Travolta. That was with Chris Gardner. And then Heath Norman wants Neil, which was Neil Sedaka. Debbie next on Travolta. Pam next on Elton. Rebecca, the Cynics is already sold. The Lion Sleeps Tonight is sold to Michael. That leaves O.C. Becia if anybody wants that. Iron Maiden's at $225. Our next auction, we still got Bob Marley. We still got Elvis, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Coltrane, the band, Grateful Dead, Elmore James, Rolling Stones, the Beatles, Def Leppard, Lightning Hopkins, Bob Dylan, and Faces. Let's do Faces right now. Still got several high-end Japanese records to run. And we also have a whole nother box of Japanese up front I hadn't even ran yet. But first, here's Faces. Ooh La La, to smooth face, squeeze top and bottom of album. It's supposed to be like this. I hate messing with them, though. I've never been much to play with the gimmick jackets, but you move this and his face moves. But either way, it is an OG. It's a true first press. It has the big song on it, Ooh La La, and this is a $15 star. Faces. Original sleeve. It does have a little bit of wear, some staining. It's a VG copy. Faces is a $15 start. Next thing we have, Iron Maiden's at $225. And the Bowie record. Yeah, I'll go ahead and we'll try to figure it out. I'll go ahead and try to sell it tonight. No reason to delay it any further, I guess. But yeah, I'll bring it over in just a second. Let's sell either Iron Maiden or Faces, and we'll get it going. All right, nobody. Whoa, there went my 45s. It's okay. I'm glad they've always fell that way and not the other way because my stacks get a little, I was just looking at that. I was like, man, that stack's getting a little bit janky over there. $9.99 for Johnny Cash. That's still available. Also, no one bought this, the Survivors. I thought Cash left behind. Wow. Also, we have Melanie. That's $19.99 Melanie. Also, Stevie Wonder still available for $34.99. Anne Murray sings Sesame Street. J.D. Blackfoot, Jimmy Cliff, the Everly Brothers, Young Holt Trio, Willie Nelson, Four Tops, Jeremy Storch, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Neil Young, Leo Kottke, Emmylou Harris, Sam the Sham, Carole King, Dave Edmonds, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Ray Charles, Neil Young, and Eric Carmen, okay? Now, where are we on Iron Maiden? Final call to Gregory Roberts, it looks like. Let me organize my 45s here. Luckily, they just fall right down in here. That's actually a good place for them right now. Let me just leave them down in the front of this bin as long as they're not on their edge. Might be a good place for them right now before they fall into the wrong place. I'm just going to leave them down in there. All right, and then this is the soul pile. That's the most important pile. Let me put that right there. And now, here we have Jeremiah Lewis. We have not sold. The Bowie he's asking about has not been sold yet. Faces is a final call, and I'm selling the Iron Maiden when I come back. I just got to grab a new empty crate if I can walk through here. I have literally boxed myself in again. The best way to do this is take crates completely out of the way, and I end up stacking them like right next to me. And then here's all the stuff that John... Oh, man, here's a check condition crate from yesterday that we never did go through. I didn't know there was a check condition crate. This is going to be a great one. Oh, yeah, Doors, Aerosmith... This is what I've been looking for. Let's go through this. Check condition crate. So yeah, this is one from yesterday that never did make it to the table. We just ran out of time and had all the connection problems. So here we go. And let's go through it. Iron Maiden, 230, 250. Faces was at 15 when I walked away, and now it's still at 15. Another 15. Another 15, and another 15. So we got a lot of people wanting to bid 15, but for somebody to win it, they're going to have to bid more than 15. I come back to sell Iron Maiden, and there's a new bid for 220, 230, 250. John Kaiser, you're out. Gregory has it. Next 45s. Where's my New Orleans stuff? Here we go. Here is this and this. Here's our next New Orleans singles. And this is a $5 start. The Thunders. Johnny's back. That's going to go up for a $5 start. It's on orange vinyl. And the Prime Vals. And the Prime Vals is going to go up for a $5 start. Faces is VG cover and VG vinyl. VG there on Faces. The only auctions that have not sold tonight is Super K for $5. The Skinnies for $5. The Fat Boys for $7, and this beautiful Near Mint Elton John Greatest Hits, $45. $45 on that. Bob Dylan and the Band, VG Plus, $26.99. Right into new check condition, VG Plus, $26.99. The Tubes is VG Plus, $12.99, and another Tubes is $12.99. Boy, you can tell records are heavy because when these fall over, like when I don't have them stand up and they fall back, it completely rocks this whole table. That's probably like 40 pounds of just like, that's why my records fell over back here. Anyway, Iron Maiden, Gregory, you can take a sigh of relief. This is sold to you for $250. That is sold to you for $250. I can't believe earlier, when I put up Elton John like 3 hours ago, I thought it would bring $50 or $60. And now 3 people want. This would be a great time for me to just put that back up for auction. But we're going to sell it right now for $45. Who was first? The first person was Michael Nath. Also, Faces has a new bid for $25. It's a VG, and then Michael Nath got Elton John for $45. ST got the Band, And next is another Elton John. Bass kicking wants the Fat Boys for $7. That's sold to him for $7. And then we have these are $5 starts, and Robert's in on the Thunders. Next is the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll, and I like it. An OG VG Plus, $26.99. So Tubes, Rolling Stones, and the Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. VG Plus, $19.99. That has Frankenstein and Free Ride on it. All right, let's pull another Japanese pressing here. Oh, boy. I wonder if the KISS people are still with me. I hadn't mentioned this thing all night long. Here we are for a $65 start. I should go ahead and say 75 or 85, but I'll go ahead and say 65. A Japanese pressing of double platinum. Wow, look at this. KISS double platinum. This is going to go up for a $65 start. The vinyl is absolutely phenomenal. Sean Druin, by the way, that's bass kicking. For those that may not know, tagging the sale. Thank you for the note. It also has this sticker, which I think is like supposed to go on the jacket, you know, or the back of it or something, but it has that sticker with it. I don't know if the Japanese came with a record insert. Y'all know the Platinum Award insert. I don't know if that came with Japanese pressings, but man, what a nice copy here. KISS is a $65 start. A Japanese double platinum, double LP, near mint with Obi, of course. Super nice. There it is. It's up for bid. Next is the Thunders had one bid for $5. We had Faces got a new bid for $26. ST on the Rolling Stones, and he likes it. And then Jetstream went out on the Faces. KISS has bids for $65, another bid for $65, another bid for $65, and we have Steve Winwood. This is VG $14.99. Steve Winwood, Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce. VG Plus $9.99. Bad. Leroy Brown, One Less Set of Footsteps. VG Plus $9.99 on Jim Croce. Slade, Nobody's Fools. Cool. Don't get that very often. VG Plus $14.99. The Thunders is sold to Robert for $5. If anybody wants the Prime Vowels, it's going to go up for a $5 bot now. Living in Hell, the Prime Vowels. So Faces is the final call, and that's at 26 with Nick Bargeron since he set out. 2 more records here. Chubby Checkers Beach Party. This is in VG condition. $9.99. That's for old Chubby Checkers Beach Party. We also have Robin Trower for Earth Below. VG $9.99. And Stevie Nicks Rock a Little. That's VG Plus $14.99 on Stevie Nicks. Our next 2 New Orleans singles are going to go up right now. And this is The Public Vein. That's going to go up for a $5 start. The Public Vein, a $5 start. That looks odd. And then Barracuda, the 5, 6, 7, 8. Always a lot of interest in them. The 5, 6, 7, 8. That's going to go up for a $5 start. KISS is at 75. Now KISS is at 85. Michael wants Chubby. Chubby sold to Michael. Pam wants Stevie. Stevie sold to Pam. Also, we have Toto 4 with their hit song Africa on here. It is a VG Plus copy. Steve Lukather, $17.99. Foxy Lady, Cher is VG Plus $19.99, and Gordon Lightfoot, Old Dan's Records. Gordon Lightfoot is VG $9.99. Faces is sold for $26. Ooh La La, it's sold for $26 to Nick Bargeron. Double Platinums at $85 of Mike Torrey's. Everybody else is OUT. OUT on that. We're going to be selling New Orleans singles 2 at a time, probably for about the next 4 hours. We've only got about 25,000 more to do at $5 starts, 2 at a time, till they're all gone. It could be another several months. It could be, we might be still selling them in October. I don't know. We still could have them up like this every night in October. Who knows? We've got a bunch of them, though. VG Plus $24.99 on Eric Clapton Backless. Eric Clapton's VG Plus $24.99. The Band, Moondog Matinee, VG $12.99. And we have Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. It is in shrink wrap. Hello, Old Friend, VG Plus $24.99. Now, the Public Vein doesn't have a bid. It's a final call, but the 5, 6, 7, 8s is now at $15 already. And then we had a question. Is KISS Double Platinum record insert in the Japanese version? It should have one. So the jacket is VIP 9549, squiggly line 50. It has a 4,000 yen. It does have this sticker that comes with it, and the insert is in, well, usually these are in Japanese and English, but yeah, they usually are in both. Usually, but yeah, it's in Japanese and English. The front here is written all in Japanese, and then the lyrics are in Japanese and English. That's usually how they do it. Yep, hard luck woman, strutter, hotter than hell. She looked good. She looked hotter than hell. Yeah, so it's kind of in both, if that helps your question. Of course, the disc are extremely nice. So there's that. Next, we have Huey Lewis, another copy of Sports. This one is half price because it's VG, $9.99. Eric Clapton, Cry, so did Thomas Hujar. Also, we have the Jewel of the Nile soundtrack. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Robin Trower is VG, $9.99. And Toto, there's their self-titled album, Hold the Line. VG Plus, $14.99 on Toto. And Styx Cornerstone is VG Plus, $14.99. The 5678 has a new bid for $17 with Jim B. Public Vein is a buy it now for $5. Nobody bid on that one. Let's move Barracuda over here. And now we've had 2 questions, but Mike Torres has had Kiss now for 4 minutes as the high bidder at $85. So that's now a final call to him. We'll see if anybody else bids. There's been several inquiries, but no new bids yet. Oh, man. Here's a nice copy, and it's OG, of Pink Floyd's 1975 album, Wish You Were Here. And the first thing that caught my attention was this beautiful jacket. This is a 75 Wish You Were Here. The vinyl's been conservatively graded EX, which, you know, this is one of those albums you want a high-grade copy because it can get really quiet, right, on Wish You Were Here and Shine On You Crazy Diamond. I mean, the opening, before you hear like music on Shine On You Crazy Diamond, it's like 3 minutes in before you think you hear that first like note, or maybe even longer than that. But this is a nice copy. It's a Santa Maria. There's no postcard. It does have the original under sleeve. It's a $45 start on that. $45 start on Pink Floyd. Nice jacket. That's what's catching my attention. Nice jacket there. So really nice copy. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Bowie. I have forgot about it over here. Let me go get it. It's over here through this maze. I don't think y'all realize the journey I have to take just to get over here to a different crate. Okay, I've got my hand on it. Here we go. Yeah, so let's see what's going on here. Let's see. I might have Laura come up and give me the exact detail. I mean, it's not one I can. There's one thing written on it from John, VG Plus. Laura, if you can hear me, I may have her come pick up this record, go give me the details on it, and then come back and we'll auction it, okay? But here it is. I think some people will stick around to get a chance at it. So I'm going to use my one summon Laura card for tonight and get her to run the matrix on this, okay? So let's go back up the top. And boy, that's quick. I can already hear. Yeah, it's the press and plant year suggested starting price on that. Okay, so let's go back up the top. And right now, the 5678 was at 17 with Jim B. Now that I pulled Toto, I hadn't. Tim Graham got Toto. Kiss is at 90. Kiss is at 95. Pink Floyd, 45, 46, 50, 45. Kiss is at 100. And then we have Pink Floyd, 45, 55. Adam, somebody already got Toto. Now, he got Toto self-titled. Toto 4 is still available if you want it. Knives, Scott, I've missed you the last 2 weeks. I've already told you that. Where have you been? Styx, The Grand Illusion. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. The Styx, Grand Illusion. VG Plus, $14.99. Now Pink Floyd is at $64. Where are we at on Kiss? Chris Frazier has it for $100. Mike Torres, you've been outbid. Now Pink Floyd's at $64. I've already forgot on the 5678. I think Jim B still has it. Jim B has it for $17. I'm going to make sure that B-Sides didn't bid again. 17 on that, final call. Next is James Taylor Flag. JT is VG Plus $9.99. And James Taylor Mudslide Slim. This appears to be a UK or a German copy. It's a Unipack sleeve gatefold. VG Plus $17.99. Yeah, look at that. Green German. There is some initials written on the label and inside of the gatefold, but that is a German. Now Pink Floyd's at 70. Now Kiss is at 105. Now the 5, 6, 7, 8 is at 18. And now we have 38 special, Wild Eyed Southern Boys, VG Plus $17.99 for 38 special. Our next auction is the Drags, and this is Conspiracy. The Drags is going to go up for a $5 start. GMB B-Sides is out, but Thomas Hujar's in at $18 on the 5, 6, 7, 8s there. So new bid from Thomas. Robert Lee Bunch wants 38 special. That is sold. And there's no poster and award. Kiss just has that one sticker and the insert. Just one sticker and insert. Mike Torres has Kiss for 105. They're still bidding on Pink Floyd. Next is Mia Justin. My knees just popped. Boy, I wish y'all could have heard that. That was my knuckles right then, but I squatted down to pick up a next record, and my knees sounded like a .22 rifle going off. Not good. I'm going to have some sort of reconstructive legs attached to me at some point. Next thing we have is a back-to-back 38 special. VG Plus, $17.99, 38 special. Rockin' Into the Night, another one. And Rush, Exit Stage Left. Tom Sawyer, VG Plus $34.99. Gatefold Rush, Exit Stage Left. Right now, it's almost top of the hour. We got 333 people watching on both platforms. Great. Final call on 2 auctions back here, but some of them just got new bids. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate it. We've got like vintage crate after vintage crate and vintage crate after vintage crate. So much to go through tonight. And hopefully we can sell a ton of records. I would love that, okay? Plus discounts, 45s. Y'all know the drill. So here's where we're at. Robert Lee Bunch got another 38 special. Next is our MT Matt on a nice rush there. Kiss just got a new bid for 110. The last bid on Pink Floyd, Welcome to the Machine, is at $78. Thomas Hujar, you've been outbid on the 5, 6, 7, 8s. It's now at $19. The Drags is a $5 start. Rush, let me take a look at it right quick. It's VG Plus. It's definitely a vintage copy. It's mastered by Bob Ludwig. That is the correct first label. MT Matt, it has RA on the dead wax, correct label. Definitely not a new copy. All indications say new. Sawyer Brown, Shaken. In Shrinking Hot, VG Plus $9.99. The 5, 6, 7, 8s is at $21. Aerosmith, Get Your Wings. Nice vintage copy here. VG Condition, $12.99. Aerosmith, Get Your Wings. And we have Fats Domino, VG Plus, $17.99. Pink Floyd has a new bid. George, you've been outbid. And now Robert Lee Bunch on SB for Sawyer Brown. The Drags is a buy it now for $5. Conspiracy, if anybody wants that. Next New Orleans single is a BIN. I've got some more BINs over here for $6.99. We hadn't done any in a while. Let's grab some new $6.99 buy it nowers. BINers, okay? These are all $6.99. We got a Mungo Jerry picture sleeve. All right, all right, all right. And Little Miss Hip Shake. Mungo Jerry. Don't see that very often. Also, John Cougar Mellencamp, Cherry Bomb. Here's one I don't see as often as either. Jean-Michel Jarre, Oxygen 4 from the album Oxygen. Jean-Michel, $6.99. Jan and Dean, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. We have Dead or Alive, a promo. My Heart Goes Bang, a promo. And Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. New bids on Pink Floyd still coming in. Mike Torres, what about on the Kiss? Chris Frazier bid 110. I haven't heard back from Mike Torres. He just said he's out. Okay, he's out, but now John's in at 120. And the 5, 6, 7, 8s has a new bid with Thomas Hujar for 21. Jim B, you've been outbid. And now we've got a couple sold out here. Now Jim B's in at 22. So Thomas Hujar, you've been outbid. And now Larry Smith wants John Cougar Mellencamp. And Chris Gardner gets Dead or Alive. And we also have Bobby Brown and Jan Dean and John Michael Jarre and Mungo Jerry. Those are all $6.99. Is this a promo? Not to my knowledge. I don't see any promo markings. Those don't look like the promo symbols. Let me check the labels. I don't think it is. Let me see here if there's any promo labels. No promo markings on the label. I'm kind of familiar with what those three, usually the Japanese promo mark is a 3. I mean, I'm not saying those are it, but it kind of looks like 3 symbols like that. You can usually spot them, but I don't think that one is, not to my knowledge. Also, the Doobie Brothers Stampede, VG Plus $9.99. Bad Company, Rock and Roll. Wow, somebody underlined it. They like it. Big hit, Rock and Roll Fantasy, VG $9.99. And we have The Doors 13, which is like a hits comp or a compilation, VG $14.99. Thank you. Perfect timing for David Bowie. Laura has brought it. Laura has brought it. And I see why John marked it what he did. We got a starting price. That's pretty close to what I was thinking. We're going to put up David Bowie here in just 1 second. But first, Kiss has a new bid for $120, and that means now it's at $122. And now Pink Floyd, Rick Harrington's out. Who is the other bid before George Sambaraz? Ryan Mustaine. Ryan, you're out on Pink Floyd. George Sambaraz has it for $98. This is a final call for $22 now with Jim B. Robert Lee Bunch on the Doobie Brothers, that's sold. Clifford Umstead on the Doors. Clifford, that's sold to you. Clifford, by the way, I got you that Nirvana pulled. And Clifford, also, I got you on the Steely Dan. I got you on the Steely Dan bootleg waiting list, Clifford. I got you on the Steely Dan bootleg from last night. The Moody Blues, Days of Future Past, VG $9.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, if you could read my mind, Gordon Lightfoot is VG Plus $14.99. Kiss is at $125. Doors 13. And we have an out on Pink Floyd. Brian just left. He's been in the back packing literally since I've been live. He's heading out for the night. They've done a really good job trying to stay on top of orders this week. As y'all know, every Monday there's a dump of orders. It's the essential of selling, like, because invoicing is done on one day, like thousands of records to be packed up. Just like every Monday they get a dump and of new stuff as people start paying and then pay throughout the week. So there's about between, if you count Tanner, Gene, Rebecca assisting Steve, Brian, everybody throughout the week, there's 5, sometimes as many as 7 different people if we have other people assisting, like Tyler comes down, et cetera, as much as like 7 different people packing up orders throughout the week to get all these records boxed up. If you think about it, every time I lay a record over here, it's going to have to be mailed out, most likely to somebody. Some have local pickup, but most of these things are being shipped out. Another Gordon Lightfoot, it was the Summer Side of Life, VG Plus $14.99. Chad, info on Pink Floyd, Ryan's out, and it was a final call. Okay. Pink Floyd is a 1975 U.S. Santa Maria original. The cover caught my attention. It's super glossy and virtually shows no signs of wear. It may be one of the nicest jackets I've ever seen for Pink Floyd. It has the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl was conservatively graded EX. So definitely a higher grade copy. Really nice. And it's a final call to George Sambaraz, and he has it at $98. Kiss had a bid for $120. Kiss got a bid for $122. Kiss got a bid for $125. And Chris Frazier said out. Michael Rudolph wants Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. Also, we have, it's a live, I forgot what it was called. It's not Gaucho Alternate Takes. And then 5, 6, 7, 8 is sold to Jim B. This is done for $22, okay? The Steely Dan will be back in on Thursday. I really don't know the title of it again. I wish I could get to it quick. I would show it because we had a ton of people on a waiting list. Next is Cher, Half Breed, VG $12.99. And we have the very best of Gordon Lightfoot, VG Plus $14.99. Roy Buchanan is VG Plus $14.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG $9.99. Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss Double Platinum is sold to John Kaiser for $125, okay? That is sold. And now I'm going to make sure Christopher Dean doesn't want to bid on Pink Floyd. If he says pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. If he wants to bid, then we'll keep it rolling. And then it's called Steely Dan Live at the Record Plant. Okay. Steely Dan Live at the Record Plant, which is a vintage live concert bootleg, $29.99. It's got a really cool cover. It looks like they're sitting in the studio. It's a really cool cover on it. Davey Winstead share. That's sort of Davey Winstead. All right, let's put up the David Bowie. So this is now, have y'all seen that cover, or y'all seen the album Space Oddity, right? That is always a reissue. If you see David Bowie Space Oddity, that's a reissue. Here is the true first pressing, David Bowie. It's called Man of Words, Man of Music. Actually, if you see those 69 RCA pressings or 70s, they have a little thing down here that says formerly released as Man of Words, Man of Music. And this is the OG. It's David Bowie. It's a 1969 U.S. Mercury. The pressing plant is Richmond, Virginia. It has a company inner sleeve. Now, John had a price on it. We're going to start it. I'm going to start it $20, $50, $75 less than what he had it priced. Some of these have sold for as much as $400. The starting price is $175 start. $175 start. David Bowie, a man of words, a man of music. The disc itself is pretty solid at VG+. Tough Bowie to get. It does have the original Mercury inner sleeve. Awesome. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. $175 start on David Bowie. The Steely Dan we're talking about is a bootleg. It's an unofficial pressing. They're new and sealed. They're $29.99. Robert, let's see here. George Samberez, you get this for $98. David Bowie is a $175 start. And now we got several people wanting on that Steely Dan waiting list. And the first one was Kenneth Russell. Make sure Clifford Umstead's on there from the video, plus everybody from last night. Robert Lee Bunch wants one, and David Bowie's $175 start. Now, I still got several surprises, but also, let me show you this box set because it's kind of been in my way over here, and I'm about to move it. So let me go ahead and show it. This showed up as a surprise. I back ordered these about a month ago, and they've showed up. The Ride the Lightning Super Deluxe box set from Metallica. They're $350. They're new and sealed. 6 LPs, 3 CDs. It has a lyric book, 72-page book, posters. It's one of those killer Super Deluxe. Metallica has the Creeping Death EP. Has a lot of cool stuff with it. Those are $349.99. I'm actually going to put them over here almost so I have like a platform to put some other stuff next to it. But in case you missed those, I know who would buy one right now. I don't know if he's watching. I know Solarplex Studios. He would buy one right now if he's watching. And I might have to send him an email because some of those things were back ordered. Some customers asked, could I get him Metallica boxes? And I was like, I think they're all out of print. And then that one was available. I ordered it and they've shown up. So they're $349.99. Here's our next Japanese pressing. Once again, probably one that would be more reserved for Thursday Metal Night, but we're putting it up right now. And it is Dokken Tooth and Nail. A Japanese pressing, Dokken Tooth and Nail, a $45 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It is a beautiful Japanese pressing. It has an insert. It has a beautiful cover, and it's a $45 start. Dokken is now up for bid. MT Matt wants a Metallica. I was about to say, MT Matt and Solarplex, they're almost like arch nemesis, it seems like, over on YouTube when they're bidding against each other. So you get one. I don't think Solarplex is on right now, and I have one left if anybody else wants one. They're brand new and sealed. Metallica Super Deluxe box, $349.99. I have one more left, and I need to back order more if anybody else, if they come in. Okay, Mike Bartlett wants Bad Company. Man, that was a great crate, and we have like so many more like this to go through. But the first thing we need is some more 45s. And the next 45 is going to go up right now from the New Orleans collection. Let's do it right now. We've opened up a fresh box, and there's just like one after another here. And the first thing we have is Oblivions, the 2 Bose Maniacs, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Oblivions, that's a $5 start, and Les Cartoons, had a little bit of a dog-eared. I think I fixed it. $5 start. He would have bought both. He would have. That's why I'm going to go ahead and order more. When I had those, I walked over here to our new vinyl tonight, and I was like, whoa, what is this? And I was like, oh, those came in. You know, I order stuff like that, and you just never know. And I was like, we might have to just auction those on Thursday night. We might just have to auction those. But let me read the titles here. Dokken is a 45. Can you get Muppets and Black Album? I know I can get the Black Album. If anybody wants that, I can get those. And then Puppets and Justice are tough. I think those are done. I think those are out of print. The only two I could order or back order was Kill 'Em All and Ride the Lightning. And I think Justice and Puppets are out of print, and I think those are really pricey. I'm pretty sure we had a Master of Puppets one night, and it's like $1,000. It's really expensive. And then Justice, when I bought a Justice, I bought mine when we had one come through here. I had to keep it. The last one that come through here, I was like, I better hold on to this thing because it's my favorite Metallica album. And I kept it, and that's the last time I've seen one of those. So, but I can get the Black Album. They're still in print, and they're still in stock. Here's what's left very quickly. If you need a price, let me know. This is going to be a quick read-through. The Tubes, Edgar Winter, Steve Winwood, Jim Croce. So many great titles left in here. Slade, Robin Trower. We got Toto, Cher, Gordon Lightfoot. Also, Eric Clapton, The Band, Huey Lewis, Robin Trower, Jewel of the Nile, Styx, James Taylor, Aerosmith, James Taylor, Fats Domino, Gordon Lightfoot, Roy Buchanan, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. So the first in the back left is, let me scroll up to the top. Hold on a minute. All right, we pulled Bad Company. David Bowie, 185. David Bowie, 190. David Bowie, 200. Oblivions 5. David Bowie, 200. Oblivions 5. David Bowie, 210. Oblivions 10. Dokken, 45. Dokken does have a bid. Beautiful copy. Japanese, too. Bowie, 215. Les Cartoons has a bid for 5. Oblivion 6. Oblivion 11. Dokken, another 45. Oblivion 7. How much was Huey Lewis? It was VG, $9.99. We had a near mint one earlier for $19.99. This one's VG, $9.99. David Bowie, 216. Oblivions 9. What is the color of the Oblivions? I don't know if we even looked. The Oblivions is on death black colored vinyl. And now Dokken has a new bid. Les Cartoons, a final call. David Bowie's at 216. Okay. We're getting there with these. Let's swap out this crate. I don't think Laura's brought up a crate yet. I think she's processing stuff right now. How can I even get over here to the next one? Let me move some stuff around. Let me push these right here. I kind of want to count how many crates of new vinyl or how many crates or records are up here. It's honestly pretty astonishing how much they've put out in the last probably couple weeks. I kind of want to count them just to give y'all an idea. It's pretty amazing. How about we go through this crate right here? It looks pretty cool. And here's a couple records here I was going to auction. Yeah, let's go through this crate here. Should be able to read through these pretty quick. I'm going to do a crate condense, get a little organized here. And let me take this off the table. Let me take this one off the table. Here's the 3 other crates from yesterday he had. Let me see what's going on with this one. All right, let me go through this. Yeah. Okay. So, first thing I have here is what and who. Okay, I remember saying Les Cartoons 5, Oblivion's 11, Dokken 45, David Bowie 216, Oblivion's 9, Dawkins 52, Dawkins 60, Dawkins 50, Bowie out, Oblivion's 11, Dawkins 55, Dawkins 60, Oblivion's out, and then thanks. Okay, so there may be confusion on the Dawkins bid. The Dawkins bid is Gregory Roberts is at $60. Gregory has Dawkins at $60. Everybody else is out. If you're not Gregory, you don't have Dawkins at $60. This is sold to B-Sides for $5, the less cartoons. David Bowie, the last bid on David Bowie is Jeremiah Lewis at $216. I don't think we're done, but it's a final call. Okay? And then Philip wants Huey from the last bid. How does new buyers work? Dawkins has a new bid for $66. All right. So if you're watching out there for the first time, you don't have to be registered to bid. You don't have to be signed up or anything. You can just start bidding. After you make your first purchase, we'll get you registered. Here's how things work around here. $7 in limited shipping. We have an open box all week. Open box all week, as much as you want to buy. That starts on Monday. This is Tuesday. I'll be doing this again tomorrow. First of all, I'll be here till at least midnight or 1 a.m. tonight, Central Time. And then we'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then the open box closes, and then you'll get an invoice. $7 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, you can jump in at any time. But if you end up making a purchase and you're a first-time buyer, I'll have to get you registered. First, Philip Holt, you get Huey Lewis. John Schmitz at 18 on the Oblivions. And I think that's the new high bid. Let me make sure it is. That's the new high bid on the Oblivions. David Bowie is a 69 U.S. Mercury Original. It's in VG Plus, and the cover is probably VG just because of cover wear. It has a specially priced tag on the front, signs of ring wear and cover wear and shelf wear. The original Space Oddity that was released here in the U.S. under the title Man of Words, Man of Music. Okay? And then Dawkins is between Gregory and George Sambarez right now. Gregory has it for $75. George is out. Let's go through new vintage arrivals here, okay? Let me mute my mic before I start reading off titles fast, because I think I can go through this one fast. I'm going to need some water. Okay, sorry, I had to reply to 2 texts there too as well. All right, here we go. We have Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind. This is a non-check condition bin, so everything in here is graded EX or better. $9.99. These are all first come, first serve, no more, no less. They are sticker price. The Commodores Live, that's a 2LP, $24.99 on the Commodores. We had Dean, there's Frank. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, nice. $14.99 on Frank Sinatra. We have Wings Over America, Triple LP Live Wings, $34.99. And the best of Jerry Jeff Walker, that's $19.99. Dawkins now at 100. The Oblivions is now at 23. David Bowie's at 230 with John Kaiser. Jeremiah Lewis is out. Mark Fallon, I think you're one of the last people other than John Kaiser. Also, we have Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been. That's a gatefold 2 LP, $24.99. Dean Martin Swingin's a 2 LP, $19.99. This is The Ride of the Valkyries. Leonard Bernstein, some classical there of a really cool cover, $14.99 on that. Garrett on Jerry Jeff Walker. Dokken has a new bid, $124. The Oblivions, what are the songs? It is Kill Louis Stomp and the Two Bow Maniacs. It might be split. Yeah, the Two Bow Maniacs is the other artist. It's Stir Fry. So the Oblivion song is the King Louis Stomp. Now David Bowie's at $275. Y'all are back at the original sticker price that John had it at. Y'all are back at the original sticker price at what John had it at. Next is Dokken's at $130. George Samberez, and this is Dean Martin. And yeah, Jerry Jeff was near mint. And now we got Dean Martin Swingin' with George Samberez. Firefall Elon is $9.99, and Poco is $9.99. Some very clean vintage LPs in here. Here's our next auction. Our next auction is the Pinks, another New Orleans single. This is going to go up for a $5 start. The Pinks, this is a $5 start there on the Pinks. 5 on that to get that rolling. Bowie's still getting bids. John Kaiser, you're out. And then we got a new bid on Dokken at $144. Kelly Wlodarczyk on the Valkyries. And we got Sammy Hagar. This is 3-lock box. There is some writing on the cover, but nice vinyl as usual with that collection. $19.99. The Greatest of the Guess Who, $17.99. That is available, and so is Jim Carroll, $19.99. Dokken's at $144. Bowie's at $280. And now the Oblivions is at $35 with Thomas Ujar. $35 on the Oblivions. Pink is a 5. Tim Graham wants Sammy Hagar. How much was Edgar Winter from a crate back? Are you talking about Free Ride and Frankenstein? Let's go check on it right quick. Free Ride and Frankenstein. That was VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. Let's resume our buy it nows. Hadn't done it in a long time, it seems like. Here's some more buy it nows for $6.99. We got Heart. That is What About Love. Spin Doctors, Jimmy Olsen's Blues, Spin Doctors from 1991. Elton John, Wrap Her Up. Steve Winwood, Roll With It. Berlin, No More Words. And Electric Light Orchestra, Calling America. Those are all buy it nows for $6.99. Just saying. Over here, we sold Sammy Hagar. Bowie had a new bid for $280. Dokken had a new bid for $150. Bowie had a new bid for $285. Kenneth Russell on the Guess Who. Oblivions has got a new bid for $37. John Schmidt's out. Michael Rudolph wants the Edgar Winter from that previous crate. Let's go pull it for you. This is sold, and let's tag it. This is sold. And this is sold to Michael Rudolph. Dokken's now at $164. Bowie's at $290. Adam Bullock wants Spin Doctors. That's sold to him for $699. We still got ELO, Berlin, Steve Winwood, Elton John, and Heart. What About Love? Michael Butler says he's out on Bowie. Now it's at $290. Also, Pat Benatar in Shrink with Hype and a Grammy nominee sticker. I've never seen that sticker on there. $16.99. The Pinks is a $5 buy it now. The Pinks, and we had England Dan, and this is $9.99. Chad, was the Metallic box said to you said you had one? I didn't catch it all. We sold one, and there's one left. It's Metallica Ride the Lightning box. These came back in stock, new from our distributors. They're $349.99. It's the Super Deluxe, or they're all Super Deluxes technically. CDs, DVDs, the Creepin' Death picture disc, remaster, book, etc., etc. So yeah, they are $349.99. This one's sold. I have one left, and I have a opportunity to get more, hopefully, if they come in. Also, Emmylou Harris Last Date. Emmylou is $14.99, and Meatloaf Dead Ringer. Meatloaf is $34.99. We got Debbie Winstead wanting the Elton John 45. What is the Berlin song? The A-side is No More Words and Rumor of Love. Berlin, $6.99. Gregory is out. And then the Oblivions is called King Louis Stomp, and the Two Bow Maniacs is Stir Fry. The new high bid on this, it's got the insert with it. It's got a little insert from the record label, and this has a high bid with John Schmidt, a new bidder, for $37. Now, I think both of these are final calls. They're big auctions, lots of bidding. John Kaiser has the OG David Bowie for $290. I think there may be maybe two other people that really hadn't set out, but they hadn't bid in a long time. Final call on Bowie for $290. Dokken is a final call to George Samberez at $164. Next is John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds, $9.99. John Cougar, American Fool, $19.99. And Pleased Youth, Dangerous Choo Choo, Pleased Youth is $19.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, $19.99 for Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Also, let's grab a new New Orleans single. Let's pull one right here. This looks interesting. Shiny Gnomes, Sex Maniac, Her Dog, You've Done Me Wrong. This is the Shiny Gnomes. It's going to go up for a $5 start. Now, we have Thomas Hujar. It's really just up to you on the Oblivions. 2 more records, then I'm selling those 2 back LPs. Carole King is $14.99 for Carole King Rider, and ELO Discovery. Nice. Shine a Little Love, Last Train to London. ELO is $19.99. All right, and let's first sell the Dokken to George Samberez. Thank you, George. That's sold to you for $164. Appreciate that. Now, I still got several Japanese over here. Well, you never know what's going to happen. And we have a whole nother crate. So we've been selling out of the first crate since I put up the first auction at about 5:15 tonight. And we're still selling out of that first crate. And now a David Bowie Grail is sold to John Kaiser for $290. Thomas is out on the Oblivions, and the Shiny Gnomes is a $5 start. Let's put this right over here. Now, I did pull another record out from that same crate that Bowie was in. No, this was a different crate because I had never seen this before. It's a $25 start. This is Charlie Brown Presents He's Your Dog, Charlie Brown by Charles Schultz. I've never had this particular record, and John says there's no condition notes on it. That's pretty unique in itself. Big, bright yellow sleeve there. Wow, yeah, that's for a children's record. Just some light scuffing on it, but definitely passes as non-check condition. It's a storybook. It's a storybook and record. I've never had this Charlie Brown record before. It's an original, and it's a $25 start. That's now up for bid, a $25 start on that. Yes, you got the Spin Doctors. And now let's introduce a new buyer with the Oblivions. That is sold to you, and I need you to go ahead and send our page a message. So, John Schmidt, this is sold to you for $37. Now, the only thing I need you to do is send a Facebook message to Collectco. I need your email address and mailing address. You won't get an invoice until Monday. But in the meantime, watch when you can. If you like 45s, if you like 45s like this, we have thousands of them. I'm talking thousands. Everybody will vouch that bids on these. We have almost an endless supply. They're boxed up and stacked everywhere. We buy massive collections. We've accumulated 45s for years. And in the last 6 months, we've really just started getting into them heavily. We've had so many for so long, and now I pretty much try to auction them and do buy it nows on them all night long, or we're never going to sell them. At this point, there's there's so many of them. But yeah, just send our page a message. Let's go ahead and get a new auction going. This is Rainbow. Here's our next Japanese pressing, Rainbow, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. I like this album. Once again, with Ronnie James Dio on vocals, and this is another premium Japanese pressing here, $45 start. Superb vinyl. Also here we have the insert. It's a gatefold. Nice. There he is. Gatefold. Just a little bit of those humidity dots, but they're kind of hard to see here. Overall, this is a pretty solid copy. Rainbow's a $45 start. Next is no bid on the Shiny Gnomes. It's a $5 buy it now on that. All right, so the Bowie is called Man of Words, Man of Music. Man of Words, Man of Music. It's the true first Space Oddity album. Technically, the true first David Bowie album. David Bowie was on Darum, That's a really tough one to find. That's the name of the album, David Bowie. And then he went to Mercury, and there's the really complicated stuff with the Man Who Sold the World and then Man of Music. So it gets kind of complicated. But there's that first Darum album, which is rare. And then you got those next two that follow. And then he went on to RCA. And, of course, he was on RCA. He went on to RCA when he got really big and started selling a lot of albums. Okay, next thing we have is Jethro Tull Benefit. Jethro Tull Benefit is $19.99. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Culture Club is $24.99. And Steve Winwood, Talking Back to the Night. That is $19.99 for Steve Winwood. One more, Joni Mitchell. This is actually her first album. Two-tone and beautiful. John's got it marked $39.99. Let's go back to the top and see what's going on. Charlie Brown, I hadn't called out any bids. Charlie Brown has bids for 25, 25, 25, 30, 28, 35, 32. Rainbow 45, Rainbow 45, Charlie Brown 38, 40. And Cat Stevens are in. Fred, you've already got both of them. Yes, Charlie Brown 45, Rainbow 60. And we have condition on ELO. That was Discovery and Joe Salamo. No condition notes. Original under sleeve. And nice. It's closer to EX. It has some has a scuff right there and some spotting. It's closer to the EX Plus condition on that. And the Judds, Why Not Me? The Judds is $24.99. And Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99. Joni Mitchell, no condition notes on that either. This should be a non-check condition crate. So everything in here should be pretty high grade. Let's go ahead and grab our next single right quick, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Here's our next singles. First thing is British Invasion, circa 1997. This looks like a compilation. Yeah, it's got the Stewed, the Nothings, the Sires, and the Redbones. Really cool cover there. It's got like a World War II bomber on it. And then this has like a sci-fi looking space invasion UFO. And then over here, we have the Solar Flares. Can't Get You Out of My Mind. Why does this feel so heavy? It's a heavy record. It's on black vinyl, and the Solar Flares is a $5 start, okay? Looks like we got a couple solds out of here. Let's tag those. First is Joe Salamo on the ELO. We got Mary Miles on Joni Mitchell, and Charlie Brown has new bids for 53, now 55. Rainbows at 65, and there's our next two singles. I'm about to do some buy it nows right here. As soon as I show Tommy Plays, that should be Tommy Dorsey, and I think that's supposed to be Frank Sinatra back there. Tommy Dorsey Plays, $14.99. $14.99. Yeah, that's supposed to be a picture of Sinatra back there. $14.99. And then John Denver Wind Songs, $9.99. Willie Nelson Sweet Memories. Willie is $14.99. Dean Martin, My Woman, and My Wife, $9.99. Christopher Cross and Other Pages, $9.99. Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons, $14.99. Exile Mixed Emotions is $9.99. And Jefferson Starship Earth is $14.99. This is $14.99. Now, Jethro Tull Stormwatch, $19.99. And Kansas Audio Visions, $19.99. 1 second, please. I need to reply to him. Sorry. So I try not to even glance at my phone. I get texts throughout the show, and I'm like, oh, man, I need to reply to them. Somebody has some records for sale locally. I'll do it in just a second. Pat Benatar, I don't want to miss out on any record collections, right? Kevin Cassidy, I'm assuming you wanted that. Pat Benatar, right? That's so do you. Now, Rainbow's at 70. Charlie Brown's at 55, which Mike Torrey's, that means you're out. Nobody bid on these singles. They're $5 and $5 if anybody wants them. No bids on those. And now, let's do some buy it nows. These are $6.99. I have these available. First, we have Snow White, $6.99. I've got the Partridge Family, and the Partridge Family. Am I Losing You? Looking Through the Eyes of Love. And Doesn't Somebody Want Me to Be Wanted? I have Brooklyn Bridge, The Worst That Could Happen. The Brotherhood of Man, Where Are You Going to My Love? Another Brotherhood of Man, and a Tubes promo. I Saw Her Standing There. And now we have an out on Pat Benatar. Rainbows at 70 with MT Matt. John Kaiser, you're out. John has it back at 75. Edwin Blom wants Snow White. That's sold to him for $6.99. He's out on Charlie Brown, so Tim Graham, that's sold to you for $55. Still got several auctions over here to run. Several, actually. Several. I still got Bob Marley and Elvis and AC/DC and AC/DC and Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin and John Coltrane and the band and the Grateful Dead and the Grateful Dead and the Grateful Dead and Elmore James and the Rolling Stones and the Beatles and Def Leppard and Lightning Hopkins and Bob Dylan, and that doesn't include my Japanese stuff. Sounds like I need to do a shakedown streak from the Grateful Dead. This is an 80s US Hot Pog reissue, but man, look at the vinyl on this. Beautiful. This is a $30 start, superb copy, jacket and vinyl. Always thought that was a cool cover. Grateful Dead, Shakedown Street, a $30 start. There it is. It's now up for auction. We got Snow White, Michael Ruttman on the tubes. Edwin was second. And Mike Torres wants all three Partridge Family. Sold to Mike Torres. Those are all gone. Brooklyn Bridge, Brotherhood of Man and Brotherhood of Man, all available. They're still bidding on Rainbow. Bob Marley Exodus is on deck. We also need 2 more New Orleans singles. And here's our next 2 New Orleans singles. They're going to go up right now. We got Tony OK, Guitar Mood Deluxe. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And Rudy Ray Moore and his Raytones. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Here we go. Japanese Foreigner head games. I'm still on the lookout for one. I haven't had an opportunity to buy one of those in months, Gregory. I don't know what's up with it, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know. John Kaiser, you're out on Rainbow. Grateful Dead's a $30 start. I'm just going to read these titles, and if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Rainbow's out with John. Final call to MT Matt for $80. We're about to sell those, okay? Here's what's next in here. We got Dean Martin. We have Commodores, Frank Sinatra, Wings, Jim Croce. If you hear something, you're like, whoa, 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 what was that, Chad? Firefall, Poco, Jim Carroll, Pat Benatar. Also, England and John Ford Coley, Emmylou, Meatloaf Harris. What did I just say? Meatloaf, John Denver, John Cougar. I said Meatloaf Harris. That would be funny. Emmylou Harris, Meatloaf, John Denver, John Cougar. Oh, I don't think I read this one. Pleased Youth, Dangerous Choo Choo. I might have skipped over that earlier. 1999, new bid on Rainbow for 94. We're not done. MT Matt has it for 80. Now George Samberes has it for 94. Rudy has a bid for 5. Tony O'Kay's a final call. We also have Bruce Springsteen, 1999. Wings was, I believe, 34. John was going to write something, but he didn't. I bet he was going to write with book or poster. What's all included here? This came with... man, there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, there's an inner sleeve and LP. There's an inner sleeve and LP. Should be one more LP and inner sleeve. So there's all 3 discs, and it should have a poster. And there's a poster, yeah. So I think that's probably what John was going to write. So it does have all 3 LPs and the poster. And there's no condition notes on it. Maybe I'm amazed. Nobody on Grateful Dead? Man, there's been some great buy it nows on Grateful Dead albums. The last 2 weeks, I'd say 9 out of 10 of the Grateful Deads have sold for minimum bid. Same thing here for Shakedown Street, and it's nice. $30 on it. Rainbow's now at $112. Let's go ahead and sell Rudy for $5, and Tony OK is a $5 buy it now. Let's put that right over here. And now we need a new auction. Let's go ahead and run that Bob Marley somebody had maybe inquired about. Bob Marley Exodus is a 77 Santa Maria OG VG condition, $15 start. It is OG. This is a true OG US. It is VG. It's a $15 start on Exodus there, Bob Marley. Rainbow's now at $112. Finishing up this quick recap, we had Carole King, Jethro Tull, Culture Club, Karma Chameleon, Steve Winwood, The Judge, Tommy Dorsey, John Denver, Willie Nelson, Dean Martin, Christopher Cross, Carole King, Exile, Jefferson Starship, Jethro Tull, and Kansas. The 78 MoFi Dark Simone come posters and cards, and it has those. I don't think so. I don't think MoFi Dark Side of the Moon came with those. Nope. Rainbow's at 112. George Samberes, you have that. Going once, going twice to you. And now some Buy It Now 45s right quick. Margarita Field by Jimmy Buffett. That's $6.99. Thompson Twins, Nothing in Common. Electrolyte Orchestra from Xanadu, I'm Alive. Ringo Starr, Oh My, in the Apple sleeve. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen, and Hip Sway, Ask the Lord. Those are all $6.99. Grateful Dead is so to Michael Ruttman for $30. Thank you, Michael. That's so to you. And now we have a final call on Rainbow, and I'm bringing over a new crate right now. Let me figure out where to put it, though, and figure out which crate I'm going to read through next. What was this one right here? Okay, that one was last night's. Let me put this right here. And yeah, I hadn't went through this one. Yeah, good stuff here. Let me do a little bit of condensing. And I got an empty crate, which is critical. Gotta have empty crates. I think there's a Psychedelic Furs album over here that I hadn't ran. Anybody else got sticks in their head? I've shown and sold so many Styx albums lately. I've had sticks stuck in my head the last couple of days. Felt like I've shown and sold 100 Styx albums in the last 5 shows. Okay. Oh, good stretch there. Time for almost the home. When I get to 10 o'clock or maybe 11, it's like the home stretch of the show. We're getting there. First thing, though, is Jimmy Buffett. Sold to Charles Siebert. That's sold to him for $6.99. Still got Hip Sway, Bruce, Ringo, Xanadu, and Thompson Twins. We're going to have to do some bundling tonight. I hadn't done a bundle on 45s in a while, so we need our bundlers to come out. Rainbow is sold, and that's sold to George Best for $112. Prices on John Denver, $9.99. Price on John Denver, $9.99. And John Cougar, I think, was $19.99. So Donna, $9, $9, and $19 on those 3. And then Exodus is a no bid. It's a $15 buy it now. Exodus is a buy it now for $15. It's a no bid. And as soon as I said that, Thomas Hujar asked. It's a VGOG for just $15 on that. And we have Charles got that. And then let's go ahead and do these. So first thing is Thomas gets the Exodus. Not only did he ask first, but he got it for a buy it now first. All right, let's do that right here. And now let's do this very bizarre. When I seen this in the hot picture Laura sent me, I was like, wow, what a cool Black Sabbath record. It's Elvis Presley. It looks like a Black Sabbath bootleg. It's a 2013 UK, limited to 500 worldwide. Some kind of Elvis. What a bizarre looking Elvis record. It is Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Mansion Over the Hilltop, If We Ever Meet Again, and Working on the Building. Elvis. A $15 start. That's now up for bid, or 10, whatever I said. Interesting, right? So Thomas got that. Donna wants John Cougar, Dylan, and Dylan from the last bin. Jeffrey, you were second on Bob Marley. And let me see what else is going on over here. We got to pull this and this for her, okay? So that was here, here, and here. These are sold to Donna. Okay. Also, we have John Cougar, John, and John. These are all sold to Donna, Hand Shoemaker. Let me confirm that. Yep, 9, 9, and 19. Next, Japanese pressing. So there's 4 left in this box before I go grab the other new ones from tonight. And one of them's Elvis, so we can't do that. The other one's Pink Floyd. The words Japanese and Pink Floyd are usually a pretty good combo. So let's go ahead and get this one started. This is Pink Floyd. It is going to be a 75, 65. How about, man, we'll do 65. I think, usually these go up from there, but we never get nice, minty, Japanese Pink Floyd albums. So here it is. This is Pink Floyd, Umaguma. It's near mint minus and pristine. A $70, $65 start. Pink Floyd Umaguma. It does have the really cool Japanese insert with it. It is near mint minus, vinyl and cover. There's nothing wrong with this one. No humidity, nothing. It's a really nice Japanese Pink Floyd. $65. Thomas is already in at $66. All right, we need some new New Orleans singles. Let's pull two out of the box here, back to back, and just see what they are. And I pulled two interesting looking ones here. The Mistreaters. The Mistreaters is going to go up for a $5 start, black vinyl. And then we have the Little Killers. Bang Bang, You're Dead. And that's actually the first track is called Better Be Right. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Pink Floyd has bids for $66, now $75. Okay, also, we've got new vintage arrivals, prices marked. Hope everybody's ready. If everybody's ready, I'm ready. Hope y'all ready. Let's see what happens in here. Frank Sinatra Cycles. It is a German press, near mint minus, $34.99 on Sinatra. We have Carole King Music, $14.99. This has Brother Brother on it. Very cool. Sweet Seasons, great album here by Carole King. OG with the original on her sleeve, $14.99 on that. Also, Joe Jackson, Night and Days, $19.99. Christopher Cross. Christopher Cross is $9.99 for Christopher Cross. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Benatar is $14.99. We have Pete Shelley, Sky Yen, $19.99 on Pete Shelley. Also, Dream with Dean. Dean Martin on Reprise Records, Frank Sinatra's label, $9.99. And Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, RCA Living Stereo, Porgy and Bess and Shrink Wrap, $14.99. Now, Regina, you're outbid on Elvis. The high bid on Elvis right now is $27 with Debbie Winstead. Pink Floyd is now at $79, now $85, now $88. Right now, these two New Orleans singles do not have bids. It has a bid. We need a starting bid for $5 and another starting bid for $5. No bids on those yet. One more record that I'm going to do some buy it nows on singles. Wow, look at this Sinatra. Tommy Dorsey featuring Frank Sinatra and his orchestra. That one's pretty cool. $14.99. Regina, there's a new bid on Elvis for $36 now. Here's some more buy it now singles. These are $6.99. Let me grab this little handful right here if I can. And the first thing we have is more Partridge Family, and these are all different. Partridge Family again, I woke up in the morning. Partridge Family, One Night Stand. Another Dean Martin, this time a single, Return to Me. We have Dawn featuring Tony Orlando. Has anybody seen My Sweet Gypsy Rose? Another Dawn, Candidia. Bloodstone, My Little Lady. Another Bloodstone, You Know What We've Learned. And the Bells, Stay a While. And that is $6.99. Those are all available for buy it nows there. I'm going to leave that little stack right there. But first, we have Pink Floyd at $95. Elvis is at $36. Rod's in on the Little Killers at $5. Jetstream on Tommy Dorsey here. The Mistreaters also has a bid for $5. And now, Rebecca, you've tied Rod. His bid first came in on that at $5. And now Pink Floyd's at $96. We have the Beatles for $19.99. This is a counterfeit copy, a.k.a. not a real one. Introducing the Beatles, $19.99. It will still play and sound just like a Beatles record. It's just not a real one. Just not a real one, if that makes sense. We have Dean Martin, Everybody Loves Somebody. Dean Martin is $9.99. And this is Dynagroove, the magnificent new sound developed by RCA Victor. This is a Dynagroove demonstration record. $14.99. It's got a lot of classical type stuff on here, it looks like, an adult contemporary. It's a sampler record. And we'll pause right here at Chicago 16. Chicago is $9.99. Let's pause right there and let me figure out where we're at on all four auctions. There's a lot going on right now. The first thing we have is we did have a bid on the Little Killers, and we had a tie on the Little Killers. The Mistreaters is a final call. Elvis got new bids for $40 and $41. Pink Floyd got bids from $100 and then another $100. The Mistreaters now at $6. Mike was about to bid on Pink Floyd, maybe. No, he wants both Partridge Family. PF2. He bought the other ones as well. Mike wants 2 more Partridge Families. Now the Little Killer 6. Joe Salamo on Dean Martin. And I'm assuming you want that one there, right, Joe? Chad is Dream with Dean, U.S. or Canadian? Dream with Dean. Is that the one that just got claimed? No, this one, Dream with Dean, should be made in the USA, Warner Brothers. It's a tricolor. It's on the RCA Reprise. This is a U.S. press. $9.99. Now Pink Floyd's at 102. Now 105. And now we have Robert Lee Bunch on Chicago. Pink Floyd's at 107. Regina is about to place a bid on Elvis, maybe. And now the Little Killers is 7. But the Mistreaters is sold for 5. Rebecca, you actually bid against yourself. Yeah, that's sold to you for 5. Okay? I think we're caught up. Now Pink Floyd's at 110. And Elvis is at 60. And the remaining records here were the Bells, Bloodstone, Don, and Dean Martin. Gonna put all those right back there. Okay. And now, I saw this coming up. It's always a record we would auction, but it's a beautiful OG copy of Pink Floyd The Wall, $64.99, which is about what these nice ones have been selling for at auction. $64.99. It does mention the full band in the gatefold. It has the Rich Hunter sleeves. Pink Floyd, The Wall, self-explanatory. Next LP is James Gang Live in Concert, $19.99. Nice clean copy of that, James Gang. And Alan Parsons Project. If I had a mind to, I wouldn't want to be like you. This is one of the first LPs I bought before I even had like a record player, turntable. I just thought that was such a wild cover there. This like, I don't know. It's just like, what is going on? They're going through like these tunnels looking at this like, I guess, robot machine. So, Uma 115, Uma 115, Uma Thurman. We got Ryan Mustaine on Pink Floyd. That's sold now. Little Killers. Rebecca's out. This is sold to Rod for 7. Now, what about Elvis? Debbie's out. Regina has that for $60, a final call. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be. Nice. Willie Nelson's a Gatefold 2 LP. Beautiful vinyl. $24.99 on Willie Nelson. And there's another Harris. This time, Emmylou Harris. There is some writing on the cover, but that is the best of Emmylou. $14.99. Bad to the Bone. A nice George Thorogood. Nothing wrong with this. No writing. No condition notes. $19.99. And the Tubes, Young and Rich, is $24.99. Tom Moran wants introducing the Beatles. Now, just so you know, anytime you see a stereo copy, they're almost always counterfeit, okay? A real stereo copy is pretty much like a needle in a haystack. They're extremely tough to come by. And even if you do have a mono copy, they're, finding one that's an actual legit is pretty tough. How much is Alan Parsons? Alan is $19.99. We have a we got more New Orleans singles here. The next one is, let's grab 2 right here. Let's grab this one. These look interesting. Let's grab these 2 right here. And the first one I have is the Skyrockets. Really cool motorcycle on the front. Has it's on green or yellow vinyl. Sorry, I don't know my colors. $5 on that. And then Eat Skull. Eat Skull. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Eat Skull. $5 start on that. Oh, I know what I was going to do with this Pink Floyd. I have totally forgot something too. I had a bonus item to put in with this Pink Floyd auction. What have I done with it? Now I've said that. I hope I can find it. There was going to be a bonus item put in with this Pink Floyd auction. I forgot to put it in there. Let me see if I can find it now. Probably in the stack of stuff that John handed me. And is it over here? Nope, that's Abbey Road. Oh, I need to tag this for Stacy Brown, though. Stacy Brown. This is sold to Stacy Brown. That's sold to Stacy Brown. And I don't know what I've done with it. It wasn't that big of a deal, but... Oh, wait a minute. I have found it. So let me put this in here. I have an original Gigi soundtrack to put in with this. And it's a nice, too. A really nice one. Why am I putting in a Gigi soundtrack? This is a superb copy. Because that's what's on the cover here of Pink Floyd Ummagumma. And there is no US copy that has that on the cover. All the US copies are censored. They had to remove that on the US copies. And most of the UK, but most of the time they're left on there for any kind of international. But Gigi, however this is said, this is Gigi. Yeah. So we're going to put that with that. And whoever, let's see what the bidding is. So that's going to be sold with it. I meant to say that earlier. So now we have, okay, how much is Alan Parsons? I answered that. Umma 120. And then Skies at 5. What is the Alan Parsons? Is the name of the Beatles beloved? I do not want to counterfeit. Tom, this is not a real Introducing the Beatles. That's why you might have missed it the first time around. This is 1999. This is Introducing the Beatles. This is a counterfeit copy. That's what I was saying when I first showed it in 1999. If this was a real one, it would be a couple $1,000s in high grade. So yeah, that's a counterfeit copy. Let me know if you want it. And then we have, okay, this is sold to Regina. Sold to Regina. I got to regain my bearings here now. I got several questions there thrown at me. Regina wants this for $60, or gets this for $60. And the Beatles is definitely a counterfeit. Yeah, a true stereo copy is extremely rare. A true stereo copy is extremely rare. Very tough record to come by. Okay, now Pink Floyd is Pink Floyd's a Final Call, and that's at 120 with John Kaiser. That's a Final Call. And then the Skyrockets. The Skyrockets has one bid with Robert for 5, and Eat School is a $5 start. To my knowledge, I don't think anybody has bid on that. Okay. Whew. And then C.W. McCall. Sometimes the chat gets a little crazy. I don't know if somebody's asking a question about a record or not. C.W. McCall, $14.99. My brain flatlines there for a second. I'm like, what's going on with all these questions about the Beatles all of a sudden? And then this is Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, $14.99. No, this will play and sound just like a Beatles album. This is $19.99. It will sound and play just like a Beatles album. They're unauthorized. This album was bootlegged for years and illegally pressed for years. Like, they were selling this in JCPenney's up until the 80s, and they looked just like this. And people were buying them thinking they were a legit Beatles record. Like, up until the 80s, these were in JCPenney's for sale and other various places. And a lot of people thought they were buying like a legit authorized Beatles record, but people were making these. There was a lot of loopholes to do with VJ, et cetera, et cetera. Robert Lee Bunch wants Marshall Tucker. Very confusing release. Also, Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, $14.99. We usually just set these aside. I try to tell John not even to mark them because they get very confusing. If you have about 10 different copies, it'll take you about an hour to figure out what you have, unless you're an expert and you see them all the time like we do. If you have 10 different copies, it will take you forever to really try to figure out what you have, where it's made, is it real, is it authorized, is it not authorized, is it a stereo, mono, this and that. Joe Salomo on Townsend, somebody that knows what they're doing, they can look at them pretty fast and tell you. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty confusing. Robert Plant, Now and Zen, This is $19.99 for Robert Plant. Great price on that. The best of Reba McEntire is $14.99, and Jefferson Starship's $14.99. All right. The Skyrockets is sold. No, there's a new bid with Rob for $6. Robert, you're out. Rod has that for $6. Nobody bid on Eat Skull. It's a $5 buy it now. And now Pink Floyd is sold. I added Gigi too late. I added Gigi too late. This is sold to John Kaiser for $120. Thank you. That is sold. Let's put that away. And let's get this Gigi in a new sleeve for him. And there's this and there's that. And Javid says, what's the Pink Floyd bid? Boy, you came in at the wrong time. John had that for about 10 minutes for $120. And it's sold to him for $120. And this is sold to him for, let me confirm that again, $120. Yeah, he's had it for 8 minutes. And let's also give him this copy of Gigi. Let's go ahead and give him this right here as well. That's going to be a bonus item. This was probably the nicest copy of this I've ever seen. It's a promo MGM original, and it's just like perfect. So those are sold together there. Now you have this and that. Now it's complete. Okay, now those are over here. Now, first thing we have is our Edwin Riviera. This is Bill Samus on Robert Plant. That's sold to Bill Samus. Next is Edwin Riviera second. Debbie Winston on Reba. Robert Lee Bunch second. And the Skyrockets has a new bid for $7. But one more time, I don't know if I accidentally or if I did answer Kelly's question. But yeah, this is the actual Beatles. They're counterfeit because they were made. There's unauthorized and counterfeits, okay? There's some that's made to fool people to look like a real expensive record. There's some that's pressed that are obviously fakes, but they were just made like bootlegs. Because this is the actual first Beatles album. This is the first Beatles LP that was released in America. That's obviously why it's highly collectible. It's the true first record that was released LP by the Beatles in America, introducing the Beatles, VJ. And then they made two different other versions of it, essentially, in different covers with the same song. So, but yeah, it gets confusing when I say counterfeit, unauthorized. But Petula Clark's Greatest Hits, $9.99. I've tried to. What I'm going to try to do is tell John just to keep them all together. He usually knows I stash all these because it just gets confusing, like it has right now. I try to not to even put them out for sale, and we get them all together, and then in one big time, I can say, all right, we've got 30 copies. They're all $20 a piece if anybody wants one, and I can explain it all at once. Otherwise, it gets really confusing. Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, $12.99, because some people don't buy bootlegs. They don't want anything fake or unauthorized. And so if we don't clarify that, somebody could get it and be like, wait a minute. Start looking up on Discogs and be like, Chad, this is a bootleg. Honey Drippers is $24.99, and Elton John's Greatest Hits is $29.99. And Mitch Ryder's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Okay, now, first thing we have is Sky 7, Sky 8. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Elvis Golden Records. Here's our next Japanese pressing. Really good Elvis compilation here. A $35 start. This is Elvis Gold Records, a $35 start. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing, awesome Elvis compilation here with Obi, a $35 start. Skyrockets is at 7, now it's at 8. Our next auction, unfortunately, has writing on it from the Connery collection, but it is a nice U.S. AC/DC for those about the rock. There is a name written on here and a name written on it here. It's an 81 specialty original. It has no condition notes. It is mastered by Bob Ludwig. This is a true OG, once again, from this guy's collection. He wrote his name on it, but it's a beautiful copy. Just has some writing on it. A $25 start. Larry Smith on Jan and Dean. Jan and Dean, this is sold to Larry Smith. Well, what's interesting about this Introduced to Beatles, there's even some from the 60s that are unauthorized. So that's what makes that even more confusing. There's some that were pressed even in the 60s, and they wasn't supposed to be being pressed by VJ. This is the V15 Type V. Shure Audio Obstacle Course, $19.99. Some kind of Shure audio file test record of some sort, tracking record. I'm not for sure. It's Shure, and I'm not for sure. $19.99. Unlimited. Les McCann in person. Les McCann is $9.99. And Rolling Stones, More Hot Rocks. This is $39.99. The Rolling Stones, More Hot Rocks, Big Hits and Phase Cookies. $39.99. AC/DC does have a bid. Elvis is a final call for $35. Elvis Golden Records, final call on that. Sky is sold to Robert Warner for $9. That is sold to Robert. We have the Rolling Stone Still Life for $34.99. And Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down. Hello, is it me you're looking for? $9.99. Walter Carlos and Sonic Seasonings, $24.99. And George Jones, Greatest Hits, $24.99. George Jones, Greatest Hits, $24.99. Also, we have Can You Show the... And that's where the comment ended. Can you show the? And then Elvis has a bid for $35 and a final call on AC/DC. Our next singles are going to go up right now from the New Orleans collections. And we have, ooh, this looks cool. I see some names on here I recognize. I think these are a couple vintage reissues here. This is Q65, World of Birds. It came to me. That is on a $5 start. And then also we have Chocolate Watch Band, Thanes, Rookies, and Time Society. Expo 2000, Misty Lane Fest. Chocolate Watch Band, Thanes, Rookie, and Time Society. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Elvis has a new bid. AC/DC has a new bid. Now what I'm going to do is read through these titles one more time. And, ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. If y'all want anything in here, let me know. This is Introducing the Beatles. And the first track is Not Love Me Do. No, this is $19.99, Introducing the Beatles. And I guess the best way to call this one is an unauthorized copy. $19.99 on that. And this is, well, yeah, Love Me Do is listed. Sorry. Yeah, Love Me Do is listed. $19.99 on that. Okay. Also, we have Frank Sinatra Cycles. We have Carole King Music. We have Joe Jackson Night and Day. Christopher Cross, Pat Benatar. We got Pete Shelley, Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte, Dinah Groove, Dean Martin, James Gang, Alan Parsons, Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, Emmylou Harris' Greatest Hits, George Thorogood, The Tubes. We have C.W. McCall, Jefferson Starship, Greatest Hits of Petula Clark, Honey Drippers, Elton John, Mitch Ryder, V15 Type V, Les McCann, Rolling Stones, Lionel Richie, Walter Carlos, and George Jones. Okay? Now, that means Tom Moran, you're out on the Elvis. That means what else happened here? Who else is bidding on AC/DC? I have not heard back from Chris X on AC/DC. So final call, Chris X, let me know if you want back in. And then Laura's dropping off a new arrivals crate right now. We're about to go through. And Debbie Winstead on Christopher Cross. Let's pull that for Debbie Winstead. That was right back here with Sailing. That's sold to Debbie for $9.99. Elvis has a new bid for $38 on that. Okay? And these don't have bids yet. Final calls. Elvis is still getting bids. Got to hear back from Chris X on AC/DC. About to go through a new Laura crate right quick. And was there something else in here? I'm going to pull this Beatles record out. And I'm going to set it off to the side. Because I'm going to... well, if anybody wants it, I don't want to show it again, so there's no more. I got to get John to write some notes on the back next time. I'm going to leave it on his desk. I'm going to say, don't put these out unless you have a full description printed out from Discogs for me. I bet we have, I probably have 3 crates full of these that hadn't been researched. We probably have 3 crates full of these. If they're obvious counterfeits, John goes ahead and marks them. The ones that get confusing, they're stacked up against this wall back here with all the other Beatle duplicates, because some of them, it's like, you know. no sense to spend. They can't afford 30 minutes looking up a record, so they just set it aside and move on for me to look at one day. Okay? And let's see what we have here. This new Laura crate. Hope everybody's having a fine Tuesday night and in the mood to buy a lot more records, okay? Here we go. And he's out on AC/DC. So this is sold to Corey for $30. Thank you, Corey. A lot of these really good albums with this writing on the cover have been going at great prices. Okay. And then these are buy it nows for $5 and $5. Wow, some garage and sock stuff there. I'm surprised didn't get bids. They're still bidding on Elvis. It's now at 40, now 42. And now the next auction is going to go up right now. And it is Def Leppard Pyromania. And this is a USOG near mint, no condition notes, just a really nice copy here of Def Leppard Pyromania. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Def Leppard Pyromania. It's a US original, no condition notes, superb, $35 start there. Nick Dahmer wants the Q65 for a $5 buy it now. That is sold. And he says, never mind if it's on Decoy. Yeah, this isn't on Decca. Isn't the Decca version like really expensive? This is obviously some kind of repress or reissue on this. Yeah, this is, what exactly is this? I'm curious of the genre. This is Q65, and this is World of Birds, right? Versions. Okay. The original of this, it's not too expensive. Okay, it's Garage Rock Psychedelic. Yeah, it came out in 67 in the Netherlands. This is the unofficial bootleg. This is the unofficial, and when you could sell these on Discogs, it's sold for almost as much as the original. But yeah, that is a reissue of that. It's on Decoy. It's a bootleg unofficial. Okay. There was something else from Q65 that I think is really expensive. Boy, we've ended up with a big stack of no bid New Orleans. Let's see what we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on that. 13 New Orleans singles that hadn't sold. So let's do those for $40. $40 on those. The 13 there that hadn't sold for $40. I can tell, is it Teresa? Or is it Teresa? There's a couple of RK. I don't know if they're not, I don't know if they're on yet, but they would have probably bid and already bought all these. But now they're no bids. Those are all New Orleans singles. Look how colorful. You can tell I've been picking and choosing the really great ones there. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 for $40. That's just a little over $3 a piece. And Dustin says he'll take them. So sell all these right here from Q65 to the Sheenies. Those are all sold. Those are all sold to Dustin for $40. Thank you. Elvis has a new bid for $52. So Def Leppard has one bid. Tom Moran, you've been outbid on Elvis. Now Def Leppard's at $37. First person who buys a record out here gets the Laura Hop sticker. Okay? Now, speaking of New Orleans, we got more to put up. Here's our next two. We have, let's see what's right here. I'm not for sure. I grabbed the ones that look odd that I can't even hardly read or figure out. This is sealed. Crawl Space Moose Heart Faith collaboration. $5 start. The Sewer Grooves. The Sewer Grooves. 7th floor. A $5 start. Def Leppard still getting bids. Those are now up for bids. Give me 1 second. About time for a V8. Okay, let's see what's in here. I got to change out crates. Taylor Swift Reputation. Let's see what this is marked. $34.99. That is $20 below MSRP. Consider this an on-sale new vinyl crate. That's essentially what these new sealed Laura crates are. They're new and sealed on-sale crates. That is $34.99. We've only got one Taylor Swift. Violent Femmes. This is their greatest hits. It is craft. It is a compilation. It is sealed. It's only $29.99. And we have Pearl Jam Verses, $29.99. Another one at a great price. Gatefold, 180 gram. Pearl Jam. Elvis is at 64. Tom Moran's out. Def Leppard's at 38. Philip Hope says he's out. Final call on those at 5. Patrick Fu on Taylor Swift. This is sold. This is done. And that's sold to Patrick Fu. David Roberson on a Pearl Jam Versus. And Shannon Mashake on Violent Femmes. And that leaves one Pearl Jam. And now my crate's really full. Looks like it's time also to sell some auctions. But before I do that, I need a new empty crate. And so let me take this one off the table here. Oh man, this is full too. Well, it's full, but it's also heavy. That Metallica box set weighs quite a bit. That's done. Let me step over here and grab this new empty crate. And we still got a couple Japanese pressings over here before I go get the new bundle. All right, so let me go ahead and show the next couple records. We have Miss Kitty's Lounge, Widespread Panic. Widespread Panic is sealed for $24.99. And we have 2 copies of Extreme Combustion, Mike Campbell and the Dirty Knobs. Those are new and sealed, just $14.99. So first is Def Leppard. This is officially sold to Chris X for $38. This is sold to Chris X for $38. These had no bids. Buy it now, $5 on the New Orleans singles, $5 each. And then Elvis is sold to George Sambarez for $64. George Sambarez, Elvis is sold to you for $64. Tio Review wants Dirty, which is Dirty Knobs. And I also have the Marcus King Band, Carolina Confessions, sealed for $24.99. I've got 2 of those. Looks like we need all new LPs. Actually, here's the last Japanese record from this batch. The other one I'm keeping. I'm sorry, but I don't have it. And I don't think I've ever seen it. I'll show it to you. Y'all probably can guess what kind of record it is. But here is a really cool looking, really nice looking Beatles. This is a Japanese UK flag series, number 1. The Beatles, Please, Please Me. UK flag series, number 1. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Very nice. Laura's working on another crate right now. We still got plenty of vintage stuff that has not been shown tonight. All kinds of auctions. This comes literally with a Beatles book. Ah, there they are. Paul, John, George, Ringo. That is sold. And then we have Beatles, a $45 start. Next new comment was Danny Thomason on Marcus King, Jared Inc. on Marcus King. And then we also have, what was the Metallica? Metallica Ride the Lightning Super Deluxe, $349.99. Next auction is Led Zeppelin. Also, George Sambarez says he's going to pay for this Elvis record. He said send him the bill, but send it to Regina Tabor as a free gift, a token of friendship. So, Regina, George is going to send you that record at no cost. Now, the question is Regina still asleep? She dozes off a lot, George. We might have to blow the air horn to wake her up. The Beatles is in stereo. The Led Zeppelin record is a 74 specialty reissue. It is an original, or excuse me, it has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG Plus. It's going to be a $25 start. This is a 74 press. The original came out in 73. And this is a $25 start. Man, no quarter. Sorry, I get lost sometimes looking at these. $25 start on that. George Samberes, the Robin Hood of vinyl. He'll outbid somebody else and then send it to somebody else. You never know when he's going to strike either. We have the Beatles. Again, we sold the red album the other night. Here's the blue album. These are sealed for $39.99. This one has a slightly bent corner, $39.99. And this one has a slightly bent corner. But man, once again, a great price on the Beatles, $39.99. And Loop Digga, an indie record store exclusive on Sky Blue vinyl, sealed for $29.99. And now Led Zeppelin has bids for $30, and the Beatles has an opening bid for $50. So those have bids. Let's grab two more New Orleans singles. And the next two Orleans singles are going to go up right now. Let me get my hands on them. And this is The Others. You Better Know Why and Girl. The Others are going to go up for a $5 start. And this is Who and What. It's also got an insert. This isn't stuck to it, is it? No. It's a picture disc. Motorama. It needs to be put in a new sleeve. I don't have any back here, though. We'll get that changed out later. Motorama, maybe? Okay. Led Zeppelin 32. Beatles 45. There's already a bid for 50. Okay? There's another Loop Digga. Danny on MC. Also, we have Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty. Zappa's new and sealed for $29.99. We only have one copy here. Looks like a bootleg. It is. It's an unofficial. It's from Russia. It's unopened. It's a new sealed unofficial. This is Fleetwood Mac live at the BBC, January 1970. $29.99. Danny on Mike Campbell. So I got you down for Marcus King and Mike Campbell. And then we also have one copy here of Whiskey Myers Mud, sealed for $19.99, just one copy. And St. Vincent, The Nowhere Inn. This is on orange vinyl, $14.99. The Others has one bid for $5. Led Zeppelin still at $50 with Chris X. So the bids were $50 and then $45. So Todd Doris, you're out. And then Led Zeppelin's at $32 with Jason Short. Ryan Mustaine, you've been outbid. There's only one bid on The Others. And then over here, there's no bid on, it looks like Motorama. And that's a final call. The Beatles is the 3LP half-speed master. Yes, it is the 3LP with Now and Then. Yeah, that's the new with Now and Then, their final song, expanded. And it's only $39. Like I said the other night, if I had to order these right now, they would cost me more than $40. Like, that's an on-sale price. Pretty much everything in here is on-sale new vinyl. I've yet to see a record tonight that she's marked that has been at or above the true MSRP for the new sealed price. Chick Corea and Bella Fleck, sealed $29.99. A 2LP, $29.99 on that. And we have King Cruel. This is sealed for $14.99. The next comment was Adam said Motor 5, and he's at 5 on this. Adam Bullock. Jim B bid 6 on The Others. Chris Kirkley wants Whiskey Myers Mud. And then Janie Green wants a Beatles. Rod Bryan says he'll take a Beatles. Those are sold and sold. And then Led Zeppelin 35 and Adam Bernardi wants Chick Corea. Now, Janie or Kelly, what was the OG pressing of which album? And then The Others has a bid for 8. Sean, you were second on Whiskey Myers. Led Zeppelin is a 74 pressing, by the way. And it looks like Chris X, that initial $50 bid is going to stand. So final call to you. Also, we have Ryan Bingham, American Love Song. Ryan Bingham is sealed for $29.99. And Neil Young, Songs for Judy. Neil Young is sealed, $24.99. Songs for Judy. One copy here of the Teskey Brothers live at the Forum. The Teskey Brothers, unopened, $19.99. No, that's not OG. Those originally came out in the early 70s. Those came out in the early 70s. No, that's a new 3LP remaster. Also, we have MPMD back in business. These are sealed for $19.99. And we have Stellar Funk, The Best of Slave. The Best of Slave. That's sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. We have 3 of those. Okay. So that $50 bid did hold up. That's sold to Chris X for $50. Thank you. I have another nice ACDC over here, unfortunately from the Connery collection, that has some writing on the cover. So let's go ahead and show this. It's an 83 US specialty. There is a saw cut. The vinyl's VG++ EX, but unfortunately there is some writing on the cover, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. The others is sold to Tracy for $8. Adam Bullock, you get that for $5. The newest bid on Led Zeppelin's at $37. Next LP here is Visage, Fade to Gray, the singles collection, sealed on clear and copper colored vinyl, $29.99. And now we need 2 more New Orleans singles, it looks like. Let's see what else I got over here. And we have what? Yeah, I can't get to these. There we go. This is the Maggots Let's Go In 69. The Maggots is on red vinyl. That is a $5 start. And Kid Thomas is going to go up for a $5 start. Next LP in here is Pink Crustaceans and Good Vibrations. Yeah, makes sense now. Pink Crustaceans and Good Vibrations. This is a hip-hop reggae album. It's sealed on mystery colored vinyl, $24.99. Final call to get a bid on AC/DC for $25. Led Zeppelin's now at $40. Ryan, you're out, and these 2 are $5 start. Whatever's next, we got 3 copies. It looks, or 4 copies. It looks like Jack White. This is Jack White, Entering Heaven Alive. That's sealed on blue vinyl, $19.99. Sealed for $19.99. We got Renee R. on Visage. That is sold to Renee R. And the Maggots has a bid for $5. The info on Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin's a 1974 U.S. specialty. That's a reissue. It is in VG Plus condition. It does have the original on her sleeve. And Jason has it for $40. It goes back to Ryan Mustaine. And then we have Maggots at $5. And then how much was Pepper? Pepper was... Pepper? Did I already sell that? Pepper? What was Pepper? I remember saying Pepper. Pepper? Is that something in here? Pepper. And then somebody said, no, wait a minute. Pepper price? Is that what I just sold? What did I just sell there? Fade to Gray. Jack White, Slave. And then Teskey, Neil Young. What is that? St. Vincent, Zappa, Crustacean. What happened to that record? Oh, it's right here. I keep going over it. That is sealed for $24.99. It was getting hiding behind Jack White. Okay, and then, wow, it's a lot of stuff all of a sudden. Renee R. got Visage. I answered the Led Zeppelin question. Maggots had a $5 bid. Pepper was $24. Adam, we don't do record store day. Led Zeppelin, $42. Kid has a bid for $5. Moses wants Pepper. Moses wants Pepper if Jared Inc. doesn't. Iron Wheel wants to know the EPMD price. This is sealed for $19.99. Rick Burrian put Kid Thomas. And then next is Joshua Cross said, just getting home from the good old steel mill. Richard Yeager on the Zappa record, Chic Your Booty. That's sort of Richard Yeager. Then Rick Barron put 5. That must be a bid on Kid Thomas. However, there was already a bid for 5. Jason Short went out on Led Zeppelin. That's after Ryan Mustaine bid 42. And then Jared, this is $24.99. Jason Short on Jack White. That's sort of Jason Short. Now Kid has a third $5 bid. Jared Inc. passes. So if anybody wants Pepper, it's still available. The next person who, no, Moses E wants it for sure. Moses E gets it. And then Adam Bullock wants EPMD. Those are sealed for $19.99. The Maggots is sold to Rod Bryan for $5. Now we have a three-way tie on Kid Thomas. And ACDC's a no bid. It's a $25 buy it now. And MT Matt, I don't know if that could have come in at a better time. That's sold to you for $25. Now, we have three people tied on Kid Thomas at $5. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Pink Floyd, and this is an OG pressing. This is a 1977. This is a U.S. Santa Maria original. It has the original on her sleeve. It is in VG Plus condition. This is an OG Pink Floyd Animals. And this is a $25 start. It's just a $25 start. That's up for bid. Okay, next comment is Janie Green. This is how much is Slave? The best of Slave, $19.99, red vinyl. Seems like a great price. Iron Wheel wants the EPMD. He's a first-time buyer. Iron Wheel, thank you. Now, there's a link to our website in the description of this video. The only thing you got to do is fill that out. Click on that link. Let me know when you've done that. I'm going to go ahead and pull this in the sold bin. But if you don't fill that out, we can't send you an invoice on Monday. We will send invoices on Monday, $7 in limited shipping. That's sold to you. Was there any more Visage? No more Visage. What Jack White is that? This is Jack White Entering Heaven Alive, limited edition Detroit colored vinyl edition. Blue, $19.99. Now Pink Floyd has a bid for $25. Now Kid has a bid for $6. And now another bid for $6. And now Janie wants Slave. That's sold to Janie. Now Kid has 2 bids for $6. B-Sides has it. And now Led Zeppelin is officially sold to Ryan Mustaine. And Ryan gets this for the winning bid of $42. That is sold. Before I do anything else, I need to go up front and grab the other box of Japanese. Adam Bullock does want Jack White. Let's sell this to Adam Bullock. Thank you. And then, right now, I'm going to, before I move any crates, I'm going to take this stack of sold 45s in here before they get any more janky. Don't want any more jankiness this week. Don't want any more jankiness. And now, let me step up front and get that other Japanese. I'm going to show y'all the copy that's I'm not going to sell. This is the only one I'm keeping. I didn't have this. I'll add this to my many excessive James Bond soundtracks, but I don't think I've ever seen that before. So, got to keep that. Plus, Sean Connery's on it. I mean, what's going on? I couldn't sell that. He would come haunt me tonight. Let me go get this other crate of Japanese and probably a V8. Bear with me. Back and in my hands, I have an entire crate of Japanese records. And somewhere out there, David Johnson just got a shot of adrenaline. A whole crate of Japanese. Man, look at all these. Wow. Beautiful. And in my pocket, I have a V8. I just pulled this out of my pocket. And so now, Here we go. It's time. I needed that. My brain had just about flattened out for the night. I needed that one big time. Thank you. Okay. Now, what is going on? So the last thing I remember saying was B-Sides had Kid for 6. Rick Barron bid 6. Adam got a Jack White. This is Kid Thomas from the New Orleans collection, Norton Records EP-110. By the way, like Craig Thomas said earlier, some of these New Orleans records will need a cleaning. So far, we hadn't had any hardly condition notes problems with any of them. That one's definitely going to need a cleaning, just FYI. Then I put up an OG Pink Floyd, a 77 Santa Maria original, and it has one bid for $25 of John Griffin. It's VG Plus. $25 on that. And then we have Kid Thomas has a new bid for 10. And we also have Louis Capaldi, Divinely Uninspired to Hellish Extent. That is sealed for $14.99, going through a new Laura crate for the first time. This is Sponge, Wax Ecstatic. Sponge is sealed for $29.99. And King Gizzard is unopened. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, $24.99 on that. Now, our next LP is going to be the Great Elmore James. This is a 1970 U.S. original EX. Just a $15 start. $15 start on that. Justin Garrett on LC. That's Louis Capaldi. That's over to Justin Garrett. Chris Kirkley also gets a Louis Capaldi. And we have the Black Keys Brothers. That is sealed for $29.99. The Black Keys and Meat Puppets. Sealed on pink and green vinyl. $19.99. King Gizzard Colored. Recycled Black Wax. Recycled Black Wax on that one, it says. B-Sides out, Elmore James 20. So final call on that to Rod Bryan for 10. Now, I've kind of took a break since I've done this crate, so we need to read through this again. Adam Bernardi on the Black Keys. Really good stuff here. Pretty much if we're going through one of these new Laura bins, it's on sale new vinyl is the way I see it. Jason Short has Pink Floyd at 26. Elmore James is now at 30. And Kid Thomas is the final call for 10. Let's see what else we got over here to auction. I have this whole box of New Orleans stuff we're pulling out of. So let's see what the next one here. This one looks weird. This is the Evil Hoodoo. The Evil Hoodoo. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And that is now up for bid. And here's a quick read through here. Then we're probably going to go through a new vintage bin. And then I'm sure Laura's, I hear her pricing gun right now. There'll be more of that up in just a second. Pearl Jam Versus, new and sealed, $29.99. Also, Miss Kitty's Lounge, Widespread Panic. It says previously unreleased demos from Widespread Panic there, sealed for $24.99. We've got 2 of those. Also, Loop Digga. This is indie exclusive Sky Blue vinyl. That's sealed for $29.99. 2 of those. And then Fleetwood Mac, live, unopened, $29.99 on Fleetwood Mac. St. Vincent, the Nowhere Inn, sealed orange vinyl, $14.99. Chick Corea and Bella Fleck. That is sealed for $29.99. We got 2 of those. We've already sold one. King Cruel was sealed for $14.99. Ryan Bingham, American Love Song, sealed for $29.99. New bid on Pink Floyd. Jason, you're out. New bid on Elmore James. George, you're out. Kid Thomas is so to Rod Bryan for 10. New bid on Pink Floyd for 29. Neil Young, Songs for Judy. Now, sealed $24.99. This is Mr. Soul. This is a live concert. Yeah. This is a live concert. Here it is. It's a Neil Young solo live concert, November 26th. And I think I forgot the story because every time I seen this, I thought it was like an album. But this is a live show here. Neil Young, $24.99, and I think he got that name. He saw somebody in the crowd that night, and I don't know if he found out later their name was Judy or he just decided to call them Judy. But that's what happened with that title. I'm pretty sure that's the backstory on that. One second, please. And also, the Teskey Brothers live at the Forum. That's blue vinyl, $19.99. Slave, we sold one. There's two left. That's red vinyl. Best of. Jack White, we've sold a couple now. There's two left. Entering Heaven Alive, $19.99. Also, Seal, $29.99. And The Wizard of Oz, $24.99. And Meat Puppets, $19.99. Judy Garland was in the crowd. Okay, so it wasn't just somebody named Judy. It was Judy Garland. Okay, that makes even more sense. But I thought it was just somebody he found out later was Judy. Maybe he found out it was Judy Garland in the crowd. Okay, maybe he found out later she was there at the concert. That's pretty cool. So yeah, I knew it was something like that happened, though. He found out she was there when he went out, or they told him he was there, or they told him she was there. Elmore James, 40. Pink Floyd, 27. Pink Floyd, 29. Ryan Mustaine wants a Chick Corea. I hadn't pulled one of those yet. Elmore James, 45. Pink Floyd, 30. Elmore James out. And then we have Widespread Panic. Widespread Panic was sealed, $24.99. No bid on the Evil Hoodoo. That's a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. Elmore's out, so this sold to George Scher for $45. Next LP is going to go up right now, and the next LP is The Roots of Lightning Hopkins. This is a 68 U.S. reissue on Folkways. Lightning Hopkins, VG condition, a $15 start. Craig Thomas on Evil for $5. It's Slave 2 LP. Yes, Slave is 2 LP. Stellar, it looks like funk, but there's a G in there. The Best of Slave featuring Steve Arrington, 2 LP, first time on vinyl, 15 tracks, and that is on red vinyl for $19.99. Jason's out on Pink Floyd, so John Griffin, you do get that for $30. Thank you, and it looks like we need new auctions. However, Lighten's up. He already has bid. Let's go ahead and resume or look at the first Japanese pressing over here from the New Arrivals. And let's pull it out right now. And this has always been one of my favorite compilations, The History of Eric Clapton. And The History of Eric Clapton is a 2 LP. This has music from Cream and John Mayall and Blind Faith and Derek and the Dominoes. The History of Clapton, $35 start. He just turned 80 a couple days ago, about to go on tour. Amazing. Has a little bit of humidity, but nice. The History of Eric Clapton, $35 start on that. Greg Murray says he'll take the Slave album. Tommy Flowers wants the Widespread Panic album. Lightning Hopkins already has bids for 20 and 15 in that order. So Rod Michael opened it at 20. Great crate there. We've sold about half of that. Let's try to sell the other half later. Right now, we're going to go through a new crate that has not been gone through tonight at all. If I can even get over here to them. Let me figure out which ones I hadn't dug around here. John set that one. We've already been through that. I haven't been through this, have I? Yes, I have. That's the one I went through fast last night in some of Paul's stuff. This one has not been gone through. Nope. This one has not been gone through. Let me do a quick flip here. I think I have already done a quick flip, but looks like some pretty cool stuff in here, as usual. I don't think we're going to be putting out pretty bad stuff. And I think in the record collecting universe, what I've learned is even at some point what I thought was bad records, I've learned that everybody wants everything. What I used to think like any kind of discarded record, in our business right now, here selling on Facebook and YouTube, we pretty much have no discarded records when we're buying collections. Like, I used to think some titles, I won't mention any names, because I have found out people buy them and collect them. We probably wouldn't even look at them or wouldn't even put them out. All of a sudden, we started marking some. People started asking for certain artists, and I was like, are you kidding? You're truly interested in that record? Then we started marking certain artists. And now, at this point, we try to mark and put out everything. Because we don't know what's going to sell at this point. We've been blown away recently, what people's asked for, what people's still looking for, stuff that, like, I'll give one pretty broad example. These show tune soundtracks, I mean, I always just completely overlooked them. We mark them here and there, and they usually sell. I think at this point it's just kind of a nostalgic thing for people. People saw them when they were a kid. Their grandmother might have had them. Their mother, their dad, somebody might have had them. So at this point, we're marking just about anything vintage pre-owned back there. John's just got so much. He's got 30, 40, 50, 100,000 albums to dip through. Whipped cream. We don't have any whipped cream in this store right now. They're all sold. That's one that everybody wants now. We just put up a pre-order for a new anniversary picture disc. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. $24.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. That's a nice clean copy. Everything in here is EX or better. $24.99. Rick says we want it all. Yeah, Tracy. Tracy doesn't mind being used as an example. Tracy Songer buys some of the most bizarre titles that I didn't think hardly anybody wanted anymore. A lot of adult contemporary. And we have a couple other people. Tracy started buying them. We started putting them out. Then other people started buying them. I was like, wow. So at this point, when we go to Fred Goodwin, yeah, Tracy's watching right now. Tracy bought hundreds, maybe at this point, thousands of Fred Goodwin records that when I was buying them from Fred, I was like, Fred, I don't know if anybody's even going to want these. And then we started showing them, and Tracy ended up buying like all of them. So, same thing. Herb Alpert albums, I could name it forever. So, at this point, it's like we're overwhelmed at how much we have to mark because at this point, I think everybody wants everything that's on vinyl. Elvis sings inspirational favorites, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac, $24. But now, nice clean copies of Herb Alpert are like $20 now in shrink wrap, like dead mint copies. It has become a highly iconic album. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. Luxury liner. We have Tapes and Tapes. This looks interesting. $29.99. I don't know what it is, but it's a 2 LP. Tapes and Tapes. $29.99. And Leo Kottke, Greenhouse, $14.99. And Elton John's Captain Fantastic, $34.99 for Elton John's Captain Fantastic. And it has all inserts. Wow. Nice. $34.99. All inserts, $34.99. Nostalgic. Yeah, a lot of this. Jerry Jeff Walker is $26.99. Tracy, I've sold Tracy 3 copies of whipped cream. Yep. I don't think we have any. If John finds them in the back, he puts them out. It's always been a joke about that album. Like, oh, nobody wants that. It's just a big, just throw them in the trash. But, man, I don't think we have a copy in the back. Lightning Hopkins is at $30. And Rod Bryan, You're Out. Michael Butler has it for $30. And Rod Bryan, You're Out. And has anybody been on Clapton? It's a $35 start. $35 start. I need to figure out some of those other artists Tracy was buying. Like, what was the one? And I can't remember now that she bought so much. At this point, I'm like, I can't even name them all. It was so much. We've shipped her boxes full of records. Okay, here we go. We have the Barracudas. Here's our next New Orleans single. The Barracudas is a $5 start. Barracudas, Jackie Gleason. There it is. Yeah. When Tracy told me she wanted the Jackie Gleason stuff, I was like, are you kidding me? And I was like, I'll hook you up.